The Strait of Gibraltar, also known as the Fratum Herculeum or Pillars of Hercules by the ancient Greeks and Romans, is the channel that connects the Atlantic Ocean and Mediterranean Sea. At just over 8 miles or approximately 13 kilometers at its narrowest point, this seemingly modest distance separates two continents and marks the meeting point of the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean. Despite the relatively short expanse of water and the fact that there are more than 60 bridges worldwide that are longer than 8 miles, no bridge has been built to connect the two continents, leaving many to wonder why such an ambitious project has yet to become a reality. The idea of bridging the gap between Europe and Africa has been entertained for decades, with various proposals surfacing over the years. The strategic importance of this crossing cannot be understated, as it would serve as a vital link between the 447 million people living in the European Union and the 1.4 billion people inhabiting the African continent. The potential economic impact of such a connection is enormous, as it could facilitate trade and ease transportation between these two major regions. So then, why doesn't such a structure exist? Will you ever be able to drive or take a train across the Strait of Gibraltar? Let's find out. The strait connecting the Atlantic and Mediterranean is around 36 miles long or 57 kilometers. It's between Point Morocco in Spain and Point Sires in Morocco that the strait narrows to just over 8 miles, or roughly the same distance between San Francisco and Oakland. On a clear day, you can even see across the other side. The depth of the water running through the Strait of Gibraltar averages around 1,200 feet, or about 365 meters in depth. There's more to this important waterway. But for right now, it's important to know that the Strait of Gibraltar currently is and always has been one of the most important shipping channels in the world. It's the only natural waterway that connects the Mediterranean Sea to an ocean. The Suez Canal in the Western Mediterranean, which connects the Indian Ocean via the Red Sea, is man-made. Also, the Strait of Gibraltar is much larger and therefore much easier for large ships to navigate through. This means that huge amounts of cargo ships and trade vessels pass through the channel daily. In fact, it's estimated that over 100,000 ships pass through the Strait of Gibraltar every year. In comparison, the Panama Canal, which connects the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, handles around 14,000 transits per year, while the Suez Canal sees approximately 20,000 ships annually. Many of the ships passing through the Strait of Gibraltar are traveling from the Western Hemisphere to deliver goods to the Middle East, Africa, and Europe. However, there is also a lot of traffic that uses the strait to travel even further east to Asia and China as well. At the same time, fleets of ships travel west to bring goods from the Middle East, Africa, and Eastern Europe to Western Europe and the Americas. Being so close to the fossil fuel-rich countries in the Middle East means that enormous quantities of oil and natural gas pass through the strait. Over 300 ships carrying oil travel through the Strait of Gibraltar every day. Just to give you an idea of how crazy this is, a smaller tanker can carry between 70,000 and 190,000 barrels of oil, which is about 3.2 to 8 million gallons. A larger tanker can carry between 190,000 and 345,000 barrels, which is around 8 to 14.5 million gallons of oil. So, on a busy day, somewhere between 2.4 billion gallons of oil pass through the Strait of Gibraltar. For comparison, the United States consumes approximately 20 million barrels of oil per day, which equates to about 840 million gallons. This means that the amount of oil passing through the Strait of Gibraltar on a busy day is nearly 3 times the daily oil consumption of the United States. The Strait of Gibraltar is an important route for vessels around the world, which means this natural passage brings huge amounts of money into countries that flank the mouth of the strait. Since the waters around the Strait of Gibraltar are so lucrative, it's no surprise that so many important ports and shipping facilities have been built, such as the Port of Algeciras in Spain, one of the largest ports in Europe and largest in the Mediterranean Sea, and the Port of Tangier Med in Morocco, a rapidly expanding facility crucial for African trade. Spain and Morocco are also rapidly increasing the number of ports and their capacities along the coast. So if the money to build a bridge connecting these two parts of the world is available due to the trade and tourism, why hasn't a bridge been built yet? What exactly is standing in the way? There have been numerous committees and businesses hired to assess the feasibility of such a venture, and many have concluded that building a bridge could be possible, but there are some big obstacles that need to be overcome. Ever since the first feasibility investigation in 1979 and the subsequent Euromed transport project, a bridge connecting Africa and Europe has run into numerous complications. It shouldn't come as a surprise that one of the main things stopping a bridge from being built has to do with the political situation between the governments of Spain and Morocco, with unfortunately way more tension and disagreement between the two countries than any sort of consensus. But in terms of building the bridge, a lot of concerns have to do with who will fund the project and how it will benefit each nation. A bridge that runs across the Strait of Gibraltar is estimated to cost billions of dollars, with some estimates ranging from $5 billion to as much as $20 billion. This money would need to either be split between the Spanish and Moroccan governments or funded by outside sources. The problem is that there isn't a huge economic benefit to building the bridge. If a bridge crossing the strait brought in massive amounts of revenue, either through tourism or the movement of goods, that would be one thing. However, this is not the case. There are alternate routes across the Mediterranean, either by ferry, which carries around 5 million passengers annually, plane, or private boat, for anyone looking to get away on vacation. In comparison, the Channel Tunnel, which connects the UK and France, was built for the equivalent of around $14.5 billion and serves around 20 million passengers per year. In terms of moving goods, cargo ships make transporting large quantities of materials across the Mediterranean relatively cheap. It also doesn't take long because Europe and Africa are less than 10 miles apart at multiple points along the Strait of Gibraltar. The economic incentive for building a bridge just isn't there for the Spanish and Moroccan governments. The shipping lanes through the Strait of Gibraltar provide enormous amounts of revenue from the 100,000 ships that pass through, but a bridge might hinder that rather than help the countries bring in more revenue. For example, the Øresund Bridge, which connects Denmark and Sweden, cost roughly $4 billion to construct, but has not generated the same level of economic benefits as initially expected. Construction projects that cost large sums of money and take a long time to complete typically run into delays or are abandoned completely. A bridge across the Strait of Gibraltar would be no different. There have been several major plans for such a bridge, but suffice to say, each one has stalled due to the enormous cost and the amount of time it would take to build. Let's be clear, a bridge across the Strait of Gibraltar, even if it's at its narrowest point, is absolutely doable with our current level of technology. Again, there are numerous bridges that span several miles that have been built and are used every day. The problem with the bridge that crosses the Strait of Gibraltar is that it needs to be built in a way that will not disrupt shipping lanes, which is easier said than done. Hypothetically, if a bridge was to be built, the engineers would want to construct it at a relatively narrow point. Let's say that the length of the bridge needs to be 12 miles long. 10 miles will cross directly over the strait, and we'll give a mile of leeway on either side so that the incline to get onto the bridge isn't too steep. Remember, any bridge that crosses the strait can't block shipping traffic. A drawbridge isn't really an option as so many ships pass through the Strait of Gibraltar on a daily basis that the bridge would constantly be raised. At that point, traffic jams stretching several miles would occur as drivers waited for their turn to cross. People would be stuck in their cars for hours reading books or endlessly scrolling through social media as they waited for the drawbridge to lower. The world's longest bridge is the Danyang-Kunshan Grand Bridge, a high-speed rail structure in China. This bridge is 104.2 miles, or 164.8 kilometers long. The longest bridge for cars and trucks is the Bang-Na Expressway, which is 33.5 miles, or 53.9 kilometers long. So, length is not a problem for engineers. What is a problem is the height required to allow cargo ships to seamlessly pass under the bridge without disrupting traffic. The largest container ships on the planet are the Evergreen A-Class. These vessels, built by Samsung Heavy Industries, can carry 24,000 20-foot equivalent units and are over 100 feet high. And even though a lot of the vessel sits underwater, it still needs dozens of feet of clearance to get under a bridge. The crazy thing is that bigger ships are always being designed, so if the engineers designing a bridge that will cross the Strait of Gibraltar don't want to have to modify the height of it every decade, they need to build a bridge at least 100 feet above the water, if not higher, to make sure these giant ships can clear them. What it comes down to is that the construction of the bridge itself just isn't manageable. and any engineer who tries to tackle the problem runs into all sorts of roadblocks when trying to make both the travelers driving over the bridge and container ships that use the strait and go under the bridge happy. But this isn't even the biggest problem of all when it comes to building a bridge across the Strait of Gibraltar. To explore the largest obstacle standing in the way, we will have to go deep underwater and even under the crust of the Earth itself. Although a bridge crossing the Strait of Gibraltar would need to be built to withstand powerful storms that blow in from the Atlantic, it's not the weather that poses the biggest threat to the bridge's stability. If you think back to any Earth science class you've taken, you probably remember that the Earth's crust is made up of different sections called tectonic plates that are constantly shifting. Areas where the boundary of two or more plates are located are prone to geologic activity, including earthquakes. Unfortunately, for any bridge or large-scale construction project near the Strait of Gibraltar, the African and Eurasian plate meet directly under the waterway running between the two continents. It's here that the Azores-Gibraltar transform fault bisects the strait. A transform fault is a location where two plates move parallel to one another, and it's at these locations that earthquakes are more common. This means the region where a bridge connecting Africa and Europe could be built is prone to devastating geologic activity. Any bridge that is constructed across the strait will need to be able to withstand high-magnitude earthquakes without collapsing, because it's not a question of if an earthquake will occur, but when. For instance, the 1755 Lisbon earthquake, which was estimated to be between 8.5 and 9.0 on the Richter scale, caused significant damage in Portugal, Spain, and Morocco, while the 1960 Agadir earthquake, measuring 5.7 on the Richter scale, resulted in extensive destruction in the Moroccan city of Agadir. And since earthquakes are just a natural byproduct of shifting tectonic plates, there is no way to stop them. Other bridges, tunnels, and connections that cross over or underwater typically don't have this problem. It's the location of the Strait of Gibraltar that puts it directly in the path of a geologically active area. Surveys have also found that the seafloor of the area is unstable when compared to other locations, such as where the Channel Tunnel was built that links France and Britain. Researchers identified that the floor of the strait has at least two deep quaternary clay channels, which are highly unstable and make it incredibly difficult to secure pylons or other structures to support a bridge. Quaternary clay channels are layers of clay sediments that have accumulated over the most recent geological period, known as the Quaternary. These channels consist of soft, unconsolidated clay deposits, which can be unstable and shift easily under pressure or due to geological activity. Geologists warn that any construction project built in this area could be prone to catastrophic failures solely due to the location of the Strait of Gibraltar and the makeup of the Earth's crust in the area. The bottom line is that building a bridge connecting Europe and Africa could be very dangerous due to the presence of these unstable clay channels. So is it impossible to build a structure that connects these two continents? Surprisingly, no. Engineers have found some ways around many of these problems, and as technology advances, there may be solutions that present themselves in some unlikely places.
But before we can explore these options, we need a better understanding of the strait itself and exactly what we're getting into.
Due to plate tectonics, the Earth hasn't always looked the way it does today. Over the course of millions of years, the continents have moved, oceans have separated, and topography has changed. It wasn't until relatively recently that the Strait of Gibraltar formed. Of course, recently in geologic terms still means millions of years ago, but nevertheless, it's important to understand how exactly the strait formed. Originally, what became the Mediterranean used to be part of the Tethys Sea, an ancient ocean that existed between the continents of Gondwana and Laurasia
during the Mesozoic and early Cenozoic eras,
spanning roughly 250 to around 50 million years ago,
and covered what
today would be India, Pakistan, Indonesia, and the Indian Ocean. Over time, the African continent shifted and collided with Asia and Europe, cutting off what would eventually become the Mediterranean Sea. The waters in the region began to dry up and create a land bridge between the African, European, and Asian continents. Around 5.3 million years ago, during an event known as the Messinian Salinity Crisis, the land began to sink due to the movement of the tectonic plates in the region, and water flowed into the depression, creating what is now the Strait of Gibraltar. The waters of the Atlantic constantly flow into the Mediterranean, which replenishes water lost to evaporation. Even more important for the aquatic ecosystem of the region is that the Atlantic waters flowing through the strait carry less salinated water, which keeps the Mediterranean from being too salty. At the same time, the saltier waters of the Mediterranean Sea, which are denser, flow under the surface current and empty into the ocean. The waters from the Atlantic are also full of nutrients that allow the Mediterranean to support a variety of fish and aquatic life. For example, an orcapod of around 36 individuals now lives around the Strait of Gibraltar and takes advantage of the bountiful waters in the region. Though with the increase in shipping and trade in the region, this pod and many other species in the strait are either threatened or endangered. So then, it's also worth considering how a bridge might cause less shipping traffic and therefore could improve the ecosystem in the area. But this is a long way from ever becoming a reality, as long as huge amounts of money can be made by moving cargo ships through the Strait of Gibraltar. Sorry, dolphins. Interestingly, the Mediterranean Sea would have dried up a long time ago without the Strait of Gibraltar. So, the strait is not just a metaphorical economic lifeline for the Mediterranean, but an actual one thanks to the replenishment of water. 125,000 years ago, Neanderthals lived along the Strait of Gibraltar. In fact, the Rock of Gibraltar, the most prominent land feature in the region, is thought to have been one of the last holdouts for Neanderthals before Homo sapiens, aka humans like you and me, wiped them off the face of the planet. Neanderthal sites dating from around 24,000 years ago have been found in Gibraltar, and archaeological evidence shows that humans were in the area at least 40,000 years ago. Once large civilizations developed in the Mediterranean, such as Greek, Roman, and Carthaginian empires, the Strait of Gibraltar started being used for traveling and trading up the coast of Europe and into Africa. As the Age of Exploration and the Renaissance commenced, the strait was used to launch expeditions and increasingly became riddled with trade ports. Throughout history, invasion campaigns and differing ideologies would create a schism between the peoples of Spain and Morocco that would last for hundreds of years. Both sides warred for centuries without any hope of resolving their differences and living peacefully. The land straddling the Gibraltar changed hands multiple times, but as European colonialism began to take hold over much of the world, the foundations of the political issues that the region faces today were forged. It was mostly Portuguese, British, and Spanish navies and troops that fought to secure important cities and forts such as Alcazar of Seville, the Castle of Tarifa, and the fort of São João da Barra in Tangier, to control the waters of the Strait of Gibraltar during this time. And like in many parts of the world, Britain established colonies and laid claim to the land along the strait, and in particular, the city of Gibraltar itself, which is home to the famous Rock of Gibraltar and its extensive network of tunnels and fortifications. Gibraltar is actually a British overseas territory that is a leftover remnant of the British Empire. It is approximately 2.6 square miles in size, or about 6.7 square kilometers, and has around 32,000 citizens. It was in 1704 that Anglo-Dutch forces captured this section of land from Spain during the War of Spanish Succession. In 1713, when the Treaty of Utrecht was signed, Gibraltar was ceded into Great Britain and has been controlled by Britain ever since. While Spain continues to assert a claim over Gibraltar, most of the Gibraltarians that live there reject proposals to be incorporated back into Spain. This is because for centuries they have been a territory of Britain. While the citizens there speak Spanish as well as a local dialect called Llanido, they have very little interest in switching their allegiances to the Spanish government. With the passing of Brexit, Gibraltar left the European Union along with the UK. Although this decision ended up being pretty unpopular in Gibraltar, where 95% of the population voted to remain. So, Gibraltar is a point of contention between Britain and Spain. At this point, it seems that the citizens of the overseas territory are so used to doing business as usual under British oversight that it seems unlikely the territory will be ceded back to Spain anytime soon. However, things might have been slightly different if talks had begun a century ago. Either way, the Spanish government still brings up reincorporation of Gibraltar into its borders from time to time. But as of yet, no real progress has been made to unify the city with the rest of Spain. But Spain has very little ground to stand on when it comes to claiming Gibraltar should be returned to them, as they have carved out their own territory in Morocco. The Spanish have their own protectorates in Morocco. The port cities of Ceuta and Melilla both sit on the African side of the Strait of Gibraltar. On November 27, 1912, a treaty between France and Spain resulted in the conversion of Spanish spheres of influence in Morocco into formal protectorates. At this time, the territory which Spain controlled was much larger than it is today. In 1957, the Ifni War broke out when Spain sent troops to Morocco to protect what they proclaimed was their territory. Nations across the continent of Africa had been rising up against their colonizers and reclaiming their lands from Europeans. Spain hoped to stop this from happening in Morocco. But less than a year after the war started, it was over. There had been several back-and-forth battles, but very little progress was made by the Moroccan Army of Liberation against the combined Franco-Spanish force who had barricaded themselves in the forts in the region. On April 2, 1958, the leaders of Spain and Morocco agreed to sign the Treaty of Angre de Sintra. This agreement stated that Spain would cede Cape Juby, known as Tarfaya in Morocco, and much of the territory they controlled in southern Morocco at the time. However, it wouldn't be until 1969 that Morocco would legally gain full control of Ifni, and it would be another 6 years before Morocco would completely control the southern region of its domain. But they still have complete control over Spanish-held territories to the north. In fact, to this very day, Morocco claims that Ceuta and Melilla are culturally important to the Moroccan people and should be incorporated back into their borders. Yet both are still internationally recognized as Spanish cities. The Moroccan government even compares the territories that Spain holds to Gibraltar, which should be easy for the Spanish government to understand. But Spain continues to consider Ceuta and Melilla as vital parts of their own country, since they have been under Spanish control for centuries. This is a weak argument when you consider that the territory was seized through bloodshed and colonized for hundreds of years. But Spain stands by the fact that even though the two cities sit across the Strait of Gibraltar, they still belong to them. In reality, Ceuta and Melilla are in very strategic locations for trade ports, which is why Spain wants to maintain control of them. If the cities held no economic or strategic significance, there is little doubt that Spain would have ceded them into Morocco long ago. And this is where many of the problems come from that have prevented meaningful cooperation between the governments of the region. It's hard to work with a government that has seized your land and refuses to give it back. And this is exactly what has happened with Gibraltar for Spain and Ceuta and Melilla for Morocco. If these territories were returned to their respective countries, could a more productive relationship be built between the nations? Perhaps. It would take time, but it would likely be a step in the right direction. However, this does not seem likely to happen in the near future. Instead, both Spain and Morocco will continue to voice their displeasure at having another nation control territory within their borders instead of working together. But these disagreements don't just stay on land. They extend to the sea as well. Having multiple nations claiming territories that are within the borders of other countries has also complicated who controls the waters throughout the Strait of Gibraltar. Most of the marine territory is held by Spain and Morocco, but since Gibraltar is part of the United Kingdom, Britain also controls a part of the eastern end of the strait. However, it's Spain's territory in Morocco that causes the most confusion. Both Spain and Morocco claim that the southeastern waters of the strait are under their control. The Spanish government uses Ceuta and Melilla on the African continent as an excuse to lay claim to the waters off the coast of Morocco. Obviously, the Moroccan government does not accept this because they claim those cities should be under their control in the first place. Currently, the United Kingdom claims that 3 nautical miles, which is 3.5 standard miles, or 5.6 kilometers of water off the coast of Gibraltar are under their control. Britain also claims that much of the strait is international waters, which both Spain and Morocco disagree with. To keep relative peace in the region and allow vessels to move freely through the Strait of Gibraltar, the United Nations Convention of the Law of the Sea labels the strait as a transit passage, which allows ships and aircraft complete freedom of movement when crossing through the channel. It's clear that this region's history has led to modern dilemmas, which result in a lot of disagreement over the Strait of Gibraltar and the lands around it. When we understand the geography and events of the past, it becomes pretty clear why the Spanish and Moroccan governments haven't been able to work together in an effective manner to plan a bridge connecting Africa and Europe. But what about a tunnel? Can the two governments put aside their differences to construct an underwater crossing? Over the years, bridges have not been the only type of structure proposed to connect Europe and Africa. As far back as the 1930s, Spain came up with the idea of a tunnel that could be built under the Strait of Gibraltar to allow trains and vehicles to pass below its waters. A subsequent survey of the seafloor's composition revealed it was made up of extremely hard rock that the tunneling machinery of the time couldn't break through. To get around this problem, one engineer suggested placing a pre-made concrete tube under the Strait of Gibraltar's waters and securing it using high-tension cables. This plan went nowhere, as the idea seemed extremely difficult to carry out. And anyway, the world had a much bigger problem to worry about at the end of the decade when Germany invaded Poland and kicked off World War II. The tunnel idea then all but vanished until the 1980s, when Spain and Morocco started a new round of discussions to construct a tunnel under the Strait of Gibraltar. But once again, these talks went nowhere due to tension between the governments and the feasibility of the project. Even though technology had come a long way, tunneling still didn't seem viable, and plans for a tunnel were once again abandoned. In 2003, both governments agreed to explore the possibility of an undersea rail tunnel. They would use a gauge of 1,435 millimeters, as other railways in the region were being converted from broad gauge systems to standard gauge. This was forward thinking, but it meant that even if the tunnel was completed, there was no guarantee the railways in Spain and Morocco would be converted in time. This meant the tunnel connecting the two continents could end up sitting dormant until all railroads on either side of the strait were switched to standard gauge. So the rail tunnel was postponed to a later date. In 2008, a new geological survey was carried out to ensure that the new tunnel proposed was doable. But this study concluded that the seafloor's composition would pose several problems, just like numerous other surveys from the past had surmised. It then became apparent that the shortest distance across the Strait of Gibraltar would not be the best place to construct a tunnel. Instead, engineers recommended that the project be shifted to the west of Tarifa and connect to the east of Tangier. This would mean that the tunnel would cross under 14 miles or 23 kilometers of water, but would be in a more favorable location for construction. When completed, the tunnel would span 21 miles or around 34 kilometers and would connect to the Spanish high-speed railway system, which would allow the train to reach major cities throughout the country. The planning phases for the project commenced, but nothing much came of them as the leaders of both countries rarely discussed the tunneling plan further. Then, in April 2021, ministers from both Spain and Morocco agreed to set up an intergovernmental meeting in Casablanca to discuss the tunnel once again. The meeting was likely a direct result of the United Kingdom launching a study in January of 2021 to see if a tunnel linking Gibraltar to Tangiers was possible. This would completely replace the tunnel that Spain and Morocco had been discussing for the past several years, but had yet to make any progress on. The surveys by Britain lit a fire under the Spanish government, and in February of 2023, a high-level bilateral meeting between Spanish and Moroccan officials to make serious progress on the tunnel under the Strait of Gibraltar was scheduled. As of now, construction on the tunnel is supposed to start in 2030, but given the amount of times that progress has stalled, it's a little hard to believe that anything will actually happen by then. But what about a bridge? A tunnel that runs under the channel would definitely be a step forward. But will we ever see a bridge that connects Africa and Europe in the future? Some engineers have not given up on such a dream. Remember that due to the geologic location of the Strait of Gibraltar, natural disasters, such as earthquakes, need to be considered, but this hasn't stopped engineers from thinking big. Multiple organizations, including UNESCO, the UN Economic Commissions for Africa and Europe, and both Moroccan and Spanish governments have launched studies to determine whether a bridge across the Strait of Gibraltar is possible. Many have concluded that it just doesn't make sense. But when has that ever stopped humans from building something before? Professor T.Y. Lin, who received the National Medal of Science from President Ronald Reagan in 1986, devised an incredible plan to connect Africa and Europe. He proposed that a bridge be built between Point Oliveros and Point Ceres, which are 8.7 miles or 14 kilometers apart. However, it was his plan to have the bridge span 3.1 miles or 5,000 meters from one supporting pier to the next that caught the engineering world's attention, since this was much longer than any other bridge in the world. Computer models were generated to test aspects like the static and dynamic characteristics of the environment and relative aerodynamic feasibility. Several different types of bridge designs were a part of the modeling process, including Professor Lin's proposed hybrid stayed suspension bridge concept, which it was found would work best for the crossing. It allowed for stronger rigidity and was much more aerodynamic than traditional suspension bridges. with shorter spans. The bridge was estimated to cost $15 billion in 1996, which is roughly $28 billion today. Lin's dream bridge never became a reality though, and likely never will, even if the exorbitant cost wasn't a barrier. However, this hasn't stopped engineers from developing some other truly incredible and out-of-this-world designs. Eugene Sui is an American architect who is known for using biologic designs. What this means is that he incorporates structures found in nature to solve architectural engineering problems. He also incorporates ecological principles into his designs to create structures that mimic the aesthetic values found in nature. This was the basic premise for his bridge to connect Africa and Europe. However, Sui wouldn't just be building a traditional bridge. He would propose an island and an underwater bridge be constructed to complete his vision. His project was called the Strait of Gibraltar Floating Bridge and would be 9 miles or 14.5 kilometers in length. The bridge would be constructed underwater, but not resting on the seafloor. It would be around 650 feet and 200 meters deep, to allow ships to pass over the underwater bridge with plenty of clearance for future, even taller ships. The island that would connect the two sections of the floating bridge would contain a resort, wind turbines, a port, and businesses. There would also be a marina for smaller boats and man-made hills with waterfalls. The wind turbines would be supplemented by underwater turbines to harness tidal power. The most astonishing aspect of Sui's plan was that the island would be so large that between its wind and tidal turbines, it would generate enough renewable energy to power most of Morocco and southern Spain. This would not just be a bridge, it would be a power plant and tourist destination all rolled into a structure that connected Africa and Europe. Sui planned to have 24 lanes for cars and trucks to use when traveling between the two continents. The floating bridge alone would cost somewhere around $10 billion. There are no current plans to make Sui's floating bridge and artificial island a reality. But perhaps future bridges will be multifunctional and reminiscent of his design. It seems like a win-win for everyone. If a bridge can make travel easier, generate energy, and serve as a tourist destination all at the same time. However, this would require massive amounts of money and governments being able to work together, which are things that don't seem likely to happen anytime soon. So the question becomes, if there is no bridge and no tunnel, what is the best way to get across the Strait of Gibraltar? The answer is by boat. Humans have been crossing the strait by ship for thousands of years, and that doesn't seem likely to change anytime soon. Perhaps in the future there will be a railway running under the waters of the channel, or maybe Spain and Morocco will work together to build a bridge that will connect their respective continents. Right now, shipping lanes and trade are much more important to both governments than building any type of structure that will cross the Strait of Gibraltar. Neither Spain nor Morocco will engage in any construction project that will jeopardize the enormous amount of cash and goods passing through the strait. So until a solid plan is agreed upon to connect Africa and Europe that is cost-effective and non-disruptive, people will just have to keep crossing the Strait of Gibraltar the same way they have for all of human history, on boats. The threat of nuclear war is at one of its highest points in decades, and global tensions between major nuclear powers continue to escalate, primarily due to the Russian war on Ukraine. Just over a year into the conflict, we're somehow back to the Cold War-style proxy warfare between Russia and the United States that plagued the latter part of the 20th century. Not to be outdone, countries like Germany and China are ramping up their military capabilities, with Germany preparing to increase its defense budget by over $10 billion, bringing its total allocation to roughly $60 billion. At the same time, China has announced that its 2023 defense budget would increase by over 7% to approximately $225 billion, all while more and more training exercises are being conducted across the globe as a show of military might. With all these potential global conflicts brewing, it is only natural to ask, what's the worst that can happen? And unfortunately, there's a lot that can go wrong. With approximately 13,000 nuclear warheads possessed by 9 countries worldwide, the misuse of nuclear technology threatens the lives of basically everyone on the planet. But when you're talking about things on the global scale, it can obscure the fact that some have it worse than others. That's because some people have been chosen to be the sacrificial lambs of a nuclear war. That's right, there's a concept known as the nuclear shield, with very real people and places designated by their own governments to bear the brunt of that first attack. Today, we're going to look at the states that were designated to be sacrificed in case of World War III, and how they came to be the unluckiest places on Earth when the nukes start flying. It all started in 1938, when Otto Hahn and Fritz Strassmann discovered a little something called nuclear fission, which, to put it very, very simply, is a way to release the unimaginable amount of energy captured in the bonds holding together the nuclei of atoms by messing around with the heavy atomic particles like uranium and plutonium. However, this discovery by the Germans, and especially its potential for military applications, was no small secret. On August 2, 1939, Albert Einstein, who'd fled from Germany to America 7 years earlier, just a month before Adolf Hitler became chancellor, wrote to President Franklin Roosevelt to share his worries about the potential applications of the new and rapidly expanding field of nuclear science. He recommended to the president that the government begin developing a weapon of its own in response, and that it should start securing uranium and other required resources, since German nuclear strike capacity could be, according to him, achieved in the immediate future. Following this warning by Einstein and other prominent scientists, and combined with information gathered by American intelligence operatives, the US decided the best option would be to counter the perceived German threat by building its own nuclear weapons. This resulted in the initiation of the Manhattan Project in 1942, where America developed the first operational atomic bomb. Of course, they considered this to be a defensive measure, the first example of the deterrence doctrine, which has been used as a justification for nuclear proliferation for the past century. But it was almost exactly 3 years from the start of the program that Little Boy, a 9,000-pound atomic bomb, was dropped out of the sky at 8:15 a.m. and detonated 2,000 feet over Hiroshima with a blast equal to 12 to 15,000 tons of TNT, killing roughly 140,000 of its 255,000 inhabitants. 3 days later, Fat Man was unleashed on Nagasaki, a 10,000-pound nuclear weapon. It produced a blast of approximately 22 kilotons and killed an estimated 70,000 people. The atomic bombings abruptly ended the Second World War, with Japan surrendering on August 15, 1945. In the aftermath, critical questions in the international community emerged, such as who possesses or is close to obtaining such a weapon, who has the technology for it, and crucially, how can we protect ourselves? After World War II, the international diplomatic system, designed to resolve conflicts between great powers, had collapsed entirely. The old European states had nearly destroyed themselves in a brutal fight against the Axis powers, and were now unable to assert their influence in the way they had been pre-war. The previous international settlement system had crumbled alongside the European states it originated from, allowing the US and USSR to flex their muscles and compete for global superpower status, regardless of the consequences for their citizens. With fewer colonies and considerably less war damage or casualties, the US was lifted out of its worst depression by the massive industrial effort required to supply and sustain the war. This surge in production created millions of jobs, helping to reduce unemployment rates from around 25% in 1933 to less than 2% by 1943. Furthermore, the U.S. gross domestic product grew considerably during the war. In 1939, the GDP was about $80 billion, but by 1945, it had more than doubled to approximately $230 billion. Figuring out the effect of World War II on a country's future and involvement in world affairs can be tricky. U.S. defense spending reached almost 40% of the country's entire economy by the war's end, and it never really slowed down after that. To help you understand this better, think about spending $1 million every hour, all day and night, for an entire year. It would take 576 years to spend the same amount as the U.S. during World War II. The American people put all their resources into supporting the war, which led to a strong defense industry focused on keeping its special place. The US took control of many areas during the war and needed a constant supply of military equipment and soldiers to protect them. It was remarkable that the Soviet Union could hold its ground despite over 20 million total fatalities and a 60% loss of industrial capacity. The war enabled the Soviets to establish an effective organizational structure and retain their Eastern European satellites. This post-war period witnessed the transformation of Western colonies into formally independent states. For instance, in 1960, countries like Belgian Congo, Benin, Cameroon, the Central African Republic, Chad, the Congo, Cyprus, Gabon, Côte d'Ivoire, Madagascar, Mali, Niger, Nigeria, Senegal, Somalia, Togo, and Upper Volta, now Burkina Faso, joined the United Nations after gaining recognition as independent states. Meanwhile, the USSR and US were busy building military bases into interconnected networks and setting up intelligence facilities and assistance programs. The US took on the responsibility of providing military power and security in Southeast Asia after defeating the Japanese military, but not without confronting the limitations of the new bipolar world order. The Korean Peninsula, for example, was divided along the 38th parallel, with the Soviets arming the North and the Americans overseeing the South Korean military. The US even helped maintain Taiwan for the KMT forces that had lost the Chinese Civil War by 1949. As global issues increasingly involved capitalist and communist superpowers, it was expected that former colonial powers would want to keep economic connections with their former territories, preparing for a future world where military and resources would be crucial. For example, France and Britain found ways to maintain their influence indirectly. The French Empire was replaced by the French Union, which continued to benefit from labor, resources, and profits from regions in Africa, Southeast Asia, the Caribbean, and Polynesia. On a related note, France would later conduct 210 nuclear tests in Algeria and Polynesia between 1960 and 1996. Similarly, Britain ensured it had access to a stable fuel source by controlling uranium mining in African countries like South Africa through British-owned businesses, helping it avoid the political and financial challenges of nuclear power. But the idea that nuclear weapons would end conventional wars was short-lived. During the 1970s, conflicts raged in Angola, Burundi, Cambodia, Guatemala, Iran, Jordan, Lebanon, Nicaragua, Pakistan, the Philippines, Rhodesia, and Sri Lanka. Wars persisted in the 1980s, with the Iran-Iraq War resulting in around 1 million deaths, and other conflicts either began or continued in the Philippines, Angola, Guatemala, Afghanistan, El Salvador, Nicaragua, Cambodia, Mozambique, and Peru, with the Soviet Union, US, or South Africa involved in nearly all of them. The nuclear age had not eradicated the sacrifices of soldiers and civilians worldwide. In fact, it seemed to be quite the opposite. The US pursued an ambitious program of domination in all domains: land, air, sea, information, and even space. Harold Pinter highlighted this during his 2005 Nobel Prize acceptance speech, noting that the US's official policy was full-spectrum dominance. In the role of a supreme power during a tense global struggle, American leaders felt responsible for managing world affairs, which sometimes meant making sacrifices, including potentially sacrificing some of its own people in the event of a nuclear attack. The United States began the construction of silos for intercontinental ballistic missiles, or ICBMs, to counter the potential threat of a Soviet first strike attack during the Cold War. The two primary types of ICBMs were deployed in these silos during the early years: the Atlas and Titan missiles. The Atlas missiles, first deployed in 1959, was the United States' first operational ICBM. It had a range of approximately 9,000 miles and could carry a nuclear warhead with a yield of up to 4 megatons. Atlas missiles were initially placed in above-ground launchers, but were later moved to underground silos for better protection. The Titan missile, a more advanced and powerful ICBM, was introduced in 1962. It had a range of about 10,000 miles and could carry a 9-megaton nuclear warhead. Titan missiles were placed in hardened underground silos, making them more resistant to a potential enemy attack. Some of these silos were also equipped with a 2-stage liquid-fueled rocket system, which allowed for a quicker launch. The first silos were placed in several states across the Great Plains, including North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Wyoming, Nebraska, and Colorado. These states provided vast remote areas that allowed for the strategic placement of silos, ensuring the safety and security of the missile systems. However, the presence of these silos also meant that the people living in these states were at a higher risk of becoming targets in the event of a nuclear attack. While the placement of the silos in these states aimed to provide a strong deterrent against potential aggression from the Soviet Union, it also put the lives of the residents in these areas at risk. In the event of a nuclear conflict, these states would likely be among the first targets, as enemies would aim to eliminate the United States' ability to retaliate with its own nuclear arsenal. This would leave people in these states vulnerable to catastrophic destruction, making them potential sacrifices for the greater good of the country's defense strategy. However, the people living in these states weren't the only ones who could experience a nuclear attack. Given the increasing power of nuclear weapons, it was becoming apparent to American leaders and the public in general that anyone could potentially be a victim. So in the early years of the Cold War, the US hurried to develop a complete national security plan, utilizing every possible resource to their advantage. For example, the National Highway System was built to improve troop movement and enable the evacuation of large cities in case of a crisis. However, faced with the danger of nuclear attacks, it was unclear whether people would be better off seeking shelter or fleeing from cities to avoid potential devastation. The National Security Act of 1947 established the Department of Defense and the CIA, while President Truman set up the Federal Civil Defense Administration, or FCDA, in 1950 to address internal safety, risk assessment, and strategic preparations. The FCDA faced the daunting task of assessing and responding to novel and evolving threats to America's national territorial security. Under Eisenhower's administration in 1955, it advised every family to keep a 7-day supply of food and water on hand for an atomic emergency. The initiative, called Grandma's Pantry, attempted to penetrate public consciousness with slogans like "Grandma was always ready for an emergency." However, as most urban pantries were above ground and vulnerable to atomic bombs, the public eventually realized that this strategy was insufficient. Before the duck and cover era ended, the U.S. Department of Agriculture introduced its Doomsday Food in the early 1960s, a Bulgur wheat biscuit dubbed the All-Purpose Survival Cracker. This somewhat underwhelming solution fell well short of the desired full-spectrum dominance. It wasn't until September of 1961 that President John F. Kennedy dramatically addressed Americans in Life magazine, opening by saying, "My fellow Americans, nuclear weapons and the possibility of nuclear war are facts of life we cannot ignore today," before going on to present an ambitious plan. No, nukes would not be dismantled and banned forever. Kennedy had a better idea. The idea was the Fallout Shelter program, an enhanced run-for-cover operation in the event of a nuclear strike that could save up to 50 million Americans. The National Fallout Shelter Survey and Marketing Program aimed to identify buildings with potential as fallout shelters, offering protection from residual radioactivity rather than the blast itself. Fully reinforced concrete blast shelters would have cost nearly $200 billion, a price deemed too high, especially considering that U.S. military spending in 1961 was over $54 billion, a whopping 9.2% of that year's GDP. So citizens were left with the luck of the draw in the event of an urban attack. One possible reason these attempts at urban civil defense seem so half-hearted is that they actually were. It was all a bit of theater to keep the population from panicking, since, in the eyes of many defense strategists, there was only one thing that really mattered when it came to this ultimate form of civil defense: the United States geography. This is why the first intercontinental ballistic missile, ICBM, silos were placed in the Great Plains states in 1959 because their geography gave them three unique advantages. First, missiles in this area had the shortest distance to travel to the Soviet Union, around 5,000 to 6,000 miles, flying straight over the North Pole. Second, the distance of missile silos from both American coasts increased the likelihood of detecting a nuclear submarine launch signal in time for an effective response. And third, the missile launch facilities were located in the least densely populated areas of the United States, making them the least politically costly sacrifice. In simpler terms, those locations were selected because they had the lowest population density in the continental United States. As a result, any potential loss of life would have a more negligible political impact, making these areas the most suitable choice for a protective shield. Over 1,000 Minuteman missile silos and 100 corresponding launch control facilities were built between the mid-1960s and early 1990s, with the rationale that certain states and their populations could serve as absorption pads for enemy nuclear arsenals. This decision was made despite the rapid development of sea and air nuclear launch capabilities and without any sort of democratic process guiding the efforts. You might wonder why an enemy intending to inflict damage on the United States wouldn't target major cities like Washington, D.C., New York, or San Francisco. To understand why it made sense to people at the time, you've got to understand two things. First, nuclear proliferation occurred at an alarming rate in the 1950s and 60s. The UK, France, and China ranked 3rd, 4th, and 5th in the nuclear arms race, achieving their first atomic weapons in 1952, 1960, and 1964, respectively. Amidst this rapid nuclear proliferation, defense strategies lagged. Military planners often believed in the first strike doctrine, where striking an enemy's nuclear arsenal first in a conflict offered a significant advantage. This defensive thinking led to placing land-based missile silos far from civilian population centers, government buildings, resource networks, and financial hubs. It was believed that a nuclear attack on the U.S. would target one of the hundreds of Atlas, Titan, Minutemen, and Peacekeeper missile sites across the Great Plains, from Texas to North Dakota, New Mexico to Montana. These sites, along with nearby people and ecosystems, would absorb the enemy's nuclear arsenal, acting as a nuclear shield or sponge. Second, civil defense planners relied on the doctrine of mutually assured destruction, or MAD. Early in the Cold War, missile technology advanced so that a full nuclear exchange between the Soviet Union and the US could occur in under an hour. By 1955, the US possessed over 2,422 nuclear warheads, while the Soviet Union had 200. Over time, these numbers inflated, and nuclear deployment by land, air, and sea reached a terrifying level of precision and omnipresence. By the time the Soviet Union collapsed in 1989, the United States and the Soviets had amassed over 90% of the world's 58,342 nuclear warheads. If any country launched a nuke, global destruction would likely follow. Thus, the US's primary national defense strategy rested on the promise of total sacrifice, creating the illusion of absolute safety. International nuclear politics operates on a massive contradiction, evident in the paradox between deterrence and denuclearization, or disarmament. Deterrence, the concept that possessing nuclear weapons and threatening massive destruction can ensure national security, contradicts disarmament, which posits that not having a deadly weapon prevents its lethal use and extends this notion to international politics. The American deterrence policy's dubious nature lies in its varied presentation and handling by different leaders. For example, when President John F. Kennedy signed the United States into the Partial Nuclear Test Ban Treaty on July 25, 1963, he stated from Moscow, "This treaty merely gives us time, a breathing space until we have finally abolished these weapons of mass destruction." Considering his inexpensive fallout shelter plan from just 2 years prior, Kennedy might have genuinely hoped for a miracle. However, his actions didn't reflect such aspirations. In 1972, Richard Nixon signed the first Strategic Arms Limitation Treaty, known as SALT I, with Leonid Brezhnev affirming both nations' right to maintain the strength necessary to defend its independence. Nixon acknowledged that in an unchecked arms race between two great nations, there would be no winners and losers. By the time Reagan, an avid military spender, took office, Kennedy's partial nuclear test ban treaty stood no chance. In 1983, Reagan proposed the ambitious Strategic Defense Initiative, a system armed with space-based X-ray lasers to detect and deflect incoming nukes. The government spent $30 billion on the project over the next decade before Bill Clinton abandoned it in 1993. Reagan aimed to use the military-industrial complex and its scientific resources to render nuclear weapons impotent and obsolete. It's important to note that since the atomic bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, international efforts to prevent nuclear weapon proliferation have been continuous but notably ineffective. In 1946, the United Nations Atomic Energy Commission was established to promote the peaceful use of atomic energy and prevent military applications. The European Atomic Energy Community was created in 1957 with similar goals, and the International Atomic Energy Agency, or IAEA, was founded that same year. Despite the IAEA's role as the global watchdog for preventing nuclear materials from being diverted to military use, by 1980, 6 countries possessed 55,755 warheads. By 1987, at the height of the Cold War arms race, 7 countries had 64,452 warheads. And though the total number of warheads around the world had been reduced to roughly 13,000, the number of countries with actively deployable nuclear weapons has increased to 9, with Russia, the United States, China, France, United Kingdom, Pakistan, India, Israel, and North Korea all possessing them. The threat of rogue or dictatorial states with nuclear capabilities is often cited as a reason to maintain the U.S.'s nuclear arsenal in the era of credible deterrence diplomacy. This policy shift occurred after Bill Clinton abandoned Reagan's guidelines, which aimed to prepare the U.S. for a prolonged nuclear war. Unfortunately, this approach doesn't guarantee peace. Consider Russia, which has increased military spending by over 30% since 2012, primarily focusing on nuclear warheads and control capabilities. As a result, it's unlikely the deterrence doctrine will fade anytime soon, leaving ordinary people fearing the escalating and potentially irreparable violence stemming from this rationale. In the mid-20th century, some experts thought that nuclear weapons had made conventional war unnecessary. But over time, this theory has not panned out. The spread of nuclear weapons seems to have actually made it more likely that they will be used, since they let countries employ the threat of their use as protection for non-nuclear attacks, and also lead to military action if a nation is thought to be creating nuclear weapons. For example, President George W. Bush initiated a lengthy, costly, and devastating war in Iraq based on the assumption of Saddam Hussein's nuclear weapons program, which ultimately didn't exist. The concept of a credible nuclear deterrent is intertwined with the inevitability of tensions and conflicts in international politics among nations of various strengths. The ideologies of first strike advantage and MAD rely on the potential for violence between global actors at any moment, making the threat of annihilating countless innocent lives a necessary component of a country's internal security, which understandably causes unease. The need to protect U.S. national security interests by any means necessary, and the idea of a just war or just use of force are prevalent in American nuclear politics. These concepts are often linked with just wars, considered necessary, and defending national security by any means as an inherently just cause worth fighting for if necessary. Despite the Geneva Convention prohibiting the use of force against civilians, some military experts use the distinction between peacekeeping and peace enforcement from the UN Charter to defend their right to use force in certain situations. International agreements notwithstanding, Force is justified if it helps achieve a clearly defined outcome, particularly if the underlying principles or interests are deemed significant. Brigadier General Smedley Darlington Butler, who left the military in 1931, denounced the theory and strategy of warfare as legalized murder. He criticized the arms industry for profiting massively during wars, while ordinary soldiers faced death. Butler's testimony sheds light on the dark side of American internationalism, as he recounted his role in serving the interests of big business and Wall Street throughout his military career. Instances of Agent Orange used in Vietnam, atrocities committed by American-funded death squads in Latin America, and abuses at Abu Ghraib in Guantanamo Bay demonstrate the often distorted image of the Good Samaritan state. Ultimately, the pursuit of a just cause and the necessity of defense often intertwine, leading to sacrificial violence in the name of propagating American values, which sometimes can include sacrificing a country's own people. This is the tale of two Virginias. The first was a state built on the backs of slaves and controlled by the wealthy. The second, a territory inhabited by frontiersmen and former indentured servants. These two Virginias were incompatible, but remained together for centuries until a civil war tore them apart. Now, the United States has two Virginias, and the story of why is full of exploration, defiance, and bloodshed. From the time the first colonial settlers reached the lands of what would become West Virginia around 1763, to it becoming the 35th state in the Union, tensions between the people of the Virginia Territory were high. However, in order to understand exactly how this rift was created and how it led to the two very different Virginias in the United States today, we need to go back in time. On December 6, 1606, an expedition of 120 male colonists left England aboard the Susan Constant, the Godspeed, and the Discovery, bound for the Americas. On May 13, 1607, the men aboard these ships chose the land that would become Jamestown, Virginia, for their settlement. They named the piece of land after their king, James I. But this isn't the beginning of the story, not by a long shot. Before Europeans colonized the lands of Virginia, American Indians had been living there for over 10,000 years. The relationship between the European colonists in Virginia and the indigenous peoples of the Americas would be a complicated one. Sometimes there would be cooperation and respect among them, but more often than not, there would be bloodshed. Around 14,000 years ago, nomadic bands of hunter-gatherers spread across the North American continent. They crossed the Bering Land Bridge connecting Asia and what is now Alaska, as large amounts of water were trapped in glaciers and ice sheets due to an ongoing ice age. Some of these early indigenous peoples likely also traveled down the west coast using boats and living off the bounties of the sea. The early peoples of the Americas followed the migrations of mammoths and other game, which eventually led them to every corner of the continent. By 9000 BCE, indigenous tribes had reached what is now Virginia. They created small communities in the area that lived off fish, small game, and gathered plants. Around 500 BCE, a mound-building culture known as the Adena built large earthworks across the region, some of which still stand today in the appropriately named Moundsville and the less appropriately named Charleston. For centuries, the indigenous peoples of the area worked together, warred, and grew in numbers. But when the white settlers landed in Virginia and declared that the area would now be known as Jamestown, everything changed. In 1606, King James I chartered the Virginia Company of London and the Plymouth Company to colonize any lands in the Americas not yet claimed by another European power. One of the main goals of this venture was to locate a water passage from the Atlantic to the Pacific Ocean. The Virginia Company's expedition was led by Christopher Newport, who was an experienced seaman and privateer. Before he left, Newport was given a sealed envelope and instructed not to open it until he found a place to establish a colony. Newport and his crew landed in what they would name Jamestown on May 13, 1697. It was a swampy, mosquito-infested area that lacked sufficient fresh water. The perfect place to establish a town, right? The men opened the sealed envelope they had been given before leaving, which provided them with the instructions on how to set up the government for the new colony. There were disagreements over how to survive. The land was unforgiving, and after only 8 months in Jamestown, 38 of the original 120 colonists were all that survived. A week after they arrived, though, when most of the colonists were still alive, Captain Newport took a small group of men on an exploratory mission up the James River. It was on this expedition that they met the Powhatan Indians. The Powhatans were part of a confederation of tribes that extended from present-day North Carolina all the way up to Richmond, Virginia. The British Crown claimed much of the northeastern part of the Americas as their own, even though indigenous people had been living throughout the region for centuries. A number of charters were put in place, but as different powers and companies vied for territory, the borders of the colonies began to shift. In 1609, the Plymouth Company and Virginia Company of London came to an agreement over a second Virginia charter which adjusted the territory of Virginia. What was particularly interesting about this charter was that its original coastal grant stated that Virginia's territory would extend from sea to sea. So in 1609, Virginia technically included everything between those two parallels all the way to the west coast. The colonists at this time may have only spread several miles from the coast, but according to the Second Virginia Charter, the borders of the Virginia Territory were transcontinental. The charter also gave the colonists the right to explore further west and claim whatever land they saw fit, even though the land had numerous indigenous peoples and tribes living on it already. This would not be a deterrent for the European colonists of Virginia, though. They pushed further west and forced any native populations off their lands so that they could be settled by English explorers. If a tribe did not cooperate, a bloodbath would ensue. Virginians continued to populate the region, and by 1630, there were approximately 2,500 colonists in Virginia. 20 years later, there would be close to 18,700. By 1660, there were around 27,000 colonists in the Virginia Territory. By 1670, adventurers reached the Blue Ridge Mountains, and the following year, these explorers would follow the New River to Peters Falls, not far from where the future Virginia and West Virginia border would be drawn. For almost a century, Virginia continued to grow in population and prosperity. By 1700, the Virginia Territory was reaching close to 60,000 inhabitants. The slave trade had made owning plantations incredibly lucrative. However, this lifestyle was specific to more farm-friendly lands of Middle and Eastern Territories of Virginia. The rugged terrain of the Blue Ridge Mountains and beyond was resource-rich, but its geography not nearly as conducive to large-scale farming or plantations. This meant that as plantation owners and merchants along the coast were acquiring more and more wealth, those living in Western Virginia were living just to survive. Many of the settlers enjoyed this lifestyle and sought it out by choice, but the widening gap in power and influence between wealthy representatives and those that came from the frontier lands was becoming more and more evident. When the French and Indian War broke out in 1754, Western Virginia was on the front lines of the conflict. The territory now had 230,000 people living within its borders, at least 60,000 of which were slaves. Battles were fought, blood was shed, and the British suffered several defeats. However, Britain finally claimed victory in 1763 and was granted control over all lands west of the Appalachian Mountains to the Mississippi River. This further extended the lands of Virginia, which was already one of the larger territories in the colonies. On October 7th, the British government announced the Proclamation Line of 1763, which was the name given to the boundary running along the Appalachian Mountains that colonists were not allowed to settle past. Even though Britain now controlled a large amount of territory on the other side of the Proclamation Line, the government feared that if settlers continued west, more conflict with Indians would arise and could lead to another costly war. In order to avoid this, British colonists were forbidden from forming any type of permanent towns or villages in the West. This was a problem for many frontiersmen, as many had already begun exploring the region and had plans to settle past the Appalachians. It was less so a problem for wealthy landowners in eastern Virginia that had lucrative plantations and deep ties to the British Crown. But there were some wealthy Virginians who opposed the proclamation, such as the young plantation owner George Washington, who saw it as the British Crown overstepping and suppressing an opportunity for colonists to expand their landholdings to pay off debt and increase their ability to become self-sufficient. But just because a government thousands of miles away wanted Virginia colonists to stay to the east of the Appalachian Mountains didn't mean they were going to listen. Despite the proclamation line and threats from loyalists and British soldiers, frontiersmen continued west over the Appalachians and began settling the lands on the other side. Unsurprisingly, anyone who lived west of the Appalachian Mountains became increasingly discontent with the Virginian government in the east, and discussions of starting a new colony made their way through many frontier settlements throughout the western territories of Virginia. In 1769, a new colony was proposed with the name Vandalia. This would have been the 14th British colony and would encompass all of the western Virginia territory, part of Pennsylvania, and continue into the Ohio River Valley. There was some disagreement over the exact boundaries of this new colony, and the name was even debated over, with others like Westlvania being proposed. Regardless of the actual name of the proposed colony, one thing was for sure: the settlers of the western regions of Virginia were becoming more serious about cutting their ties with the government in the Virginia colony capital of Middle Plantation, which by this point had been renamed Williamsburg. By 1770, there were 447,000 people living in the Virginia territory, and discontent with British rule was being felt throughout the colonies, not just in Virginia. Murmurings of revolution, especially in the northern colonies, started to spread. The pioneers in the western territories voiced their displeasure with the current status quo even more loudly. The land in the region wasn't suitable for large-scale farming, and therefore the use and trade of slaves that bonded much of eastern Virginia was not prevalent in the western frontiers. On top of that, many people in the western territories had come from indentured servitude themselves, making the concept of slave ownership particularly unappealing to them. Unlike eastern Virginia and much of the rest of the colonies, the western territories would not see much fighting during the Revolutionary War. This did not mean, though, that the men in the region didn't fight in the war. They absolutely did. One of the most famous examples of this occurred in July of 1775, when 98 militiamen of the Berkeley County Rifle Company marched from Mecklenburg, Virginia, which is now Shepherdstown, West Virginia, all the way to Boston in 25 days in what became known as the Beeline March to Cambridge. This was a distance of more than 400 miles, meaning that the soldiers were traveling no less than 16 miles a day, carrying supplies over rugged terrain and battle-ravaged landscapes to reinforce General Washington and his troops against a British attack. Of course, American rebels eventually won the war, and on July 4, 1776, representatives of the 13 colonies voted to adopt the Declaration of Independence, authored by Thomas Jefferson and signed by the 56 members of the Second Continental Congress. The Revolutionary War effectively came to an end when the British were forced to surrender Yorktown in 1783, and on September 3rd of that year, the Treaty of Paris was signed, formally ending the conflict. The 13 original colonies drafted a new constitution. George Washington was elected the first president of the United States, and the rest, as they say, is history. But that is not where the story of the two Virginias ends. It would take another much bloodier war to formally establish West Virginia. A war that would pit brother against brother and would rip the country in two. It is estimated that approximately 6,800 American soldiers were killed in battle during the American Revolution. Almost 100 years later, 620,000 men would die as a result of the American Civil War. Between the end of the Revolutionary War in 1861, 34 territories had become ratified as states. However, Virginia was still one massive state with around 1.6 million people living in its borders, of which around 500,000 were slaves. This meant that over 30% of the Virginia population was enslaved people, and things hadn't gotten much better between the western population and the wealthier parts of eastern Virginia. However, it would be what the leadership of Virginia would do in the years leading up to 1861 that would result in the state finally splitting in two. As tensions started to rise between states in the North that had abolished slavery and the southern states that needed slaves for their livelihood, a catalyst for what was to come developed in Western Virginia. On October 16, 1859, an abolitionist by the name of John Brown led a group of armed men to seize the arsenal at Harper's Ferry in Western Virginia. This was meant to be the first stage in a master plan to establish a safe haven for freed slaves in the mountains of Virginia and Maryland. And John Brown had secured enormous amounts of funding from wealthy Bostonians for this dream of freedom for former slaves. Harper's Ferry was chosen as the perfect location to launch a raid because of its large supply of weapons and its relatively close position to the southern slave states. It would act as a gateway to ferry freed slaves to safety and protect them from any bounty hunters or slave catchers that might try to bring them back to plantations they had escaped from. And on the night of October 16th, John Brown and his 21 militants stormed the armory. Unfortunately for Brown's revolution, state and federal troops were dispatched to Harper's Ferry to deal with the rebels. Although Brown's heart might have been in the right place, his plans weren't. And after only 2 days, soldiers overwhelmed the men holding the armory. 17 men died during the battle, including 2 of Brown's own sons. Brown and the rest of his men were tried in Charlestown, found guilty of treason, murder, and conspiring with slaves to rebel, and hanged. Most Northerners denounced Brown and his actions. They agreed that slavery should be abolished, but seizing a government facility was not the way to go about it. The South, on the other hand, was shocked and horrified by John Brown's actions. They already feared slave rebellions on their plantations, and they now believed that abolitionists would help incite or fund such revolts. Slave owners started condemning all abolitionists as a threat to the institutions of the South. And to be fair, they weren't far from the truth. Many of the people in Western Virginia were torn by what John Brown had done. Some believed that slaves should be freed and more closely aligned their stance with abolitionists of the North. Others allied themselves with Eastern Virginia and the slave institutions still dominating the eastern part of the state, and John Brown's actions divided parts of Virginia even further. As the American Civil War loomed on the horizon and states began to secede from the Union, discussions of Western Virginia becoming its own state emerged once again. Ever since the Proclamation Line of 1763 had been established, there had been discontent in Western Virginia and a growing identity that was different from the rest of the state. The Proclamation Line was now gone, but the fundamental differences between the populations of Virginia remained. Now seemed like the perfect time to apply for statehood. However, not everyone agreed, and there was no organized push for Western Virginia to become its own state until April 17, 1861. It was on this date that the state government held the Virginia Secession Convention to vote on whether the state should secede from the Union like 6 others already had. South Carolina was the first state to secede in December 20th, 1860. Mississippi followed on January 9th, 1861, then Florida on January 10th, Alabama on January 11th, Georgia on January 19th, Louisiana on January 26th, and Texas on February 1st. On April 17th, at the Secession Convention in Richmond, the majority of state representatives voted to secede from the Union. However, almost all of the Western territories voted against the resolution. After Virginia seceded, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina followed, leading to a total of 11 states separating from the United States of America and forming the Confederate States of America. Many in Western Virginia were outraged by the decision of the Virginia government to leave the Union. The following month, a meeting was held in the town of Wheeling, near the northern Virginia border. The forum was flooded with Western representatives of Virginia. They concluded that the Ordinance of Secession was an illegal attempt to overthrow the federal government. It was decided that the majority of Western Virginia did not want to separate from the Union, and therefore they would secede from Virginia itself and form a new state. This new state was to be named Kanawha. It would consist of 39 counties and would have borders very similar to West Virginia today. The name Kanawha was chosen in part to honor the indigenous American peoples who had lived in the area, and Kanawha had also been used to name one of the major rivers running through the region as well. Before they could secede from the seceders, though, they first needed to discuss the proposal with the federal government in the north. In June of 1861, a second Wheeling Convention was held, and the Richmond government was voted to be void of all power due to their traitorous activity. The representatives in attendance established the restored government of Virginia and sided with the Union. Elections were held to populate the state officer positions of the new government in Western Virginia. In October, a general election was carried out in all counties that would become part of the proposed new state. The overwhelming majority of citizens living in the western counties voted for the creation of the new state. Everything was now set up for Virginia to be split in two. However, there were still a few more hoops the Western Territory needed to jump through in order to be ratified as its own state. In April of 1862, a new constitution was presented to the people of Western Virginia, which needed to be voted on before moving forward. Again, the population overwhelmingly supported the new constitution. Over the course of the elections, votes, and transitioning towards becoming a state, the previously proposed name of Kanawha was changed to West Virginia. Elected Governor Francis H. Pierpont went to Washington, D.C. to meet with the federal government and formally secure recognition of the new state. This process would take some time as the United States government was now a little busy dealing with a war against the Confederacy. Also, the newly proposed state would need to make a very big concession if they ever hoped to govern themselves and join the Union. The stipulation was that West Virginia could not be a slave state. This made sense as the whole reason the Civil War was being fought was that the South wanted to keep their slaves so badly they were willing to betray their own country to do it. Rich plantation owners' very way of life would collapse if they had to start paying workers to farm their fields. Abolishing slavery wasn't a problem for many in West Virginia who didn't own slaves and weren't plantation owners themselves. Therefore, it was written into the state constitution that any slaves in West Virginia would be gradually emancipated over time. With this clause added to the Constitution of West Virginia, the federal government approved its request for statehood. Just weeks before the Battle of Gettysburg on June 20, 1863, West Virginia officially became the 35th state in the Union. Although at that point, the Union was in shambles. The country was divided and Americans were killing one another over the institution of owning another human being. It was a dark, dark time in U.S. history. West Virginia would play a vital role in the American Civil War as a border state. It would send around 32,000 men to fight for the Union. Although it should be mentioned that around 10,000 West Virginians also fought for the Confederacy. However, West Virginia's contributions to either side were vastly overshadowed by the 155,000 Virginia men that served in the Confederate forces throughout the war. The Civil War came to an end when Robert E. Lee surrendered the last major Confederate force to Ulysses S. Grant at Appomattox Courthouse on April 9, 1865. Following the end of the war, states in the South along the border, including West Virginia, needed to be rebuilt. Hundreds of thousands of men had been lost, and battles had ravaged the landscape. As the country healed itself, while never forgetting the wounds caused by the Civil War, West Virginia set out on its own path as an independent state, and in 1885, the capital of West Virginia was permanently established in Charleston. In the 1870s, as the nation recovered from the brutality and destruction of the Civil War, West Virginia surprisingly became an emerging industrial region of the country. While it had never been well suited for large plantation-style farming, the government encouraged railroad expansion and exploitation of the state's other natural resources, such as timber, coal, salt, oil, and natural gas. Mining and collection of these resources would become the livelihood of many West Virginians over the coming decades. However, their neighbor to the east would be set on its own path after the Civil War. Virginia was placed under military rule for 3 years after the Civil War ended. While this was happening, the country entered a new phase under Andrew Johnson's Reconstruction Plan. A general amnesty was offered to Southern whites in Virginia and other states that seceded to anyone who pledged their loyalty to the United States government. Reconstruction also allowed these white men to reclaim their property, with the exception of their slaves. However, from the moment Reconstruction started, white former slave owners looked for new ways to exploit black people by other means. Large numbers of Northerners began moving to Virginia, looking for opportunities, and they became known as carpetbaggers, after the suitcases they brought with them. However, these Northerners played a vital role in the reconstruction of Virginia and other southern states and allowed many of the economic institutions to recover. Slowly, both West Virginia and Virginia grew into the states they are today. Just like it was at the start of the colonial expansion into Western Virginia, there remains a large disparity between the two current populations. The GDP of Virginia is around $512.95 billion, while the GDP of West Virginia is $71.65 billion. But to be fair, West Virginia is smaller both in population and land size. Virginia has 8.64 million people within its borders, while West Virginia only has 1.78 million. However, the sentiment between the two Virginias of today is much better than they were in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. This brings us back to the question, why exactly are there two Virginias in the United States? As we've learned from the history of the region, a lot of it fundamentally had to do with people choosing different lifestyles. What worked for wealthy Virginian plantation owners did not work for the rural areas that would become West Virginia. The state laws, taxes, and government never really had the best interests of the people in western counties in mind. And when a government doesn't listen to a population of people, it often leads to a revolution. Or, in this case, a new state with its own government. However, it was the secession of Virginia, which was decided upon by the government in Richmond, that was the straw that broke the camel's back for those living in the western part of the state. The vast majority of West Virginians didn't want to be separated from the federal government, and this population did not rely on slave labor for their livelihood. Therefore, the real answer to the question of why there are two Virginias is that there are two answers. The first is that Richmond did not take into consideration the concerns of Virginia's western, more rural population. The second is that there were fundamental differences in the lifestyles of the people living in what would become West Virginia, a lifestyle that ended up not being compatible with that of the central and eastern parts of the state. Was there any way that Virginia could have remained unified? It is possible. If Richmond was less focused on maintaining laws that benefited slave owners, even though they oftentimes hurt or did not represent the western populations, then perhaps. However, slavery was so embedded in Virginian society that even though the majority of Western Virginians were demanding changes and laws that were fairer, it is unlikely the state government would ever have taken them as seriously as wealthy slave owners. It was the fundamental differences between frontiersmen, poor settlers, and former indentured servants, and the wealthy eastern population of Virginia that led to a divide in the territory. This divide would eventually lead to West Virginia becoming its own state. So, it is more likely than not that West Virginia would have inevitably split away from Virginia, even if the Civil War never happened and Virginia hadn't seceded from the Union. But they did. And ultimately, the result of this decision was that the United States ended up with two Virginias. Seward's Folly. It's something you'll find in any U.S. history textbook. The belief that the United States' purchase of Alaska from Russia was considered a huge mistake at the time, with the U.S. paying $7.2 million, or the equivalent of over $150 million today, for a whole lot of empty nothingness. It seemed like a lot of folly on a monumental scale. That is, until Alaska was found to be a natural wonderland teeming with natural resources. But if no one knew how valuable Alaska would be, why did the United States purchase it for such a high price? And did people at the time really think it was such a colossal blunder? Today, we're looking at the real reason why the US bought Alaska from Russia. It's hard to imagine the United States today without Alaska as its ultimate, often deadly frontier. At 665,384 square miles, or 1,723,337 square kilometers in size, Alaska is by far the biggest state in the country, making up 16% of all land area in the U.S. The next three biggest states combined, Texas, California, and Montana, are still smaller than it. Its 732,000 residents also make it the third least populous state, with only Wyoming and Vermont having fewer people. It's not only the westernmost state, it's also technically the easternmost, as the Aleutian Archipelago extends so far west, it actually reaches into the eastern hemisphere. And yes, there is even a place you can see Russia from your backyard on a clear day, if you live in a very particular area along the Bering Strait, that is. Since its colonization by Russia in the 1740s, Alaska has been a tantalizing frontier for fortune seekers. Its history is marked by a series of booms and crazes as outsiders rushed in to take advantage of the state's natural resources, and many really did strike it rich by taking its gold, its furs, and more recently, its oil. But it's also home to indigenous cultures who have been adapting to this way of life for thousands of years. Indigenous groups became experts at navigating this forbidding landscape via snowshoes, dog sleds, kayaks, and canoes, and could thrive in harsh conditions. Today, 15% of Alaska's population identifies as indigenous, the most of any U.S. state. Alaska faces Russia across the Bering Strait, with only 55 miles separating the two at the narrowest point. It is largely believed that during the last ice age, Alaska and Eurasia were connected by land, what's called the Bering Land Bridge, or sometimes Beringia. This land bridge served as an entry point for groups of ancient hunter-gatherers to cross over to the Americas and populate the empty land. They would spread far and wide, with some moving south and becoming the ancestors of American Indians. During the last ice age, so much of Earth's water was frozen into glaciers that sea levels dropped worldwide by as much as 300 feet or 91 meters, exposing land that now lies underwater and connecting places that are separated today. Australia was connected to New Guinea, while Britain and Ireland were connected to mainland Europe via an area known as Doggerland. And parts of Indonesia were connected to mainland Asia. The last ice age lasted from 125,000 to only 14,000 years ago, which is actually a huge chunk of the total time Homo sapiens have even been on the Earth. The ice sheets reached their greatest extent and sea levels reached their lowest point during a period called the last glacial maximum about 30,000 years ago. Then, about 15,000 years ago, the Earth started warming up again. Glaciers began melting, sea levels rose, and the Bering Land Bridge went totally underwater about 10,000 years ago. So what was Beringia like? Well, warmer and wetter than you might think, considering this is Alaska in an ice age. It was a refuge for animals like the woolly rhino and the North American camel. Its plant and animal life were more like Eurasia than North America because it was cut off from North America by the massive Laurentide ice sheet. Scientists believe it wasn't until about 20,000 years ago that a corridor opened in the Laurentide ice sheet, allowing people to migrate into the rest of the Americas. However, these numbers are constantly changing as new archaeological remains are found. Alaska was first colonized by Russians beginning in the 18th century, but it had been a long trip from Moscow to Asia's Pacific coast in the first place. Russian expansion into Asia began in earnest in the 1600s. These early Russian explorers, called Promyshelniki, meaning your orphan, were merchants and fur trappers who helped Russia expand eastward across Eurasia, seeking pelts, particularly sable. They could sell in Europe and China. As these Russians met the nomadic people of Central Asia and Siberia, they would sometimes trade with them for furs, but often they would simply demand tribute or take hostages, demanding furs and pelts be paid as a ransom, in a pattern that would be repeated with the natives of Alaska. In Russia, the Proshliniki were sometimes identified with the Cossacks, semi-nomadic people from the Carpathian Mountains. These frontiersmen were allowed a great deal of autonomy in return for providing military service when called upon. Indeed, there would be little oversight in such a vast and forbidding environment. A common saying went, "God is in his heaven and the Tsar is far away." The Russian march across Eurasia was slow and arduous. They established ostrogs, or trading posts, where trade could be conducted and agents could levy a 10% tax. But expansion accelerated under Tsar Peter the Great, who was determined to bring Russia up to speed with the great European powers of the day, finally reaching eastern Siberia in the 1690s. As much as the economic benefits of an empire, Russia wanted the prestige of colonies that they saw in the great powers of Western Europe. And what better place to look than to the east? Having expanded across Eurasia, it only made sense for the Russians that they should have a go at the Americas, where other European powers had found such success. Sailing for the Russians, a Danish captain named Vitus Bering explored Alaska's coast in 1728, but it wasn't until 1741 that Bering returned to make landfall. His ship, the St. Gabriel, landed off the coast of Alaska on a small island now named for him. But he wouldn't have much time to celebrate his new island, since soon after landing, Captain Bering and much of his crew died of scurvy and a host of other health problems. But the survivors of Bering's expedition brought back some 800 otter pelts to Russia, which soon became more valuable than sable. The Aleutian Islands are surprisingly mild, and the seas surrounding them teemed with life, and fortune hunters soon began to pour across the Bering Sea and into the Aleutian Islands in search of pelts. The natives of the Aleutian Islands, called the Aleuts, depended on the sea for food. They had invented the kayak and were skilled hunters of otters and seals. The name Alaska is actually thought to come from the Aleut language. But, like so many indigenous people of the Americas, the Aleuts were unprepared for European disease. It is estimated that 80% of the Aleutian people died in the first generations of Russian colonization, from 10,000 in 1741 to only 2,000 by 1800. The Russians saw that the Aleuts were expert hunters, and they continued the pattern established in Siberia, holding natives hostage in return for ransoms paid in furs and pelts. The Russians demanded hunting far beyond what the environment could sustain, which devastated these animals' populations. When the Russians did offer goods in trade, it was liquor and firearms, in addition to the measles and smallpox that they had already given, free of charge. A merchant named Grigory Shilikov saw the potential for a trading company similar to the British East India Company. In 1784, the newly founded Russian-American Company established its first permanent settlement on Kodiak Island. Eventually, the Russian-American Company, or RAC, was granted a monopoly on all hunting, trading, and mining in the area. In the 1790s, the RAC ended the system of hostage-taking, replacing it with something that really wasn't any better. Instead of being taken as hostages, all Aleutian men aged 18 to 50 were conscripted to become hunters for the RAC, whose officials were encouraged to marry indigenous women, spawning a significant Creole population with a foot in both worlds. But Russian America would not be confined to the Aleutian Islands. They established a base on the mainland in 1799, calling it the Fort of Archangel Michael, on what we would call today Alaska's Panhandle. A few years later, the fort was attacked by warriors of Tlingit, whose decorative arts, including totem poles, are immediately recognizable as icons of the American Northwest, and the RAC was forced to pay a ransom for the survivors. The Tlingit held Fort Archangel for more than a year before a fleet arrived from the Russian motherland that bombarded the Tlingit into submission, and today this is known as the Battle of Sitka, after the indigenous name for the area. Sitka became the capital of Russian America, with its own cathedral and bishop of the Russian Orthodox Church. The RAC dreamed of making the Pacific into a Russian lake. With so much autonomy, its leaders tried setting up outposts in Northern California and even the Sandwich Islands, better known today as Hawaii. But the Russian success in Alaska attracted competition almost immediately. The Spanish were defensive of any other settlements on the Pacific coast. Partly in response to Russian Alaska, the Spanish started expanding northward, founding missions in San Diego in 1769, Monterey in 1770, and San Francisco in 1776. The Spanish also made some expeditions to Alaska, establishing a port at Valdez, which would become famous much later in 1989 as the namesake of the supertanker which spilled over 10 million gallons of oil into Alaska's Prince William Sound. Although Russia claimed nearly the entire modern state of Alaska, it penetrated very little into the interior. At the time of Alaska's sale to the United States, only 1,000 Russians were living in the territory, plus another 2,000 people identified as Creoles. Since they never reached much further inland, the Russians had little contact with another of Alaska's native people, the Athabascans, hunters of moose and caribou. Following the herds across Alaska's vast interior, the Athabascans were the most migratory of Alaska's natives. But it was another group that Alaska would come to be most strongly identified with. Originally called Eskimos, but now referred to by their preferred name of Inuit. They are actually relative newcomers to Alaska, settling in the area only about 1,000 years ago, but today span the Arctic from Siberia to Greenland, and in Alaska, they are divided into the Inupiat in the north and the Yupik in the south. Far from Moscow, Russian America received a supply ship from the motherland only once every 2 or 3 years. The colony quickly became dependent on trade and other European settlers, particularly Americans who saw the potential riches swimming off Alaska's shores. Merchants in Boston and New York started sending expeditions to Alaska to acquire otter furs, which they would later take to Canton, the great Chinese trading post of the day. Soon, the merchants were conducting a kind of triangular trade between New England, Alaska, and China. New England merchants were particularly interested in whaling, bringing back whale oil and baleen for various Victorian household goods, including using the oil for lamps and weaving the baleen into baskets and fishing lines. The hunting of whales became more efficient with the invention of the harpoon gun in the 1860s, although it was tempered by the use of petroleum in oil lamps starting in 1859. This use of American merchants as an entry to the Chinese markets was crucial to the RAC because Russian merchants were banned from Chinese ports who saw no need to enrich their great neighbor to the north. But while the colonists in Alaska were relying heavily on American supplies, officials were concerned about Americans supplying natives with firearms and ammunition, and Moscow asked the U.S. to ban the practice, but the federal government declined to intervene. In 1824, the U.S. and Russia hashed out their differences with a treaty that placed the southern boundary of Russia-Alaska at 54 degrees latitude and allowed both nations to trade with the natives. Alcohol and firearms accepted. Borders remained ill-defined for much of the 19th century, and even the border between Canada and New England was settled only in 1842. But the balance of power was rapidly shifting towards the Americans. In 1844, the U.S. signed its first commercial treaty with China. They would follow suit with Japan in 1858. But more than anything, it was the Mexican-American War and its resulting territorial gains that demonstrated America's hunger for expansion and its commitment to fulfilling the promise of the Monroe Doctrine to let no European power continue operating in North America. But whatever rivalry that may have been felt between Russia and the United States, it paled in comparison to their mutual distrust of Great Britain. Tsar Nicholas I underscored this shared apprehension in a statement to the U.S. minister in St. Petersburg, declaring, "Not only are our interests alike, but our enemies are the same." 1853 saw the outbreak of the Crimean War, in which Great Britain and France teamed up to defend the Ottoman Empire after a Russian invasion. It was a decisive defeat for Russia, and one that demonstrated that the country still lagged behind the great powers it was trying to emulate. Particularly weak were the Russian soldiers themselves, many of whom were malnourished serfs in poor physical condition. In the midst of the Crimean War, Tsar Alexander II ascended to the Russian throne in 1855. He would ultimately become a transformative figure in the country's history, known for his extensive liberal reforms. Among his most significant achievements was the emancipation of serfs in Russia, a monumental decree that abolished the oppressive system of serfdom in 1861. Following its defeat in the Crimean War, which concluded in 1856, Russia was compelled to redirect its attention toward Europe. Its previous endeavors in North America had yielded minimal economic benefits, with diminishing returns on investments in the region. One stark example of this decline was the precipitous decrease in the sea otter population. It is estimated that in the early 19th century, approximately 300,000 sea otters inhabited the coastal waters of the North Pacific. However, by the mid-1800s, their numbers had plummeted to a mere few thousand due to overhunting. Consequently, Russia's diminished prospects in North America prompted a strategic realignment, emphasizing the need for engagement and diplomacy within the European sphere. Alexander II relied heavily on his advisors, particularly his brother, Grand Duke Constantine. Through the press, Constantine criticized the Russian-American company as economically unsound and drew comparisons between Alaska's natives and Russia's beleaguered serfs. Alexander's advisors started toying with the idea of selling Alaska. Faced with the potential of losing Alaska without any recompense, the idea of selling the territory appeared increasingly attractive. Despite the recent discovery of modest gold deposits in Alaska, Russian authorities were not swayed to maintain their hold on the region. In fact, they were acutely aware of the fervor that had accompanied the California gold rush in the 1840s and 1850s, which saw the arrival of more than 300,000 prospectors from across the globe, and were concerned that a similar influx of foreign gold seekers in Alaska could ultimately lead to the loss of their territory without any financial gain. It seemed like an easy choice to make: sell Alaska or lose it. But who should be the buyer? The U.S. was an obvious choice to offer Alaska to. However, the ongoing civil war left the nation financially strained and reluctant to incur additional expenses. More than anything, Russia did not want Alaska to be absorbed into British Canada, as Britain was Russia's chief rival at the time. But then again, Britain was basically everyone's chief rival then. Chaos in the United States stoked Canadian movements for confederation, which would mean self-rule while remaining under the protection of Great Britain. In 1866, a group of citizens in British Columbia voted to request permission from the British government to join the United States, but the movement never progressed any further than that. That same year, the U.S. House of Representatives introduced an annexation bill that was never voted on. The United States' expansionist attitude ultimately propelled the Canadian provinces toward confederation, and in March 1867, Queen Victoria gave her assent to the creation of the Dominion of Canada, which remained under British control but possessed a significantly enhanced capacity for self-governance. In late 1866, a few months before the creation of the Dominion of Canada, Tsar Alexander received a report recommending the sale of Alaska to the United States. Alexander instructed his minister, Edward Stokel, to gauge the Americans' interest in the purchase. Stokel, who had served as Russia's representative in the U.S. since 1854, was well connected in Washington, D.C., and had been an early advocate for selling Alaska to the U.S. When it came to negotiating, Stokel had a more than willing partner in the U.S. Secretary of State, William Seward. Seward, a former governor of New York, was a prominent abolitionist and supporter of the U.S.'s territorial expansion. Seward was the model of a 19th century politician, given to long, off-the-cuff speeches and equally comfortable on the campaign trail as in smoky backrooms. He saw no contradiction between his support for emancipation and his desire that the United States expand across the continent into Indian country. Annexation of Canada seemed to always be on Seward's mind, saying in 1853 that Canada, although a province of Great Britain, is already half annexed to the United States. In 1860, Seward sought the Republican nomination for president, and on the campaign trail, he made specific references to Alaska, saying, "I see the Russian, and I can say, go on and build up your outposts all along the coast, up even to the Arctic Ocean. They will yet become the outposts of my own country." After losing the 1860 nomination, Seward joined Abraham Lincoln's cabinet, which would later be called the Team of Rivals, for the sharply divergent views of its members. During the Civil War, he warned the British envoy against recognizing the Confederacy, threatening to declare a war on Great Britain that would lead to an invasion of Canada. After Lincoln's assassination, Seward remained Secretary of State under President Andrew Johnson, an uncomfortable arrangement for all of Lincoln's cabinet. A former slave owner, Johnson was widely seen as overly conciliatory towards the South, and negotiating the sale of Alaska gave Seward something to do outside the contentious politics of Reconstruction. On March 9, 1867, Stokel and Seward met in Washington. Stoeckel was under orders only to bring up the idea of selling Alaska after Seward had broached the subject. The two men talked a while about fishing rights until finally, Seward brought up the subject of the United States purchasing Alaska, at which point Stoeckel revealed that the Tsar had authorized him to negotiate just such a sale. The next day, with President Johnson's approval, negotiations began. 5 days later, Seward and Stoeckel met again. Seward insisted that any sale be kept secret until it was completed and opened with an offer of $5 million. Stoeckel immediately sent the Tsar a cable pledging to secure a higher price of $6 million to $6.5 million. At the next cabinet meeting, Seward presented a draft treaty offering the Russians $7 million, evidently expecting Stoeckel to be a skilled negotiator. With only minor objections, the cabinet unanimously approved the motion. In a subsequent meeting, Seward and Stoeckel ironed out more specifics, including the Russian-American company's remaining assets. Stoeckel managed to raise the sale price to $6.5 million, and after agreeing to include the RAC's buildings in the sale, the final price was set at $7 million, payable 10 months after the treaty signing. At the last moment, the price was raised from $7 million to $7.2 million, an addendum that would become a point of contention when the sale went before Congress for appropriation. The agreement also stipulated that the U.S. would not be burdened by prior obligations, effectively dissolving the Russian-American company. For $7.2 million, Seward had acquired 140 million acres for the United States, amounting to a mere 2 cents per acre. From the perspective of the American people, the sale seemed to materialize overnight. There had been talk of buying Alaska before, but nothing to suggest such a deal was imminent. In the popular imagination of American history, the purchase of Alaska was derided in its day as Seward's folly, a monumental blunder whose wisdom became apparent only decades later. But this vision of history is not borne out when you review the newspapers of the day. The New York Times called it an important annexation that the American people hailed with delight. Other papers gleefully speculated that annexation of Canada was sure to follow. The New York Herald urged Britain to withdraw gracefully from a continent where its institutions are out of place, adding that its continued presence in North America can only bring trouble upon her colonies and humiliation to her government. Seward may have paid for some of his favorable press, a common practice at the time, and one which Seward, as a New Yorker, was particularly well placed to cultivate. On the flip side, the Farmer's Cabinet, which was published in Philadelphia, described Alaska as hardly worth accepting as a gift. Others who opposed the sale at the time included Horace Greeley of the New York Tribune. Ironically, Greeley had coined the famous phrase, "Go west, young man." But perhaps he didn't mean that far west. He evidently saw the purchase of Alaska as irresponsible given the U.S.'s financial straits of the post-war years. But it appears that most Americans welcomed the acquisition of Alaska. They saw it as a deposit for mineral resources and a destination for restless pioneers. More than anything, though, Americans welcomed the acquisition of Alaska as a crucial step on the way toward annexing Canada. After all, they had been told it was their destiny, and their destiny was manifest. One scholar wrote that the idea of the purchase of Alaska being greeted as a folly is one of the strongest historical myths in American history. It persists despite conclusive evidence to the contrary and the efforts of the best historians to dispel it. Still, the myth of Seward's folly took root because it bolstered the self-image of Alaska as a territory of renegades, misfits, and pioneers who only wanted it for the quick riches lurking beneath the ice. While the American people have enthusiastically greeted news of the purchase, Congress was less enthused, irritated that they had not been consulted. Congress could not object to the Secretary of State making agreements with foreign countries. That was his job, after all. But what they could object to was the appropriation of funds, which they were supposed to control. Although the $7.2 million price was relatively modest, the colony, separated from the rest of the country by Canada, had the potential to become financially burdensome to administer. But there was no way to go back on the deal without serious damage to the country's credibility. Furthermore, the American people had been told Alaska was now theirs, and Congress was reluctant to deprive the citizens of their newfound frontier. Russia watched nervously as Congress debated the appropriations bill. If the bill failed, the Tsar considered outright gifting the territory to the US, but worried about the terrible precedent that would set. Stoeckel, with his ear to the ground in Washington, dissuaded Johnson and Seward from intervening, sensing that both men were so unpopular in Congress that they could only do more harm than good. Stoeckel complained of the difficulty of getting anything done in the US as compared to the monarchies of Europe, saying that in the US, it is necessary to confer with some hundreds of individuals to know almost all of them. Almost as soon as the sale was announced, Americans began swarming the new territory. Settlers staked claims, believing they would become legitimated when the territory's transfer to US control was formalized. Russia agreed that the US would immediately set up customs stations to levy imports from foreign nations. Some Russian citizens remained in Alaska after the handover, but nearly all of them soon returned to Russia, disturbed by the lawlessness that accompanied the American occupation. The official transfer of power took place on October 18, 1867, a little after 3 o'clock in the afternoon, in a ceremony attended by about 300 people. There were no speeches, only a volley of firearm salutes exchanged by Russian and American soldiers. During the flag lowering, the Russian flag got tangled up in ropes, and to the horror of many, an American soldier used his bayonet to forcibly rip the Russian flag down from its position. After the flags were exchanged, the Russian commissioner said simply, "By authority from His Majesty the Emperor of Russia, I transfer to the United States the territory of Alaska." With Alaska formally in American hands, Congress could do little but debate the wisdom of the purchase. To refuse appropriation would cause massive logistical problems and damage the ability of the U.S. to act on the world stage. Still, holdouts wondered how the U.S. could justify spending so much money on uncharted territory while it struggled to pay benefits to Civil War veterans and their families. In July 1868, the House of Representatives authorized the funds to pay the Alaska purchase, 113-43. In August, the U.S. transferred the money to Russia via London. The payment was technically 3 months late, but no one seemed to mind. That is until 1869, when the primary architects of the deal, Seward and Stoeckel, were both out of office. The new Russian minister, Konstantin Karakozy, sent a bill for the 3 months' accumulated interest to Hamilton Fish, the new Secretary of State, totaling $155,200. It does not appear that Karakozy had been instructed to seek this late payment. The request was ignored, and it contributed to the new Russian minister's reputation as an abrasive fortune seeker. After Congress approved the sale, accusations arose of malfeasance. Banker George Riggs testified that Stoeckel had told him to wire just a little over $7 million to London, leaving $165,000 in the United States. The balance seems to have been distributed to various journalists who had written articles supporting the deal. There were also reports that Seward had bragged about the various palms he had greased to help the deal happen. Still, bribing newspapermen for favorable coverage was a common enough practice that there was little backlash. Now, formally in American hands, Alaska was placed under the Navy's control, led by Major General Henry Halleck. Halleck put in charge one Jefferson C. Davis, unrelated to the President of the Confederacy, but infamous all his own. In 1862, Davis had killed a fellow Major General, William Nelson, unrelated to the country music legend, over a perceived insult. Now, Davis was put in charge of Alaska, with instruction to be particularly wary of the indigenous Tlingit. Described as warlike and treacherous, Halleck recommended that Davis have guns charged with grape and canister always bearing on their village, ready at an instant's warning to destroy them. For 6 months, Davis and his family shared the governor's house with Prince Maskatov, the outgoing head of the Russian-American company. If Maskatov shared any insight on maintaining peaceful relationship with the natives, Davis did not heed them. Instead, Davis's tenure was marked by bloody confrontations, kidnapping tribal leaders, and holding them hostage, as well as wholesale massacring of villages. Natives protested the sale of Alaska as illegitimate, but without courts of law to grant them standing, Native Alaskans had little recourse with which to register their discontent. In July 1869, William Seward made his first visit to the territory he had worked to incorporate. He was shocked by the state of the natives, noting with regret that a people so vigorous and energetic, so docile and gentle, can neither be preserved as a distinct social community nor be incorporated into our society. Alaska attracted an itinerant population of fortune seekers who were prone to vices, including drinking, gambling, and violence. The largely male population attracted prostitutes, whose cabins became integral to the developing towns. At the same time, a growing temperance movement took root. But like national prohibition in the 20th century, prohibition in Alaska only gave rise to smuggling and dangerously unregulated homemade alcohol called hooch. In 1880, the first census of Alaska was undertaken, an ambitious goal given its size and forbidding climate. The census showed a population of 33,000, all but 430 of them indigenous. 1880 also saw the first of many gold strikes by French-Canadian prospectors, one of them named Joe Juneau. In a pattern that would be repeated, the city of Juneau quickly ballooned as gold hunters swarmed the area. Nome followed in 1889, and Fairbanks in 1902. The population of Alaska doubled from 1890 to 1900, from around 30,000 to more than 60,000. In 1896, rich gold deposits were found in Rabbit Creek, a tributary of the Klondike River in the Canadian Yukon. Eventually, more than $300 million worth of gold would be extracted from the Klondike. In 1912, Alaska officially became a territory with its own legislature. There, women gained the right to vote 8 years before the 19th Amendment was passed. 1915 saw the founding of Anchorage, described as the softest birth of any city on record, supported by federal money and a ban on gambling, saloons, and prostitution. Alaska played an important role in World War II as a place to mobilize troops before deployment into the Pacific Theater. But it was not until 1959 that Alaska finally became the country's 49th state, and first new one since Arizona, 47 years earlier. Alaska became an important geopolitical location during the Cold War, given its proximity to Russia, with military bases in Anchorage and Fairbanks. In 1971, President Richard Nixon ceded 44 million acres of federal land to Alaska's indigenous populations, along with a $1 billion grant, and today, more than half of Alaska remains federally owned. The sale has loomed in the Russian imagination as well. During the Soviet era, some teachers taught that Alaska was an example of the hubris of the monarchy, expanding beyond its ability to govern. Other teachers told students that there was no sale at all, that according to a technicality of the treaty, Alaska had merely been leased to the United States for 100 years, similar to Great Britain's century-long lease of Hong Kong. With relations between Russia and the U.S. turning worse in the 2010s, some Russian politicians landed on Alaska as a point of contention, looking for errors in the original treaty language that would nullify the sale, or threatening to seize Alaska in retribution for sanctions levied by the U.S. Although even Moscow Times has called these overtures generally facetious. The discovery of oil transformed Alaska just as the discovery of gold had earlier. With the completion of the Trans-Alaska Pipeline, oil money became a significant share of the state's operating budget. 25% of oil revenues are put in an investment account that pretty much bankrolls the state, which has no personal income tax or sales tax. So then, where did the myth that buying Alaska was a mistake come from? The idea of Seward's folly may just have been a creation of historians in search of a good underdog story. Perhaps we should call it Seward's gamble instead, since it was a gamble that has paid off handsomely in gold, oil, and other natural resources. But most importantly for the United States, Alaska remains a symbol of the frontier, a place where the intrepid can find a fortune, if they are tough enough to survive. As uncertainty swirls in the Western Pacific, the burning question remains, will China use military force to capture Taiwan? A territory it has long viewed as a wayward province, various Chinese leaders have worked diplomatically to try and isolate Taiwan, a small but densely populated country with a population of 23.5 million people living together in less than 14,000 square miles. But the small island's powerful position in the high-tech semiconductor market has been its lifeline. Producing nearly 2/3 of the world's semiconductors, Taiwan's dominance in this sector has allowed it to maintain independence with the tacit support of the US and other Western industrial partners like Japan and Germany. But will there come a time when China decides it can no longer play the long game and decide a quick, brutal invasion would be in their best interests? Just a stone's throw away, Taiwan sits roughly 100 miles from the Chinese mainland, with coastal areas between the two as close as 80 miles, and with that close proximity comes a shared history. Taiwan holds a key position as a vital anchor within the strategically important First Island Chain. This term refers to a series of archipelagos stretching from South Korea throughout Japan, Taiwan, the Philippines, and down to Australia. All these territories maintain friendly relations within the US, making them essential to maintaining American naval dominance in the Western Pacific Ocean. Taiwan is a significant contributor to the global semiconductor industry, accounting for over 60% of the world's semiconductor production and over 90% of the most advanced ones. This has helped give Taiwan an annual GDP of over $820 billion, which ranks them 21st in the world and showcases Taiwan's economic importance in the region. The First Island Chain effectively serves as a geographical barrier that restricts the access of potential adversaries, like China, to the open Pacific. This containment strategy allows the US to protect its power and influence in the region, while keeping potential threats at bay. Situated just east of the First Island Chain, the islands of Okinawa and Guam host significant military bases. Okinawa is home to approximately 26,000 U.S. military personnel, while Guam houses around 10,000. These strategic outposts provide the United States with the capability to respond swiftly and effectively to any regional conflict or crisis. Taiwan has had a long history of being fought over by one empire or another. European explorers first noted the island in the 1500s when they recorded the island's name as Formosa, or Beautiful Island. Both Dutch and Spanish traders created settlements there, but were kicked out when Ming loyalists under Zheng Chenggong, also known as Kojinga, drove the Dutch from Taiwan and established authority over the island in the mid-1600s. The Qing dynasty soon overran them and established their authority over the island in 1683. It wasn't until 200 years later, in 1885, that Taiwan was declared a province of the Qing Empire. A mere decade later, China was forced to give up control of the island to Japan after losing the First Sino-Japanese War in 1895. In 1912, Chinese revolutionaries overthrew the remnants of the Qing Empire and established the Republic of China. In the 1930s, the imperial forces of Japan invaded mainland China and caused untold devastation and millions of deaths. Both the ROC forces and the nascent Communist Party forces tried defending the country with the help of US and British forces. Amidst the chaos of war in 1943, US President Franklin Roosevelt, British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, and ROC leader Chiang Kai-shek convened in Cairo. They jointly declared that upon the Allies' victory over Japan, Formosa and the Pescadores would be returned to the Republic of China's control. True to their word, ROC officials re-established political and governmental authority in 1945 following Japan's defeat. Soon after the end of World War II, a civil war erupted in mainland China between the ROC forces led by Chiang Kai-shek and the ones controlled by the Chinese Communist Party led by Mao Zedong, during which it is estimated that around 1.5 to 2.5 million military and civilian casualties occurred. By 1949, the much more numerous communist forces had declared victory and established political control in Beijing. Chiang Kai-shek and what was left of the ROC forces, known as the Kuomintang, fled to Taiwan, where they ruled for the next several decades. Actual fighting continued until October 25, 1949, when ROC forces defeated a potential invasion by CCP forces at the Battle of Gunningtao on Kinmen Island. The fighting actually led to the population of Taiwan increasing by approximately 2 million people as soldiers, civilians, and political figures sought refuge, which had a significant impact on Taiwan's demographics and contributed to a population increase of nearly 37% between 1945 and 1950. The continued threat of additional conflict caused Taiwan to declare martial law, which remained in effect until 1987. China conducted sporadic artillery fire against Taiwan-controlled islands beginning in 1950, which partially led to a joint defense agreement signed between the US and Taiwan in 1954. On August 23, 1958, artillery duels began between China and Taiwan that continued for 40 days. Since then, neither side has been willing to come to a full unifying agreement with the other. China points to the earlier 17th century history to say that Taiwan was originally a Chinese province, but the Taiwanese point to the post-Qing dynasty history to argue that they were part of the modern Chinese state that was first formed after the revolution in 1911, but not part of the People's Republic of China that was established under Mao in 1949. The more recent heavy-handed repression of civil rights in Hong Kong following their unification with China in 1997 has since reinforced Taiwan's determination to remain independent. Today, China's position on Taiwan can be described as a precarious diplomatic dance. Chinese President Xi Jinping declared as recently as 2021 that the reunification with Taiwan must be fulfilled. However, Taiwanese officials, noting the increase of Chinese jet incursions and the People's Liberation Army/Navy, or planned ship incursions, near Taiwanese shores, say that relations between the two countries are at their lowest in the past 40 years. China has, however, left open the possibility of a more peaceful reconciliation. In 2021, at a ceremony honoring the 110th anniversary of the end of China's last imperial dynasty in 1911, Xi said unification in a peaceful manner was most in line with the overall interest of the Chinese nation, including Taiwan compatriots. However, he added, no one should underestimate the Chinese people's staunch determination, firm will, and strong ability to defend national sovereignty and territorial integrity. Xi had previously taken a much harsher tone in July of 2021 when he threatened to smash any efforts of support for Taiwan's independence. So now the lingering question remains, will China decide to use military force to bring the island under Communist Party control? Despite China's posturing, there are several reasons why such a possibility is actually looking increasingly less likely. And one of the main reasons has nothing to do with China, but with their neighbor to the north, Russia. Until Russian President Putin's invasion of Ukraine in February 2022, most analysts considered Russia the second most powerful military in the world, second only to the United States and surpassing even China's larger but less modernized forces. However, the reality on the ground has proved much different. Russia's military has been revealed as a paper tiger, with so many problems and inadequacies that now it might not be considered in the top 10 militaries of the world. One of the biggest surprises was the overall weakness of Russian equipment. Russia has depended on selling their tanks and fighter jets overseas in order to offset the costs of building such expensive equipment in bulk. But their more modern tanks have proven woefully incapable of standing up to much cheaper and more numerous NATO and US anti-tank missiles. The Russian Air Force has also been revealed as far less capable than many analysts thought. The skies over Ukraine have been largely clear of Russian aircraft since the first months of the war, when US-supplied Stinger missiles and other ground-launched assets took a heavy toll on Russian aircraft and helicopters. The situation is so bad that Russia has refused to fly its most modern fighter, the $40 million Su-57, over Ukrainian territory for fear it too will be shot down, which might prove to potential buyers that it cannot survive against a determined foe. Similar worries have led to Russia refusing to deploy its top-of-the-line tank, the T-14 Armata, though the platform is so expensive with each tank costing $4 million that only a handful have been produced. The realities of the Ukraine war have proved that a motivating and well-trained military, provided with enough anti-tank and anti-air missiles by the West, can hold its own against a much more numerically superior country like Russia. Some of the lower estimates state that Russia has suffered more than 1,700 tanks destroyed or captured, while others have estimated it to be as many as 3,000. It's gotten so bad that Russia is turning to much older tanks to replace those losses. In March of 2023, civilian videos emerged of Russia showing ancient T-55s on train cars heading west. These tanks were outdated in 1973, yet the need for replacements is so dire that Russia is considering using them anyway. The results of the catastrophic losses Russia has suffered must be a wake-up call for the Chinese military leaders. Ukraine has had the benefit of NATO and US-led training since Russia's invasion in 2014, yet Taiwan has been training and preparing for an invasion for more than 40 years. The value of a technologically robust defense involving missiles and drones plays right into the hands of Taiwan, which is as technologically sophisticated as any nation on Earth. They may have only 3,000 full-time military members, but they have the backing of the US Navy's Pacific assets, as well as likely support from South Korea and Japan. All of these combined means that China would have a much more difficult task of invading and holding Taiwan than it previously might have believed. But China might have an even bigger lesson to learn from looking at Russia, something that would frighten them even more: worldwide boycotts and sanctions. Following close on the heels of Russia's military disasters, the effect of Western sanctions on Russia has come as a rude shock to China, which depends far more on imports than Russia. In fact, China is the world's largest importer, with its imports accounting for over 10% of the global total. But what has hit Russia the hardest has been the loss of access to Western semiconductors. It has gotten so bad that Russian soldiers have been bringing Ukrainian appliances home with them, primarily to remove their computer chips and other reusable components. Those sanctions won't affect China as much as the possible interruption of access to oil and natural gas, of which China imports between 70 and 75%. And while Russia has made up in part for its lack of access to Western buyers for its oil by selling more to China and India, they must now ship much of that through a much longer and more vulnerable route around the Horn of Africa, which adds roughly 10,000 nautical miles to the shipping route. Then there are the boycotts. China, more than any nation on Earth, depends on selling their products to overseas markets. In 2022, China's total exports were valued at $3.59 trillion, making it the world's largest exporter. So far, President Xi has walked a careful line between supporting Putin while calling for a negotiated peace in Ukraine. But Xi has pointedly refused to supply lethal aid like artillery shells and missiles to Russia for fear of earning itself the same kind of boycotts that Russia has endured. While such boycotts would undoubtedly increase the cost of consumer goods in the West, they would absolutely wreck the Chinese economy, as exports contribute to nearly 20% of China's GDP. Few outsiders realize just how top-heavy with billionaires the Chinese Communist Party really is. According to the Hurun Global Rich List for 2022, China had the most billionaires in the world, with a total of 1,133 compared to only 716 billionaires in the United States. And those mega wealthy make up a disproportionate number of the membership of the ruling CCP. According to the Hurun report in 2018, the net worth of the 153 members of China's parliament and its advisory board that it deems super rich amounted to $650 billion, up by nearly a third from the previous year. That figure is just slightly below the entire GDP of the country of Switzerland, which stood at $707.75 billion in 2021. In 2023, estimates concluded that all of the members of the National People's Congress and the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, at least 80 were billionaires. Such a disproportionate accumulation of wealth at the top of the government means China's political leadership is keenly aware of how risky an invasion of Taiwan would be to their own personal fortunes. Then there is the precarious nature of Chinese food supplies. While they do grow a large amount of their own food, they are still a massive importer of food. China is now the world's largest agricultural importer, surpassing both the European Union and the United States in 2019, with imports totaling more than $133 billion. China has some of the poorest soils of any major industrialized country, second only to Brazil. In order to offset this, China uses tremendous amounts of both fertilizer and pesticides. And while they have a strong supply of potash, one of the more important fertilizers, they are woefully short of the natural gas needed to produce nitrogen. another incredibly important part of large-scale agricultural fertilization. In order to produce their nitrogen, China relies heavily on imported natural gas. China's natural gas production may have increased by 6% in the first 8 months of 2022, compared with the same period in 2021, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. But that doesn't help when their consumption has grown even faster, at a compound rate of almost 11% over the same period from 2021 to 2022, as more households have been connected to the distribution network. China's net natural gas imports in 2021 climbed up to 170 billion cubic meters, up from just 29 billion cubic meters in 2011. The country relied on imported natural gas to meet 45% of its domestic consumption in 2021, up from 34% in 2016 and 21% in 2011. Any significant sanctions that interrupted just this one element, natural gas, could strip away China's ability to create the necessary fertilizer their food crops so desperately need. And with more than 1.3 billion people to feed, China could be staring at a famine not seen since Mao's time of the Great Leap Forward, when an estimated 30 million people died from poor food harvests and distribution between 1960 and 1962. Such a catastrophe has not been forgotten by Chinese leaders, and they have no desire to repeat those mistakes. And then there's the fickle nature of Sino-Soviet relations. In February 1950, Soviet Premier Joseph Stalin and Chinese leader Mao Zedong signed the Sino-Soviet Treaty of Friendship, Alliance, and Mutual Assistance. It was supposed to last for 30 years, but only a decade later, the alliance collapsed in a cataclysmic fashion, with Beijing denouncing Moscow for betraying communism and the Soviet Union reciprocating by ending all economic assistance to China. Today, we have Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping trying to duplicate a similar friendship, but they are facing equivalent, if not more daunting obstacles. For starters, the balance of power is now reversed. Whereas in 1950, the USSR was vastly more capable both militarily and economically than its ally China. Today, it is China that is by far the more dominant power. China has provided Russia with an outlet for much of its oil exports after the EU and the West denied them their previous markets. But China has been reluctant to give Putin and Russia more of the things at once, like advanced missiles, better drone technology than they can get from Iran, and a pipeline agreement to be able to ship crude oil and natural gas directly from Siberia to northern China. In return, China has goals at once that Russia doesn't want to provide. For example, China has made no secret of wanting the far eastern region around Vladivostok back. It's only been in Russian hands since 1860, when the area was ceded by China to Russia as a result of the Treaty of Aigun in 1858 and the ensuing Treaty of Peking in 1860. The foundations for a realignment of the Russia-Chinese frontier are deep. China and Russia have complained and occasionally come to blows over their shared border for centuries, while an official resolution, such as it was, only arrived in 2008. For a centuries-old border conflict that predates the official existence of both nations, China could easily claim an excuse to nullify current agreements and demand that Russia return Vladivostok, which China still calls by its previous name, Haishanwei, as well as some 20,000 square miles of previously Chinese territory that were included in the two treaties China was forced to sign. Such an addition to China would go a long way towards cementing Xi's position of strength at the head of the CCP and could reduce the desire to try to retake Taiwan for a decade or more. In fact, the Chinese claims on Vladivostok and the area around it are more deeply rooted in history than the CCP's more recent political claims to Taiwan. Prior to the Russian Revolution, ethnic Chinese residents made up more than 40% of the labor force in the regions surrounding Vladivostok, which are called the Amur and Primorsk oblasts. According to a 1907 census, around 62,000 Chinese residents lived in the Far East region of Russia, highlighting their significant presence in the area. The actual number was probably higher, as many Chinese did seasonal cross-border work as day laborers, in much the same way that Mexican laborers crossed the border to work in the U.S. in agricultural jobs. At that time, ethnic Russians were probably in the minority, which is why Stalin chose the inhumane but expedient policy of mass expulsions to China in order to guarantee Russian numerical superiority. Not to mention, Russia has been draining its Far East defenses in order to replace men and material lost in Ukraine. This extensive border has never before been so lightly defended by either side, and Russia has only further deteriorated the societal identity of the region by resettling the Ukrainians there who have been forcibly removed from their homeland. It won't be long before the ethnic Russian population is once again outnumbered by ethnically Chinese Russians, at which point an invasion by Xi could use the same "we're only protecting residents who speak and think like us" logic that Putin has tried to use in the Donbass. But Putin is an expander of territory, not a relinquisher, and he would certainly never agree to willingly hand back such a vital part of Russia's eastern geopolitical structure. That may be why there is no hard agreement following his and Xi's joint meeting in Moscow in March of 2023. Despite the platitudes and assurances of mutual support, Putin didn't get the agreement for more pipelines from Russia directly into China that he was hoping for, nor any specified deals for lethal aid in his failing Ukraine war. In fact, less than 2 weeks after Putin was left empty-handed at the curb as the Chinese delegation drove away, Xi launched a bold power move in Central Asia, once seen by Russia as their area of dominance. He invited a number of Central Asian nations, all of them previous Soviet-dominated republics, including Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, and Uzbekistan, to a grand foreign policy and diplomatic festival, specifically without including Russia. And such a direct snub by Xi shows exactly what he thinks of Putin. The inherent lopsided weakness of the current Sino-Soviet agreements shows just how fragile this friendship really is. And with the world losing respect for the Russian military on a daily basis, this area with its vast resources, large ethnically identical population, and lightly defended border might be too tempting a target for Xi and his military to resist. On the other hand, despite all these potential reasons to dissuade China from attempting a military invasion of Taiwan, there are equally compelling reasons to suggest China might actually be considering an invasion in the near future. One of the biggest is that China may truly believe that there is no one who can actually stop them. Many analysts believe that China has been encouraged by an internal perception of a decline in U.S. unity at home and a concurrent loss of prestige overseas. As early as 2008, following the United States' weak economic performance during the global recession, China's foreign policy began to grow more aggressive, spurred by a sense that China's economy remained strong even as the US and the EU's economies faltered. In fact, Chinese GDP grew at a rate of 9.4% in 2009, while the US economy contracted by 2.5% in the same year. The January 6, 2021 attack on the US Capitol, followed by the hasty withdrawal of US forces from Afghanistan in 2021, only seemed to support the Chinese belief that the US was in decline. The US military presence in Afghanistan, which peaked at around 100,000 troops in 2010, was fully withdrawn by August 31, 2021, signaling a significant shift in the US's strategic priorities and global influence. As recently as October 2022, U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken noted that China was pursuing unification with Taiwan on a much faster timeline than previously expected. In his estimate of the situation, China had decided the status quo was no longer acceptable. And of course, when looking at the possibility of an invasion, it would be criminal not to factor in China's rapidly accelerating military improvements. Recently, China has been expanding its nuclear arsenal, while also modernizing its military both in quality and quantity. The US government estimates that China has increased its number of missile launchers from less than 100 in 2020 to more than 450 by the end of 2022, giving the PLA numerical parity with the US, which also has around 450 ICBM launchers. China's stockpile of nuclear warheads is expected to grow from 400 today to more than 1,000 by 2030. Some of the more modern Chinese ballistic missile submarines are now equipped with improved long-range missiles that reportedly could reach the continental United States. Those submarines have also begun to carry out operational patrols in the South China Sea. extending the Chinese PLA Navy reach much farther than it did just 20 years ago. The PLA Air Force is putting into service a B-2 copycat H-2 stealth bomber, which has an extended operating range with refueling of around 5,200 miles or 8,500 kilometers. This would place key, previously unreachable areas of the U.S. at risk in new ways, along with threatening every nation from Japan to the Philippines and even parts of Australia and New Zealand. In July 2021, the PLA tested a hypersonic missile system that could deliver nuclear or non-nuclear payloads to the continental United States, potentially evading missile defenses. The mere existence of such weapons could encourage Chinese leaders to believe that they can intimidate their U.S. counterparts into giving them a free hand in their Taiwan plans. Then there are the efforts of the PLA Navy to build an actual blue water fleet, based in part around its 2 in-service aircraft carriers, with an even more advanced third carrier, the Fujian, undergoing final fitting and sea trials. They still need to train at least 200 pilots to operate the needed naval fighters, however. They also need to replace China's only shipborne fighter jet, the underperforming twin-engine single-seat J-15 Flying Shark, nicknamed the Flopping Fish by Chinese press reports. It's known to be the world's heaviest carrier-borne fighter, and without its original Russian-produced engines, it cannot both carry a full armament and fuel for its targeted range. Either some weapons or onboard fuel must be sacrificed for it to fulfill even part of its planned mission. Still, just having viable aircraft carriers gives the PLA Navy an ability to project power in ways that it didn't have in past decades, and China can always call upon its vast number of smaller ships to overwhelm the U.S. Navy and its allies. In 2015, the PLA Navy surpassed the U.S. Navy in total numbers of ships, and the plan has continued to grow in the intervening years. The U.S. Congressional Research Service estimates that in 2021, the Chinese plan consisted of 348 ships and submarines, while the U.S. Department of Defense estimated their total number of vessels at a slightly higher 355 vessels. By comparison, the deployable battle force of the U.S. Navy, whose missions include posts in the Atlantic, the Mediterranean, and other areas besides the Pacific, totaled less than 300 vessels in fiscal year 2021. The fleets of other comparable nations are also much smaller. As of 2021, the British Royal Navy consisted of 76 ships, and the Royal Australian Navy had a fleet of only 44 ships. These recent Navy modernization and upgrade efforts have made China a more formidable power in the Western Pacific. China now feels strong enough to try to dictate the terms of its control over the South China Sea, extending down to an area called the Nine-Dash Line, which intrudes on the sovereign coastal areas of other nations including the Philippines, Brunei, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. Such an expansion of their territorial waters had been ruled illegal by the United States in 2016. China has effectively ignored this ruling, as it has gone about occupying and building up several isolated land features, little more than occupied reefs and shoals, in the South China Sea. According to Western officials, this unprecedented move was only part of Beijing's long-running effort to strengthen claims to disputed territory in a region critical to global trade. Despite promises not to militarize such areas, PLA Air Force-controlled runways and naval ports have been developed on many of these islands, and PLA fighters routinely intercept other nations' airplanes and discourage them from flying in what they consider Chinese territorial airspace. And despite Russia's massive military losses in the Ukraine war, many in China believe that Putin's one notable success has been in using nuclear threats to limit direct US and NATO involvement in Ukraine. Putin's so far successful nuclear saber-rattling has been instructive for Chinese leaders. Although many analysts in the West are surprised by Russia's failure to achieve its initial objectives, along with the fortitude and resilience of the Ukraine forces and government, China has observed with interest how Putin has warded off direct Western intervention through nuclear threats, including provocative rhetoric weapons exercises and even raising the alert level of his nuclear forces, which is emblematic of a doctrine that the Russians, not coincidentally, call strategic deterrence. Dai Junjun, a scholar in the PLA's Academy of Military Science, claimed that at the start of 2023, that Russia's nuclear arsenal and major conventional systems, such as hypersonic missiles, serve as an effective strategic deterrence against direct US and NATO intervention in Ukraine. What might be considered as the success of Putin's deterrence may help convince Chinese planners that their nuclear arsenal could similarly deter the United States. Such overconfidence in their own capabilities, coupled with the false belief that Washington will allow them to deal with Taiwan without US opposition, could in turn lead China to believe an invasion could be successful. If US deterrence fails, if China grows more convinced of its own military capabilities, and underestimates the US commitment to defending Taiwan, both countries could end up ensnared in a war between nations with nuclear arsenals. But then, one of the most likely reasons why China would actually invade Taiwan might just be the silliest, that it could stem from completely unintended consequences on all sides. In February of 2023, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken had a very important and long-planned trip to Beijing on his schedule, but that trip was postponed, i.e. indefinitely canceled, amid concerns raised by what appeared at the time to be a Chinese spy balloon flying over the continental U.S. That singularly politicized event revealed that very real disconnect between the different ruling groups of China, the disunited military, foreign policy, and economic leadership cabals. Why would someone in the Chinese bureaucracy or military allow such a risky foreign policy move on the eve of such an important diplomatic event? It's highly possible that someone wanted the trip canceled, or that they wanted to intimidate the US leadership by showing that China could still access US airspace even if it was just for meteorological data. Either way, the Great Balloon fiasco displayed extremely poor judgment on the part of China's ruling elite. This leads to speculation that members of one sector of China's leadership might act without proper consultation with other members of the government, that someone in the military could pull the trigger on an invasion of Taiwan without first conferring with the foreign policy or diplomatic arms now seems a very real possibility. In addition, there's the danger of the cult of personality, which Xi has deliberately created, which makes it possible for a single dictator, often uninformed on the realities of a situation, to make a poor decision which no one in authority will oppose. Beginning in 2012, Xi worked strenuously to remove any possible opposition to his one-man rule. Now, there's no one left to tell Xi no. He doesn't get an honest appraisal of mistakes in China's economic or foreign policy, since too often in the past, Xi has metaphorically and sometimes literally shot the messenger. His cult of personality is even stricter than under Mao. Xi is a completely one-man show. He's removed any independent underlings and has made it a point to not reward independent thinking. An example of this bending over backwards to show Xi they're doing what they hope he expects them to do, no matter how wrong-headed attitude, was the bizarre efforts of one COVID cleanup group who washed down the runway of one of China's major airports because they thought that would show Xi just how hard-working they were. Of course, it did absolutely no good in combating the virus. In fact, much of China's zero-COVID policy was just bad science coupled with what Western observers called disinfectant theater. Similar bad ideas clothed in busywork may lead to additional mistakes, up to and including potential wars. But if the possibility of China invading Taiwan in the coming days is slim, then when might it happen? Perhaps sooner than you think. China is currently facing a declining birth rate, with the country's total fertility rate dropping to 1.18 children per woman in 2022, well below the replacement rate of 2.1. This had led to concerns about an aging population and a shrinking labor force. Furthermore, China's unsustainable agricultural dependence on imported natural gas is evident, as the country imported approximately 109 billion cubic meters of natural gas in 2022, accounting for around 45% of its total natural gas consumption. This reliance on imports makes China vulnerable to global market fluctuations and geopolitical tensions. Some analysts suggest that facing an economic slowdown and rising unemployment, China might be tempted to launch a military offensive to rally popular support. In January 2023, Taiwan's Foreign Minister Joseph Wu speculated that President Xi might create an external crisis in order to divert domestic attention or to show to the Chinese that he has accomplished something. But if China needs to make a diversion by expanding outward militarily, which direction should or can they go? They can't invade Kazakhstan due to the length of their supply lines, nor can they go over the Himalayas to India. They can't expand into Vietnam. The last time China tried that, in 1979, the Vietnamese did to them what it had done to the French, the Japanese, then the French again, and the United States. And despite the noted improvements, China doesn't yet have the Navy to take on the US and its allies Australia, the Philippines, South Korea, and Japan. Until it does, its hopes of naval invasion of Taiwan are mere bluff and bluster. So despite all the contraindications, it seems much less likely that China will invade Taiwan in the near future, and far more likely that they might try to wrestle the land around Vladivostok, or as they'd prefer to call it, Haishanwei, away from the weakened and regionally defenseless Putin. They may even find some way to generate an economic or military aid package whereby China removes the burden that is overseeing such a geographically isolated part of Putin's crumbling empire. Such a move would be right in keeping with Xi, who seems to prefer intimidation, but without risking an open confrontation that could destroy the wealth of the billionaires that make up such a disproportionate percentage of his ruling elite. Looming ominously off the coast of French Guiana in South America, a mere 8.5 miles or 13.76 kilometers away, stands Devil's Island, or Île du Diable as it's known in French. The island's memorable name alludes to its chilling past as a ruthless penal colony where its isolation, climate, and brutal prison culture led to deaths of tens of thousands of prisoners. Today, we're going to take a trip to this small but very deadly island and delve into its history of violence, its unique geography, and why inmates were willing to brave shark-infested waters to escape the clutches of what was truly the Devil's Island. At first glance, Devil's Island could be mistaken for a tropical paradise. It's teeming with palm trees, warm waves lap its shores, and the surrounding waters are brimming with marine life. But this seemingly serene spit of land hides a grim reality. The infamous island, along with its counterparts Isle Royale and Isle St. Joseph, comprised the notorious trio of penal islands that for 101 years served as France's unforgiving offshore prisons. The prisoners sent here faced not only hard labor, but also the horror of inhospitable living conditions and unthinkable atrocities. Isle Royale measures approximately 3,200 feet, or 975 meters from east to west, and 1,500 feet, or 457 meters from north to south, while Isle St. Joseph stands roughly 2,000 feet, or 610 meters long, and 1,525 feet, or 465 meters wide, and both were dreaded locations for incoming prisoners. But it was Devil's Island, which is approximately 3,900 feet, or 1,200 meters long, and 1,320 feet, or 400 meters wide, that was feared the most. Cayenne, the capital of French Guiana, exercised its jurisdiction over Devil's Island, Isle Royale, and Isle St. Joseph, which all fell under the supervision of the primary prison in Cayenne. The islands, surrounded by jagged rocks, shallow reefs, and sporadic beaches, presented a formidable natural barrier for those who dreamed of escape. The remoteness of Devil's Island, which is the furthest of the three islands from the mainland, made it an ideal location for solitary confinement cells to house the most problematic prisoners. Its dense vegetation, rife with palm and coconut trees, interspersed with razor-sharp grasses, masked the grim reality of the crumbling prison ruins that still remain today, a chilling reminder of its past, despite having been deserted for over 7 decades. So let's embark on a journey back in time, unearthing a bleak history of the penal colonies that sat miles offshore in the unforgiving expanse of the Atlantic Ocean, how so many died there, and why it was nearly impossible to escape the Devil's Island. The area was first settled by Europeans in the early 1500s, Around 1503, the Spanish arrived and encountered an indigenous population known as the Carib, who had been thriving in the area long before the Europeans' arrival. And it's estimated that as many as 20,000 indigenous people inhabited the coasts of what would eventually become French Guiana at the time. In 1624, the French established a trading port in the village of Sinamari, which remains a small town to this day, with a population of around 3,000. In 1643, French merchants and colonists founded Cayenne, but the following year, they were displaced by Dutch settlers who claimed the land around the settlement as their own. In 1817, the French once again retook the region, and by 1877, the colony had gained representation in Parliament. Despite both countries wanting it so badly, life in the colony was not easy. It is estimated that around 75% of colonists who first tried to settle the region died within the first year of being there from tropical diseases to which their bodies had no immunity. But while France struggled to establish a thriving colony in South America, French prisoners were struggling to survive in a different part of the world. During the 1600s, many convicts were forced to serve as oarsmen in the French Mediterranean galley fleet to protect France's interests in the region. At its height, the French galley corps consisted of more than 50 vessels manned by over 15,000 men, many of whom were French prisoners. The conditions on the galleys were harsh, and the death rates for prisoners aboard the ships were high. But there were many who would probably have traded a life on the galleys compared to what they'd end up facing on Devil's Island. As the French Mediterranean fleet was decommissioned towards the end of the 17th century, the convicts who once manned the galleys found themselves back on French soil. These individuals were often sequestered in the cramped, disease-riddled confines of Parisian prisons. However, a significant portion ended up back on ships, but not in the way you might expect. A huge number of prisoners were chained up on decommissioned ships or prison hulks, scattered around French ports. The living conditions aboard these prison hulks were, to say the least, grim, and due to their lack of care, they became dilapidated over time, and many of the ships eventually began to rot and sank. When this happened, the prisoners were hastily offloaded and relocated, either to makeshift prisons offshore or other surviving hulks. In addition to their severe living conditions, prisoners were subjected to grueling work schedules, laboring for upwards of 12 hours at a time for meager wages, barely 10 to 15 centimes a day. The average wage in the 18th century was around 1 franc per day, and a centime is 1/100th of a franc. So this piddling amount could buy very little, but convicts were still able to save up to purchase some small luxuries like a small amount of wine or extra food. In 1832, the French Parliament passed legislation mandating that all inmates be provided with basic necessities, which led to a series of prison reforms in France. Unfortunately, very few of those reforms would carry over to the penal colonies that were to be established at Devil's Island, Isle Royale, and Isle St. Joseph in the coming decades. As the 19th century progressed, French authorities began to shift their focus towards penal colonies for the reformation and employment of convicts. Their objective was twofold. First, to decongest major French cities, and second, to provide inmates with gainful employment dispatched to distant locations like New Caledonia, a group of islands in the Pacific Ocean that once harbored over 22,000 convicts, and French Guiana. Notably, inmates transferred to penal colonies were often subjected to an additional term known as doublage. Under this system, upon the completion of their sentence, the freed men were obligated to work an equivalent duration at the penal colony where they had just served their sentence. So after a prisoner finished their 10-year hard labor sentence, they'd have to then immediately begin a decade of service post-release. Non-compliance with this mandate was deemed a felony, triggering rearrest and the start of an all-new sentence. Meanwhile, the French Navy was growing weary of the persistent burden of holding prisoners aboard their vessels. Although some prison hulks lingered in French harbors following the 1851 coup d'etat by Charles Louis Napoleon Bonaparte, The nephew of Napoleon I, naval officers appealed to their new emperor to close all remaining hulks and makeshift prisons under their charge and transfer the convicts to distant penal colonies. Napoleon III agreed, setting the course for Devil's Island to emerge as one of the most feared and deadly penal colonies in the world. Napoleon's government looked at several locations for their new penal colony. Although Algeria was considered, it was ruled out due to local unrest. Other locations, including Haiti, Cuba, and the Dominican Republic, were also considered, but the government eventually settled on French Guiana to house France's prison population, which was only growing. After Napoleon III's coup, an estimated 6,000 individuals were arrested in just a few years, many for political crimes. Combined with the existing prison population, over 10,000 convicts awaited transfer to these newfound penal colonies. The first wave of inmates shipped to Cayenne in French Guiana were volunteers from the decommissioned prison ships. They likely believed that nothing could be worse than their current conditions, chained on a dilapidated ship, laboring for 12 long hours each day. But they quickly found that they were very, very wrong. Devil's Island began operating in 1852 and soon became Napoleon III's favored destination for anyone who dared challenge his regime. Of the initial 3,000 inmates who opted for the transfer to Banc de Cayenne, all were either civil law prisoners sentenced under doublage or deportees convicted for political crimes, primarily Republicans who had opposed the emperor's ascension. By 1885, a law was passed that permitted the deportation of repeat offenders, irrespective of the severity of their crimes, and eventually the eligibility for transfer to the notorious penal colony widened, extending its ominous reach to virtually anyone sentenced by a French jury. Over its operational lifespan, Devil's Island and its adjacent prisons would house an estimated 80,000 offenders, ranging from violent murderers to petty thieves. Nonetheless, the penal colonies on Devil's Island, Isle Royale, Isle St. Joseph, and Cayenne offered no quarter to any prisoner regardless of their offense. Interestingly, historical records indicate that female convicts were also shipped to Devil's Island and the surrounding prisons as well. Upon their release, these women were encouraged to wed released male inmates and settle in French Guiana, in a bid to bolster the colony's population. Unfortunately, this plan fell short of its intended goal and was eventually abandoned in 1907. The grim history of the French prison system, culminating in the establishment of the penal colonies on Devil's Island, Isle Royale, Isle St. Joseph, and Cayenne, paints a bleak picture. Many convicts were worked to their deaths and endured unspeakable conditions aboard prison hulks and overcrowded urban prisons. But as you'll see, the horrors experienced back in France paled in comparison to the nightmarish reality that awaited the convicts on Devil's Island. If the name Devil's Island wasn't bad enough, the island was also known by a name that might be even worse: the Dry Guillotine. It earned its grim nickname from René Belbenois, a former prisoner who chronicled his time in captivity, and the name accurately reflects the harsh environmental conditions of the island. With an average temperature hovering around 86 degrees Fahrenheit or 30 degrees Celsius, and a sharp spike to 90 degrees Fahrenheit or 32.2 degrees Celsius during the blistering months of September and October, the island's climate was nothing short of oppressive. The extreme heat bore down on prisoners year-round as they undertook strenuous labor such as laying stones and cutting down trees. The dry part of the nickname refers to the scarcity of fresh water on the island, with the salty waters of the Atlantic providing no relief from the chronic dehydration induced by the stifling heat and grueling physical labor. All drinking water was either imported to the island or harvested during rare rainstorms. However, the rainfall during the peak temperature months of September and October averaged a meager 2.5 inches, 6.35 centimeters, making these periods particularly excruciating for the Devil's Island convicts, as they were forced to ration the small amounts of fresh water available. But then, in a cruel twist of fate, fresh water would become a prisoner's worst enemy when torrential rainstorms, hurricanes, and tropical cyclones inundated the island, causing extensive flooding, meaning that the prisoners on Devil's Island needed to not only survive hot, dry conditions, but also manage not to be swept into the sea during level 4 hurricanes and intense storms. The tropical conditions of Devil's Island also meant it was the perfect breeding ground for diseases and insects. Malaria, typhoid, and yellow fever ran rampant and often resulted in death. It's estimated that approximately 33% of inmates at Devil's Island, Isle Royale, and Isle St. Joseph perished during their incarceration. During periods of severe overcrowding or particularly bad disease outbreaks, this death rate may have surged as high as 75%. There was no escaping the constant biting of mosquitoes and the transmission of disease due to close quarters, as what must have felt like biblical-level plagues swept across Devil's Island. Life on the island was so miserable that many would have undoubtedly been tempted to simply take to the ocean and swim away. But those that did would find that the surrounding warm, fish-filled waters were home to another deadly deterrent: sharks. The sheer lethality of Devil's Island was such that many sent there accepted their grim fate, bracing themselves for a life of unending suffering. One of the main tenets of the penal colonies at Devil's Island and the surrounding isles was that hard labor was required of all inmates. Since there were no viable industries on the island, the backbreaking manual labor was done just for the sake of creating work, with seemingly purposeless tasks. For example, the prisoners toiled away on a project called Route Zero, a stone road crisscrossing the island. This road essentially served no practical purpose beyond inflicting pain and hardship on the convicts. Prisoners were required to haul and carve stones for the road, often shoeless and sometimes without any clothing at all, due to the rapid wear and tear of fabrics from the intense labor and harsh climate. Other prisoners were forced to cut down palm trees and process the trunks for timber, which could be used to build more structures on the island or shipped back to the mainland for sale. Workplace injuries were commonplace, but the convicts were commanded by guards to keep working or face worse punishments. Simple cuts and bruises frequently festered into severe infections, leading to fever and, in certain instances, death. The hot and humid climate served as a fertile breeding ground for fungal and bacterial infections. Moreover, there was always the imminent threat of being crushed under a heavy stone or falling tree, an abrupt end that might actually seem merciful in comparison to serving out an entire sentence on Devil's Island. The cells at Devil's Island, Isle Royale, and Isle St. Joseph could be just as bad as the working conditions, if not worse. Far too many inmates would be piled into the same cell where they were forbidden to talk, read, or lie down before nightfall. Even after the sunset, the temperature and prisoners' body heat caused them to continue sweating profusely, which only contributed to the already deadly problem of dehydration. If an inmate died in his sleep while in the cell, the guards would oftentimes just leave the corpse where it was until it could be removed by the deceased convict's cellmates by the following day. However, depending on the time of year, bad weather like a raging storm might mean that the prisoners would have to spend several days confined in their cell with a dead body. On Devil's Island, in particular, prisoners were oftentimes kept in solitary confinement. However, this was not any better than being crammed into one of the overcrowded cells on the other islands. The tiny solitary confinement cells had lattice-like ceilings so guards could watch them at all times and ensure they weren't resting outside permitted hours or doing anything else to help pass the time. The constant surveillance also meant that escape was next to impossible, as any planning, preparation, or infractions of any kind would be caught. If the hard labor, terrible living conditions, or spread of disease did not kill a prisoner, the punishments carried out by the guards would often finish the job. Inmates at Devil's Island, Isle Royale, and Isle St. Joseph were required to meet certain quotas, especially when it came to timber production. And if a prisoner didn't meet their quota, they would be denied food for the day. Considering the intensive work hours and the scorching heat, missing a meal could indeed be a death sentence all its own. The body would struggle to produce adequate energy to recuperate from the strenuous labor, potentially leading to severe fatigue and even heart attacks. Corporal punishment was supposedly banned in the French prison system due to reforms. But due to Devil's Island's distance from the homeland, those offenses couldn't be seen by the prying eyes of parliaments, so human rights abuses were common. Prisoners could be whipped or beaten, leaving open wounds on their bodies that would often become infected. And since there was no medicine and access to clean water for hygienic purposes wasn't available, these wounds often became infected and cost the inmate their life. The island's distance from the prisoners' homes back in France meant also that visitors were off limits, but they were sometimes allowed mail and gifts. But of course, anything sent was subjected to a tax by the prison guards. The standard practice was that guards would keep 25% of whatever was sent to the prisoner. Although there were undoubtedly times when the money or supplies never made it to the intended recipient at all. The only thing many inmates had to look forward to while incarcerated on the isolated Devil's Island was the faint hope that one day their sentence would be over and they could escape the sweltering heat and swarms of disease-transmitting insects. However, a law passed on May 30th, 1854 shattered these hopes, decreeing that after inmates at the penal colony finished their sentences, all would be subject to forced residency at New Guiana. This was similar to doublage in that when they were freed, the men were required to remain in the colony for a time equal to however long their sentence was. In this instance, they wouldn't have to work for the prison system, but they couldn't return home either. There was a caveat though. If the convict's prison sentence was longer than 8 years, they didn't just have to stay for an amount of time equivalent to their sentence, they had to remain a resident of New Guiana for the rest of their lives. The freed convicts were provided land to settle on, but they would be plagued by disease and extreme poverty forever. Meanwhile, the colony started to fill up with disgruntled ex-cons, causing an increase in crime and other problems for the authorities and other colonists in Cayenne and the surrounding areas. But the reality for many inmates was that they would never see release, whether that meant another term of doublage, forced residency, or otherwise. Death became one of the only surefire ways to truly escape the grip of Devil's Island. And it's estimated that as many as 50,000 inmates died during the time that Devil's Island and the surrounding prisons were in use. So how do we know so much about the horrific conditions at the penal colonies and what exactly was happening on Devil's Island, Isle Royale, and Isle St. Joseph? It was rare that prisoners ever escaped the penal colony, but it did happen. Several escapees ended up writing about their experiences in the prison system, and their stories are both appalling and fascinating. The previously mentioned René Belbenois may have been the most famous escapee from Devil's Island due to the book he wrote after his escape, Dry Guillotine, 15 Years Among the Living Dead. Belbenois, a veteran of the First World War, was arrested for several thefts and sentenced to 8 years of hard labor at the French Guiana penal colonies. He arrived at Cayenne in 1923 and was shipped off to the islands. Belbenois struggled to get along with the more hardened criminals found at the penal colony and launched several attempts to escape the prison. Each time, Belbenois was thwarted and dragged back to his cell, and he eventually ended up in solitary confinement on Devil's Island for his multiple escape attempts. True to his character, Belbenois tried to escape from Devil's Island as well, but was unable to make it to the mainland. In total, he attempted 4 prison breaks, along with trying to escape French Guiana after he was set free. Since his sentence was 8 years, French law dictated he must remain there for life, but Belbenois had other plans. He kept records of his entire time at Devil's Island and the other prisons at the penal colony, and during his escape attempts, he would wrap his notes in oilskin to protect them. When guards discovered his writings, they would destroy them, but Belbenois would just rewrite everything that was lost, and eventually started passing his manuscripts to the Mother Superior of a local nunnery to be retrieved when he was set free. According to Belbenois, around 700 new prisoners were brought to the islands each year during his time, with a staggering 400 dying within the first year, a mortality rate of nearly 57%. This grim observation led him to conclude that the prison administration's aim was to kill, not to better or reclaim. One of the most famous accounts of Devil's Island comes from Henri Charrière, who wrote the best-selling book Papillon about his time at the penal colony. In it, he described how he escaped Devil's Island with a fellow inmate named Sylvain, and how the two men filled empty sacks with coconuts and used them as life preservers as they made their way from the island to the mainland. He claimed it took them 3 days, and when they reached the shore, Sylvain got caught in quicksand and died tragically. Charrière was eventually caught and brought to Bagne at El Dorado in Venezuela, where he served the rest of his sentence. Upon being released, he wrote his book and spent the rest of his life in Venezuela, though the truthfulness of his claims have been called into question, with one journalist stating that only about 10% of Charrière's book represents the truth. Devil's Island's most well-known prisoner might just be Alfred Dreyfus, who was wrongfully accused by Napoleon III of being a spy and shipped off to the penal colony at Devil's Island to do his time. He arrived at Devil's Island on April 14, 1895, and was the only prisoner on the island at the time. He recounted his hut being just 13 by 13 feet, or 4 by 4 meters. But even though he was serving his time alone, he still faced the same horrible conditions on the island that other prisoners had and soon became incredibly sick. He survived though, and just over 4 years later, on June 5, 1899, he was released after his family and friends in France proved his innocence. While in captivity, Dreyfus wrote approximately 1,000 letters and filled a journal with his experience on Devil's Island. And it's because of these and the other first-hand accounts that the world found out about the terrible living conditions and the inhumane treatment of prisoners on Devil's Island and the penal colony in French Guiana as a whole. On June 17, 1938, the transportation of prisoners to the penal colonies was finally abolished by the French government. However, the last prisoner was not released from Devil's Island until 15 years later, in 1953. Any prisoners who still had time to serve at that point were brought back to France by the Salvation Army, though some opted to stay in French Guiana and live out the rest of their lives there. There were multiple attempts to repurpose the penal colony. A summer camp was set up on the islands, as well as a police station, a plant oil factory, and even a shark fishing company were built. However, the isolation and lack of natural resources on the island eventually led to them being abandoned and the prison structures falling into decay. In the 1960s, the French government established its space center in French Guiana. The space agency bought all 3 offshore islands for safety reasons, as the launch trajectory carried rockets and aircraft directly over Devil's Island, Isle Royale, and Isle St. Joseph. In the 1980s, the French government decided to also preserve many of the prison buildings as cultural heritage sites, so future generations would remember the mistakes of the past. They are now considered historical monuments, and a series of tourism centers and facilities have been built to welcome more than 50,000 tourists that travel to locations that made up the penal colony in French Guiana each year, to lay eyes on where over 80,000 inmates struggled to survive, and as many as 3/4 died while serving out their sentence on Devil's Island. So, who's ready for an epic road trip? We're not just going across state lines, or into another country though. We want to travel to a whole new continent, so we're going from New York City to Paris. What's the problem? It's only around 3,200 miles over the entirety of the Atlantic Ocean. Alright, maybe a west to east trip to another continent isn't possible. But what if we went the other direction? The Bering Strait is all that separates the US state of Alaska from Russia, and at its narrowest point, they're only 51 miles apart. A much more reasonable drive than trying to go from New York to Paris. Oh well, c'est la vie. But unfortunately, there is currently no bridge that crosses the Bering Strait, and there are some very good reasons why. But a crossing between Alaska and Russia isn't impossible. And in the future, the continents of Asia and North America could end up being connected via bridge or even a tunnel. It may seem like there is no real benefit to building a bridge just below the Arctic Circle to connect Russia and Alaska, but a bridge over the Bering Strait could yield some big benefits for countries in both Asia and North America. To start, It currently takes a cargo ship somewhere between 15 and 30 days to cross the Pacific Ocean, depending of course on where it's embarking from and traveling to. But if there was a train line or a highway running from northern Russia across the Bering Strait and down the west coast of North America, theoretically, cargo could be moved much faster than by ocean freighter. But making this dream a reality would require more than just the construction of a bridge. Both the US and Russia would also need to invest in a new, modern infrastructure in order to allow efficient travel, which currently does not exist near where the bridge would be built. Advocates for a bridge uniting Asia and North America argue that this method of freight transportation would be both more economical and safer than the current practice of shipping across the vast and unpredictable Pacific Ocean. Rough estimates suggest that a Bering Strait railway could handle about 3% of global freight, translating into a staggering annual profit of approximately $7 billion. That's more than the GDP of some small countries. Some of the most important cargo that could be moved this way are energy resources such as coal, oil, and natural gas. To put this in perspective, some analysis posit that about 1.5 million barrels of oil could be transported daily from Alberta, Canada to China if a Bering Strait crossing existed, which is like filling 60 Olympic-sized swimming pools with oil every single day. But not everyone is convinced about the benefits a bridge connecting Russia and Alaska would provide. Many experts contend that transporting energy resources or freight via railway and road that doesn't yet exist will cost more in the long run than sticking with freighters. But even they have to concede that transporting goods and cargo over land between Asia and North America could be faster than an ocean journey. Hypothetically, a bridge connecting Russia and Alaska could allow for Arctic fossil fuel reserves and energy resources to be disseminated around the world more easily. But perhaps this is not such a good thing. After all, in order to extract natural resources in the region and build a transportation network to deliver them, large amounts of natural habitat would need to be destroyed, and pollutants would inevitably enter the ecosystem. So building more infrastructure in the region and a connection between Asia and North America might actually do more harm than good. But let's put aside the question of why we should or shouldn't build a bridge between Alaska and Russia and look at the reasons why it has yet to be built. First up are the cold, hard realities of logistics and geology. The distance between Russia and Alaska is about 51.3 miles. In order to construct a bridge that could extend between the two continents, the Diomede Islands would need to serve as a contact point. The Diomedes are a pair of small islands almost exactly in the middle of the Bering Strait. Big Diomede, as you probably guessed, is the larger of the two and is controlled by Russia, while the eastern Little Diomede is US soil. The two islands are just 2.4 miles apart, but since the international dateline runs directly between them, Big Diomede is actually 20 to 21 hours ahead of the little one, depending on the time of year, which has led to the islands being given the nicknames Tomorrow and Yesterday Island. Since creating a bridge to traverse the entire strait would be an almost impossible engineering feat, the bridge would need to be broken into three parts. The first would connect from the easternmost point of Russia and travel nearly 22 miles to Big Diomede. The second part of the bridge would travel less than 2.5 miles to Little Diomede. And the final section would run from Little Diomede to Wales, Alaska, which is another 24 miles. Some sections would be easier to complete than others, but it's the long distances between the Diomedes and the mainland that pose the biggest problems. First of all, the waters average 98 to 164 feet deep. These depths aren't impossible to work with, but some parts of the strait reach 295 feet deep. Since the bridge would need to withstand a massive amount of weight from freight trains or trucks passing over it, the causeway would need to be supported by multiple concrete pillars anchored to the seafloor. It is worth noting that while the tides and currents in the area are strong, they're not as intense as in some regions where bridges have been built before. This would make working in the area manageable as long as the workers were protected from the elements, such as extremely cold and deadly temperatures. Since the Bering Strait sits just south of the Arctic Circle, the amount of daylight the region receives during the winter months is greatly reduced, meaning that work hours would need to be dialed back for around half the year. During these dark months, the temperatures average -4 degrees Fahrenheit, but can reach as low as -58 degrees Fahrenheit. During the months of May through September, there is sunlight for most of the day, and the temperatures are much more manageable. But the construction phase would end up taking even longer than the average bridge project due to the fact that it would be a stop-and-go process as the seasons change. The extreme cold, high winds, and salty waves would corrode and damage the steel and other metals used to build the bridge. This means that most of the structure would need to be covered almost completely in concrete. But once the bridge is technically finished, the work would be far from over. The bridge's location means that it would also require constant maintenance to ensure it is not compromised by hazardous conditions. This would add to the cost of the project and would mean the bridge would need to be shut down periodically for repairs. Then there are the ice floes in the Bering Strait. They can often be 6 feet thick and are constantly carried through the waters by the currents. These chunks of ice could cause massive damage to the ships working to construct the bridge as well as the support pylons of the structure itself, since the ice floes can be incredibly powerful. It's estimated that a large ice floe could produce 9,900,000 pounds force in some circumstances. This could cause a catastrophic failure of the bridge supports if they are not built and maintained properly. So, it's clear that the environment itself makes building a bridge across the Bering Strait extremely difficult. However, it would not be impossible. So, what else has stood in the way? You might be surprised to learn that it's actually the economics that have largely held the bridge back. The trade of goods and materials between North America and Asia is incredibly lucrative, and there are numerous systems already in place to transport goods from one continent to the other. This is mostly done by cargo ships that can carry massive amounts of goods. Just to put things into perspective, the US goods and services trade with Russia was around $34.9 billion in 2019. Not all of this trade was done across the Pacific, but a large percentage of it was. However, it is the amount of commerce done with China that really brings into question whether a bridge across the Bering Strait would be lucrative or not. U.S. goods and services trade with China totaled approximately $615.2 billion in 2020. The enormous amount of business happening between the two countries might make a bridge connecting Asia and North America worth it. But only if the construction costs associated with the bridge and infrastructure connecting it to major hubs make sense. And when the numbers are analyzed, the expenditures of the project are a big deterrent, and one of the main reasons why there is no bridge between Russia and Alaska. It's important to note a lot more roads and railways than just a single structure across the Bering Strait will need to be built in order to connect the two countries. In the United States alone, 750 miles, or 1,200 kilometers, of roads and railways need to be built just to connect the bridge to the closest major road system running through Alaska. A similar highway to what is needed has been proposed by the Alaskan government in the past and was estimated to cost between $2.3 and $2.7 billion. That works out to be around $5 million per mile of infrastructure. And that would be the easiest and cheapest part. The road and rails that need to be constructed on the Russian side of the bridge would cost much more, as the infrastructure in the Chukotka Autonomous Region is practically non-existent. In fact, there are no railways within 2,000 miles of the strait. The closest road is the M56 Kolyma Highway, which is approximately 1,200 miles from the Bering Strait. And to make matters even worse, it's unpaved. So lots of infrastructure would be needed, otherwise you'd end up with a bridge with nowhere to go on the other side. Truly a bridge to nowhere. And this doesn't even consider the fact that in order for this route to make any economic sense, the roads and railways leading to the Bering Strait would need to connect to major cities in Russia and China. The extent of the construction project in Asia to get goods up to the Bering Strait crossing would be astronomical. And since so much trade is already conducted through cargo ships, you can be sure that they would be lobbying all involved governments hard and reminding them of just what a costly endeavor this would be. So we're talking many, probably tens of billions of dollars in infrastructure costs. And that's before we even get to the cost of building the bridge itself. But more on that in a moment, since first we need to talk about the political problems, and specifically one very, very big one. A bridge connecting Russia and Alaska has been discussed many times, but thanks to Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine, all collaborative projects between the United States and Russia are currently off the table. The only way that a bridge crossing the Bering Strait could be possible at this point in time is if China took care of all the components of the project in Asia. However, even then, the diplomatic relationship between the United States and China isn't the greatest right now either. And neither the United States nor Russia, nor even China could do this on their own. There must be collaboration and cooperation if a bridge connecting Russia and Alaska is ever going to come to fruition. One simple but very real example of the problems that all governments involved would need to agree on is a single-track gauge for the railway that would utilize the bridge. The US, Canada, China, and South Korea use a standard gauge of 1,435 millimeters, while Russia uses a 1,520 millimeter gauge. It would make little sense for trains in Asia to reach the Bering Strait and then offload all of their cargo onto another set of train cars with a different gauge so that they could then continue over the bridge and into North America. The most viable option is to build tracks using the standard 1,435 millimeter gauge. But convincing Putin and the Russian leadership to do so is likely an insurmountable task. So even something as minimal as agreeing on gauge type is an issue holding up the bridge. And then there's the issue of parks and other protected lands. The lands on either side of the Bering Strait are an important part of prehistoric and human history, and are considered protected lands by both Russia and the United States. What this means is that any construction project or bridge needs to take into consideration ways to reduce the impact and damage done to the surrounding area. This includes not only archaeological and paleontological sites, but lands of indigenous people who have resided in the region for thousands and thousands of years. Any construction project running through the native Alaskan lands must be done through the consultation of the indigenous peoples of the region. However, it is rare that industries and corporations conduct themselves in ethical ways when working in or around protected land, so the indigenous people would likely be very wary of any promises made. But even if a minimal environmental impact was somehow agreed upon, habitat would be lost. It's simply impossible not to destroy some natural habitats when dealing with a construction project of this scale. This has led many to suggest that it is not just the economic cost that makes a bridge connecting Alaska to Russia untenable, but the environmental cost is so great that it would be better to just leave the lands around the Bering Strait alone. Despite all of those obstacles, there's an incredible history of humans attempting to cross the Bering Strait. And even more surprising is that even though the United States and much of the Western world are waging an economic war against Russia using sanctions, there are still a few proposals floating around to connect Asia and North America. Interestingly, a bridge has actually existed between Alaska and Russia. Well, a land bridge, that is. As recently as 16,500 years ago, the Bering Land Bridge sat where the Bering Strait is today. And this passage is likely one of the several ways that humans reached the Americas. The connection between the continents was the result of lower sea levels during the Ice Age. At this time, large amounts of seawater was trapped in glaciers, with some of them being as much as 2.5 miles thick in some parts of the Northern Hemisphere. Scientists hypothesized that the climate along the land bridge connecting the two continents was likely dry and covered in minimal ice. It also had an abundant amount of cold-hardy tundra vegetation, allowing animals such as woolly mammoths to migrate into the Americas. It is possible that humans followed these migration herds, and that is how some indigenous population ended up in the subarctic and northern sections of the Americas. Recent evidence suggests that humans crossed over the Bering Land Bridge as early as 30,000 BCE. But then, somewhere between 10,000 and 11,000 years ago, the planet's temperature began to warm, and the glaciers started to melt, resulting in the Bering Land Bridge becoming submerged underwater. It wouldn't be until the 19th century that traveling across the Bering Strait without the use of boats would become part of human history once again. In 1846, Colorado Territorial Governor William Gilpin raised funds to conduct a viability study for building a railway along the Alaskan shores and up to the Bering Strait. Gilpin had plans for much more than just Alaska, and in the decades to come, he would spread word of his vision to create a cosmopolitan railway, linking the entire world using a series of railways. In 1859, Russia desperately needed funds after losing the Crimean War to France and Britain. The Russian leadership considered selling Alaska to the United States in order to fuel its economy after their failed war. However, it wouldn't be for another 8 years before the United States finally purchased the rights to Alaska, then known as Russian America. The final selling price was $7.2 million, or roughly 2 cents per acre. On October 18, 1867, Russia officially transferred the Alaskan territory to the United States. For the next 92 years, Alaska would be a territory of the U.S., but would not be given statehood until the following century. However, the purchasing of Alaska opened the door to projects led by U.S. companies and entrepreneurs, including those focused on building a bridge across the Bering Strait. In 1892, Joseph Strauss, who would go on to design over 400 bridges along with serving as a project engineer for the Golden Gate Bridge, created the first proposal for a Bering Strait rail crossing as his senior thesis. Nothing would ever come of the design envisioned by the young engineer, but showed that Gilpin's Cosmopolitan Railway could theoretically be possible in the future. The linchpin in Gilpin's whole plan was that there needed to be a way to get trains across the Bering Strait, and once this problem was solved, everything else would fall into place. This was as long as he could secure the funding and find backers, which of course, he never did. In 1904, a group of railroad magnates came up with a proposal to create a Siberian-Alaskan railroad. They envisioned the train traveling from Cape Prince of Wales in Alaska, across the Bering Strait, and into Russia. However, this group of businessmen did not want to build a bridge over the Bering Strait, but instead construct a tunnel underneath its waters to carry passengers and freight from North America to Asia and back again. The project would need an additional 3,100 miles of rails through Russia and 1,900 miles of rails in North America to connect major cities to the tunnel near the top of the world. But the businessmen wanted more than just the railroad rights. They also included the mineral rights for 8 miles on each side of the railway in their proposal. Their lease would be for 90 years with the ability to renew in the future. After reviewing the proposal, the United States government decided not to move forward with the project. Tsar Nicholas II, on the other hand, approved the American proposal but made it clear that the Russian government would not finance the project. The railroad magnates determined that the whole thing would cost over $350 million at the time, which is about $12 billion today. However, it seemed like the project could get underway with the Russian Tsar's blessing, and a connection across the Bering Strait would finally be built. Unfortunately, the Russian Revolution broke out in 1905. World War I began 9 years after that, and all funding and interest in the project to connect Alaska to Russia were forgotten as the world descended into chaos. On June 30th, 1958, the U.S. Senate passed the Alaska Statehood Bill, and on August 26th, a special election was held in Alaska to vote on statehood, which passed with a margin of 6-1. On January 3, 1959, Alaska officially became the 49th state in the U.S., and now that Alaska was formally recognized as a state, more funds and federal aid could be secured for infrastructure projects such as building roads, railways, and bridges. Around the same time in 1958, engineer Tung Yen Lin came up with his own plans to build a bridge across the Bering Strait. His goal was to foster commerce and understanding between the people of the United States and the Soviet Union. But neither government had any interest in settling their differences at the time, so in 1968, Tung Yun Lin started the nonprofit Intercontinental Peace Bridge, Inc. The company conducted a feasibility study and determined that it would be possible to connect Alaska and Russia via a bridge for around $1 billion. Nothing came of the plans, but the Intercontinental Peace Bridge did not die quite yet. In 1994, Tung Yun Lin did another expenditure analysis and determined the bridge would now cost $4 billion. But of course, this cost did not include all of the additional infrastructure that would need to be built to connect the bridge to major cities in North America and Asia. Tung Yen-lin, continued to argue that if Russia and the United States could put aside their differences, they could build a bridge over the Bering Strait that would both literally and metaphorically bring them closer together. However, neither government was interested in working with the other, and Tung Yen-lin's dream of a peace bridge never came to fruition. In 2006, a new feasibility study was sponsored by the Canadian Arctic Railway Company that resulted in a 2,326-page report, which concluded that a tunnel under the Bering Strait was not only the better way to create a crossing, but would be more economical. Unfortunately, the company went bankrupt not too long after the study was completed, so maybe their estimates should be taken with a grain of salt. In 2009, though, the governor of Alaska, Sarah Palin, ordered her own study analyzing the costs of constructing railways through the state all the way up to the Bering Strait. This project wouldn't necessarily be to create a crossing into Russia, but would allow Alaska to ship energy resources and fresh water to the rest of the country in times of need. The breakdown of the project came back, stating it would cost $3 billion to complete, and all plans were immediately thrown in the trash. In May of 2014, the Beijing Times reported a high-speed rail project that was in the works. The proposed project would build a 6,200-mile or 10,000-kilometer high-speed rail from northern China to the United States. Like with the other more modern plans, the passing from Russia to Alaska would be done via tunnel and not a bridge. The high-speed train would then travel from Wales, Alaska to Fairbanks and follow the Alaskan Highway all the way to Alberta, Canada, where several routes could then be taken to enter the United States. As with every other project, though, this one failed to get off the ground because of the disinterest of governments working together. Not everyone has given up on the Bering Strait crossing. As of yet, no one has been able to convince the United States or Russia that a bridge or tunnel between their two nations is something the world needs, but China is looking into ways to connect Asia and North America via a railway or road system. There is even speculation that part of China's Belt and Road Initiative may someday include a Bering Strait rail crossing in order to move more energy resources and goods between Canada and China. But with the way the geopolitical climate is right now, it doesn't look likely that a connection will happen anytime soon. But that won't stop people from trying, and there continues to be real plans made for a Bering Strait crossing, with some truly eye-watering price tags associated with them. But while it might be expensive, there have been similar in scope projects completed around the world, so maybe a bridge between Russia and Alaska isn't as impossible as history has made it seem. On August 30th, 1956, the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway opened. It stretched 24 miles across Lake Pontchartrain, connecting the urban areas around New Orleans to the smaller communities along with the North Shore, and is the longest bridge to extend over water in the world. It used 9,500 concrete pilings to create a sturdy structure that could handle large amounts of traffic, including tractor trailers carrying goods and cargo. Why this is important for the Bering Strait crossing is that since any bridge built to connect Alaska and Russia would utilize the Diomede Islands, none of the stretches of the bridge would need to be longer than the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway. This means that the length is not the problem when constructing a bridge over the Bering Strait. It's been concluded by recent studies that a bridge and accompanying infrastructure to connect the continental United States and China using highways, electrified double-tracked high-speed rails, and pipelines would cost around $105 billion. This would be 5 times what it costs to build the channel that connects the UK to mainland Europe. However, proponents of a land route between North America and Asia note that just the petroleum resources that could be transported between the continents could be worth trillions of dollars. And maybe the different rail gauge sizes aren't such a problem after all. To solve the rail gauge problem, it has been shown that technology has advanced to the point where unloading and reloading cargo between different trains can be done in a surprisingly quick manner. It is now possible to transfer the contents of a 60-container train in 1 hour. This means that neither Russia nor the United States would actually need to change their railways, resulting in one less obstacle standing in the way of a bridge connecting the two countries. And if this doesn't satisfy all parties, there are now variable gauge axles for locomotives in use around the world that allow the gauge of the train to be changed. And these developments have led to some very serious modern plans for a crossing. In 2007, the TKM WorldLink, also known as the ICL WorldLink, was proposed. The railway would be 3,700 miles long and connect Siberia to Alaska, with the goal of carrying oil, natural gas, and passengers between Russia and the United States. The plans called for a 64-mile tunnel between Russia and Alaska, which would be the longest in the world, beating the 37-mile Guangzhou Metro Tunnel in China by 27 miles. The tunnel itself was estimated to cost between $10 billion and $12 billion, with the final price tag of the entire project estimated to be around $65 billion. When Vladimir Putin approved the development plan in 2008, the project was slated to take over 20 years to finish, with a tentative completion date of 2030. No construction was conducted anywhere near the Bering Strait, but it did show there was a renewed interest in a crossing, at least on the Russian side. In 2014, China started a proposal for a US, Canada, Russia, China bullet train route that would cross over the Bering Strait. The train would reach speeds of 220 miles per hour. Just like the WorldLink, these plans didn't call for a bridge over the Bering Strait, but a tunnel under its frigid waters that would be about 120 miles long. Unlike previous proposals, the focus of this high-speed rail would be on carrying passengers between the two continents and would allow for people to go from the continental United States to China in approximately 2 days. But this raises the most important question: why? If travelers are looking for fast ways to get between Asia and Russia, an airplane can make the journey from Beijing to New York City in 14 hours and 55 minutes. This very fact renders a passenger train that crosses the Bering Strait pointless. A passenger train between Asia and North America just isn't practical. And this is why most believe nothing will ever come of the proposed railway and tunnel under the Bering Strait. But then in 2015, a new collaboration emerged that went back to the bridge connection between Russia and Alaska, when China and Russia began collaborating on the Trans-Eurasian Belt development, which would run across much of Siberia. A key component of the plan included a road bridge over the Bering Strait that would also incorporate gas and oil pipelines that would carry resources from Siberia and Alaska into China. It was even suggested that later iterations of the project would include a high-speed rail and superhighway that would connect London to New York City via Russia. When Vladimir Yakunin, the head of Russian railways, unveiled the plans for the infrastructure project that would allow such a transportation system to be developed, many around the world dismissed it altogether. Most agree that a railway and road system could be built between Asia and North America, and that the bridge over the Bering Strait was possible, but the whole project just didn't make sense. Even when the plans were revised to include an underwater tunnel instead of a bridge, the international community had a hard time understanding what the point would be other than spending huge sums of money, resources, and time on a project that would yield only minimal benefits. To be fair, if Russia could get other nations on board, the Trans-Eurasian Belt development would create millions of jobs, and if completed, the road and railway would be utilized to carry passengers and cargo across Europe, Asia, and North America. So Russia and China would both benefit from the undertaking, but the benefits as a whole never seemed to outweigh the exuberant costs. It was estimated that around 12,500 miles of new roads and railways would need to be built. The tunnel under the Bering Strait would cost somewhere between $25 and $50 billion, and the entire project would require at least $1.5 trillion in initial costs. But many agree this figure is much, much too low, especially when factoring in the challenges workers face in rural areas and the extreme climate just below the Arctic Circle. So for now, there is no bridge connecting Russia and Alaska. Even though there have been numerous studies and proposals conducted on building a connection via bridge or tunnel across the Bering Strait, it seems unlikely that a structure will be started anytime soon, since for most countries and corporations, the cons simply outweigh the benefits. There's too much infrastructure that needs to be created to make a link between Asia and North America practical. The economic benefits are there, but they just aren't enough to justify pouring hundreds of billions or even trillions of dollars into such a project. In the future, if governments could put aside their differences, transportation technology advances tremendously, and there is a sustainable way to construct all of the infrastructure needed to cross the Bering Strait and proceed to major cities in Asia and North America. Perhaps a new proposal will be accepted to build a bridge connecting Russia and Alaska, since where there is a will, there is always a way. But for the time being, it's much more likely that travel by plane and moving goods by cargo ship will continue to be the norm between Asia and North America. Welcome to the vast expanse known as Canada, the largest country in the Americas and the second largest in the world, with an abundance of space and resources. Covering a total of 3.85 million square miles, Canada is almost 1.6 times larger than its southern neighbor, the United States. Yet despite its size, a staggering 80% of Canadians live within just 100 miles of the United States border. This border, first drawn in the late 1700s after the United States gained independence and added to throughout the 19th century, still defines the geographical boundary between the two countries, and today stretches 5,525 miles in length. In comparison to other countries, Canada has a relatively low population density of approximately 11 people per square mile, making it one of the least densely populated nations in the world. Closer in population density to countries like Guyana and Iceland than the United States, which has 91 people per square mile, or Japan, which has 854. So then why, with so much land at their disposal and with continuous efforts to expand away from the border and to the north, do Canadians tend to cluster so close to their neighbors to the south? The story behind this population pattern is as intriguing as the history of the Canada-United States border itself, with its roots dating back to the first settlers and taking several twists and turns along the way. The United States and Canada, the two largest nations in the Americas, possess a shared and intricate history. Both countries emerged from the New World, with settlers from Western Europe, mainly from Britain, France, and Spain, shaping their foundations. They shared a common land, religion, and culture, predominantly Protestant and rooted in the common law legal tradition. The most significant divergence occurred when the southern region gained independence, becoming the United States of America. Meanwhile, British Canada remained loyal to Britain, giving rise to a unique border. This border, a de facto line on future maps, resembled those later drawn between India and Pakistan post-Indian independence in 1947, and Northern Ireland and the Irish Free State, later the Republic of Ireland in 1937, after the Irish War of Independence in 1921. And just like in those other examples, there were many who didn't agree with this new border. Native tribes like the Blackfoot, which span both the United States and Canada, have clans on either side of the border. They perceive themselves as a single nation, with the Blackfoot Nation, for example, comprising roughly 16,000 members, 7,000 in the United States and 9,000 in Canada. Canada's First Nation tribes, with a total population exceeding 1.7 million people and representing over 600 different nations, maintain historical and cultural ties with the United States. European settlers primarily arrived in Canada from France and Great Britain in the 17th and 18th centuries, attracted by the lucrative fur trade and fishing industry. By the end of the 18th century, the fur trade, with beaver fur as the most sought after, had become Canada's largest export. Similar to the United States, most European settlers in Canada initially concentrated in the northeast near oceans or rivers with ocean access. This made travel back to Europe more convenient and also fostered the growth of the fishing industry. Upon arrival, the settlers discovered the Great Lakes region, spanning both the United States and Canada, to be ideal for farming. The original border was designed in part to fairly, if not evenly, distribute lakeland and ocean access. Consequently, Canada's most densely populated area extended from the Great Lakes along the St. Lawrence River to the Atlantic Ocean. This region includes the cities of Quebec City, Montreal, and Toronto, which form a relatively straight line along the peninsula extending into the Great Lakes area. This positioning places Canada's traditional economic and population centers in close proximity to the states of New York, Pennsylvania, Vermont, and Michigan. As of 2021, approximately 61% of Canada's population resided in these areas. The first attempt at a peaceful resolution between the longtime rivals, with Canada still officially part of Britain, was the Treaty of Paris in 1783. Created during the aftermath of the American Revolution, part of the treaty focused on the resources of the new nation.
Both sides agreed the border would be drawn in the north, extending from Nova Scotia to the Connecticut River. However, knowledge of what exactly this would mean was limited to the incomplete understanding of the New World's geography. For instance, it hadn't been long since California was depicted as an island on maps, a mistake that wouldn't be realized until 1747. The unusual border that was eventually established was not anticipated at the time of the initial agreement. The first major border conflict broke out in 1812 when James Madison got the notion in his head to annex British Canada and make the territory another state in the rapidly expanding USA, assuming that he'd be able to take over the territory without too much trouble. The smaller British forces and their native allies proved much tougher than expected though, and the war basically ended in a stalemate, with neither side gaining any land. But not before the British pushed back and actually burned down the first incarnation of the White House before leaving. The negotiated peace in 1814 led to the Treaty of Ghent, which reset the boundaries and had both sides agreeing to stay on their own land, and the Rush-Bagot Pact of 1817 further solidified the border. So that took care of the border around the Great Lakes, but what about the huge straight part of the border? The part you probably actually think of when imagining the US-Canadian border. Well, that came from Western expansion. Both the US and Canada were pushing towards the Rocky Mountains, leading to further negotiations about who had what, with the Treaty of 1818 basically agreeing to uphold the previous agreement about what the border should be, extending the established line all the way out to the Pacific Ocean, and with both sides losing areas they wanted in the deal. Things were fairly quiet for nearly 20 years until 1842, when disputes arose concerning the border between Maine and New Brunswick. Some believed that surveying errors had occurred, leading to the Webster-Ashburton Treaty of 1842. This treaty had only added more confusion to the already peculiar eastern border. The Rocky Mountains were still a problem though, with the Treaty of 1818 ending at this natural border. U.S. President James Knox Polk insisted during his campaign that the area, now the Canadian province of British Columbia, should belong to the United States, a conviction that led to the popular slogan, 54-40 or fight. Despite Polk's unexpected win in 1845, the 1846 Treaty of Oregon prevented war between the United States and pre-Confederation British Canada. The dispute over islands beyond mainland British Columbia was largely resolved by the Pig War, which was basically what it sounds like. In 1859, an American settler, Lyman Cutlar, killed a British farmer's pig, claiming land rights in the disputed area of the San Juan Islands under the Donation Land Claim Act. This even led to an official declaration of war between the then independent Vancouver Island and the state of Washington. Although troops were sent, no casualties were recorded, other than the unfortunate pig. The war ended with the decision that awarded the San Juan Islands to the United States, causing the British Canadians to withdraw. Despite efforts to clearly define the border between the United States and Canada, which itself became independent in 1867, some inconsistencies remain. One example is Minnesota's northwest angle, further north than any point in the lower 48 states. Although much of the northwest angle is physically within the established border of Canada, it is officially part of Minnesota. This geographical oddity began with the Treaty of Paris in 1783. The initial agreement between the United States and Britain drew the border between various established points, specifically from the Atlantic Ocean to the Mississippi River, and then west of Lake Superior, the northern end at the Lake of the Woods, a route that put the majority of the angle within the Canadian province of Manitoba. The demarcation, while intentional, was based at least partly on a historical misunderstanding of the region, which stemmed from explorer John Mitchell depicting the Lake of the Woods as being basically egg-shaped, which, as we know today, is not the case. Today, the only indication of the border anomaly is a road sign informing drivers that they are entering the United States. A critical feature on the Canadian side of the border, intentionally preserved by the Paris Treaty, is the St. Lawrence River, home to some of Canada's first non-coastal settlements. It hosts two of Canada's largest and wealthiest cities, Toronto and Montreal. Before cars or trains, Sea access was crucial for some commerce and connections to Europe. Unlike the United States, where trains led to the spread of major cities throughout the country, Canadian commerce and most of its population remained in traditional centers like Toronto, which already had a population of 20,000 people by 1890. An increased need for shipping led to improvements in the St. Lawrence waterway, beginning with the introduction of locks allowing vessels as large as 186 feet long to easily pass from the city to the sea and Europe beyond. An added benefit to the location, after the border and trade negotiations were initially resolved around the time of the Rush-Bagot Treaty in 1817, was that Canada found a willing and mostly friendly trading partner in nearby states, particularly New York, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. This led to the construction of the Erie Canal in 1821, which is 363 miles long and took 8 years to complete. The canal was primarily intended to transport materials from Hamilton, Ontario, near Toronto, which was historically known as a steel town. But there is a class of boat called the Great Lakes Freighter, used by both the United States and Canada, that is allowed to pass freely over the Great Lakes. You see, the waters of these lakes are officially owned by the public due to a legal principle called the Public Trust Doctrine. Cooperation between the two countries began to extend to the St. Lawrence waterway in the 1890s, and by 1959, the waterway was fully open, rendering the Erie Canal mostly obsolete. Another factor keeping the majority of Canadians in the St. Lawrence region wasn't an economic one, but an actual physical barrier: the Canadian Shield. This is the name for an exposed portion of the North American Craton, part of the continental crust that runs from Mexico up through Canada and over to Greenland. It is a formidable landscape of mostly rock, with over 2.7 billion years of geological history that covers approximately 4.4 million square miles, making it one of the largest geological regions in the world. But this also makes it completely unsuitable for construction or agriculture, so not an ideal place to build a city. While some of the Canadian Shield extends into the United States, Northwest Ontario, Canada experiences the most significant impact. The Canadian Shield makes up roughly half of Canada's landmass, particularly in the north to south direction, hindering western expansion for over a century. Only the maritime provinces, Newfoundland, Prince Edward Island, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick, the southern west portion of Manitoba, the southern ends of Saskatchewan and Alberta, and all of British Columbia and the Yukon Territory fall outside the main part of the Canadian Shield, which makes any east-to-west travel a very bumpy ride. While a handful of intrepid individuals, primarily freelance French traders known as voyageurs, ventured west since the 1760s, founding settlements like Portage-la-Prairie, which is basically French for "we have to carry the canoe how far?" Settlement beyond the Canadian Shield was not a priority. However, as waves of immigrants arrived in North America, particularly from Ireland, during the devastating potato famine which lasted from 1845 to 1849 and resulted in the death of nearly 1 million people and the immigration of another million, the situation changed. Cities like New York and Boston experienced similar surges in Irish immigrants, and the once abundant fertile farmland of Quebec and Ontario became scarce. The Canadian government, recognizing the need for economic expansion for their new nation, established by the British North America Act of 1867, turned their attention westward, beyond the formidable Canadian Shield. Pioneers venturing through the Canadian Shield eventually reached Canada's vast prairie region. One such group, the Selkirk settlers, aptly named due to them coming from Selkirk, England, made it as far as the Red River region in the wild territory of Rupert's Land in 1812. Although they engaged in some agriculture, the settlers primarily focused on hunting, trapping, and the booming fur trade around the area's numerous lakes. This dashed Lord Selkirk's hopes that the settlers would serve as a supply base for the Hudson's Bay Company, a famously strict organization willing to use violence to protect its territory. Consequently, the company allowed settlements in Rupert's Land. However, for the next few decades until the 1860s, apart from a few bold settlers and Hudson's Bay Company employees, Canada's western expanse saw little immigration or development. In 1867, Canada's first Prime Minister, John A. Macdonald, met with his Minister of Defense, and that's defense spelled the British way with a C, George Etienne Cartier, and Senator George Brown to discuss a Western strategy, with the 1783 Paris Treaty allowing for the Western expansion without stepping on American toes. Their priority was to expand the Red River settlement just beyond the most challenging parts of the Canadian Shield. The Red River area, already infamous for its lawlessness and the violent Pemmican War between the Northwest Company and the more dominant Hudson's Bay Company, posed a challenge for expansion. From 1812 to 1821, these companies engaged in a series of armed conflicts over trapping rights in the region, with the government being too decentralized to intervene. The conflict finally concluded with the absorption of the Northwest Company into the Hudson's Bay Company. By 1866, the Red River region was gradually slipping from the grasp of the Hudson's Bay Company, which was funded by the British government. At its peak, the company generated an annual revenue of more than £500,000 per year, the equivalent to around £50 million today from the fur trade alone. The Canadian government expedited this process by buying out the company's monopoly for £300,000, approximately £30 million today, and transferring control of the lands to the government. However, several treaties still needed to be negotiated with local indigenous tribes in the Red River region to minimize resistance to development. An unexpected figure, Louis Riel, a Canadian politician based in the Red River Territory, then emerged as a challenge for the government. Riel mobilized the Métis people, descendants of French-Canadian voyagers and local indigenous tribes, around issues of racial, religious, and language rights. In response to the government's assumed takeover of the Red River Territory, Riel organized his Métis followers into a resistance movement. At just 25 years old, he was elected president of the provisional government in the region, which declared independence from Canada and Britain in December 1869. As you can imagine, the federal government in Ottawa was a little irked by the formation of a breakaway government in the Red River region, and they considered it an act of treason. Hindered by additional complications, the federal government stayed out of Manitoba for most of 1870, leaving the status of Riel's province in a state of uncertainty. A significant concern was the possibility of Riel aligning with the United States, which would disrupt nearly a century of treaties between the two nations. Moreover, the Red River region constituted the most fertile land available west of Ontario within Canada's borders. Granting Riel's demands would essentially create a sovereign state within Canada, compromising the intended economic growth. Meanwhile, Riel was having his own problems as his Métis people were only one faction in the Red River region. The country-born people, also of mixed European and Indigenous ancestry, were predominantly English and Protestant, and often conflicted with the Métis. Riel handled the issue by bringing them into the fold, expanding the government to include a large number of country-born representatives. Nonetheless, Riel had his hands full with a faction of Canadians from Ontario, led by Dr. John Schultz, who stood to gain from Ottawa's investment. Clashes between Riel's forces and these Canadians culminated in the Plains War, which led to the arrest of several Ottawa loyalists and Thomas Scott, a recent immigrant from the north of Ireland. Scott was an infamous Orangeman, anti-Catholic Protestant named after William of Orange, with a marked hatred for Catholics. While other prisoners were released, Scott was executed without trial. Negotiations had been going well with Ottawa, both sides hopeful that war would be avoided, but the execution of Scott sparked a call for revenge in Ontario, which was dominantly British and Protestant, Toronto having its own fair few members of Orangemen and supporters. To avoid exacerbating tensions between Ontario and Quebec, Prime Minister Macdonald opted for diplomacy, sending a delegation to the Red River for negotiations. The delegation's efforts resulted in Manitoba achieving provincial status, thus quashing any concerns of Riel defecting to the United States. However, Macdonald showed little mercy to the Red River provisional government leaders, causing Riel to flee to the United States to evade execution. The Canadian government cracked down on the Métis and country-born populations they deemed as rebels, and the military drove most of them out of Manitoba. With full control over the new province and its resources, Macdonald established the city of Winnipeg, a mere 63 miles from the Minnesota border. Today, it remains the largest city in Manitoba, with 90% of the province's population residing there. The challenges posed by the Canadian Shield during the settlement of Rupert's Land highlighted the need for a more efficient land transport system in Canada. Fortunately, a groundbreaking invention was about to emerge. Steam power, developed in the 18th century, fueled the Industrial Revolution, largely due to the innovative work of Scottish inventor James Watt. This new technology was soon harnessed to facilitate travel, with the first prototype steam engine taking shape. Initially employed in Britain's renowned mining industry, coal cars were horse-drawn along early railways, eventually giving way to cable cars powered by winches in both Canada and the United States as early as the 1820s. Although these methods had limited utility for travel, steam-powered rail lines quickly developed in the British Isles, boasting over 6,000 miles of track by 1850. In parallel, Canada saw the introduction of its first railway, the Champlain and St. Lawrence Railroad, in 1836, which ran between La Prairie on the south shore of the St. Lawrence River and Saint-Jean-sur-Richelieu, a distance of about 20 miles. As railways expanded eastward into the Maritimes, the Albion Mines Railway was completed in 1839 and remained relatively short-range with a total length of only about 6.5 miles. The first attempt at creating a long-range railway for passenger travel emerged in the 1840s with the conception of the St. Lawrence and Atlantic Railroad. This cooperative effort, benefiting both Canada and the United States, gained support from proponents in both Portland, Maine and Quebec, Canada, including John A. Poor and Alexander Tilak Galt. The primary goal of the railway was to provide regular access to the Atlantic Ocean for Quebec and establish a connection between Portland and Maine's hinterland. With Galt's influence in the Canadian Parliament, the Guarantee Act passed in 1849, providing government funding to proposed rail projects longer than 75 miles. Consequently, the 267-mile-long railway was funded and completed by 1853. Around the same time, Canadian politician and businessman Alec MacNab garnered support from investors on both sides of the border to build the Great Western Railway, running between Windsor and Niagara Falls, Ontario. Windsor is only 2 miles from Detroit, and Niagara Falls is just 3 miles from Niagara in New York. The relatively open nature of the border at that time allowed for comparatively easy use of the Great Western Railway by American interests. The introduction of steam trains significantly eased travel through Manitoba and Rupert's Land in general, following the resolution of the provisional government issue. In 1875, a railway spanning approximately 62 miles was laid, running from Emerson to St. Boniface, a French stronghold just outside Winnipeg. This railway also connected St. Boniface to St. Vincent, Minnesota, establishing an all-rail route from the most populated port of Manitoba into the state. Once completed, the rail line became the primary mode of transportation from Ontario into the prairies for Anglo-Canadian settlers. Unfortunately for MacDonald, many immigrants settled in the United States instead, as there was insufficient access across Canada even with the train. The MacDonald government encountered fewer difficulties with the nomadic Plains Cree than with the Métis and country-born populations in Manitoba as they expanded into the grain-rich plains of Saskatchewan. Additionally, the Hudson's Bay Company held no claim on the land, simplifying matters for Ottawa. The main challenges in the region were lack of interest in transportation. Despite the expansion of the railroad, including further southern connections linking Minneapolis to Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, which allowed American grain companies to benefit from the Canadian prairies, interest from Canadians and British immigrants in the drylands west of Manitoba remained limited. Until the 1870s, much of the Western Plains were simply too far from the commercial and social heart of Canada, located east of the Canadian Shield. The first successful widespread settlement of the Saskatchewan drylands originated from Eastern Europe, as the government actively sought hardy farm workers from the Russian Empire who were accustomed to harsh, dry conditions to cultivate the largely unused Canadian land. Launched in 1896, this campaign resulted in a surge of settlers, the majority of whom were from what is now present-day Ukraine, arriving in the once vacant Saskatchewan drylands. Despite facing an initial language barrier, Ukrainian Canadians integrated relatively quickly into Canadian society. By 1911, the community had seen its members elected to public office at both municipal and provincial levels. By 1938, Ukrainians represented 2.2% of the Canadian population. with the majority residing in the prairies, particularly Saskatchewan. Although Manitoba and Saskatchewan faced challenges in claiming and developing land, the province of Alberta proved relatively easier to both claim and utilize. In 1888, MacDonald implemented an ambitious plan called gilded grazing leases to promote ranching in the prairies. The drylands were ideal for ranching due to their abundant supply of natural grasses and grains for cattle to feed. These leases granted up to 100,000 acres of land for a period of up to 21 years. With the growth of the cattle industry, particularly around Calgary in south-central Alberta, the leases expanded to include homesteading rights by 1892. Supported by American investment in Alberta's thriving beef industry, train service expanded further west and south, connecting Alberta to lucrative American markets. With the primary focus on grain and beef production, the emerging cities of Regina in Saskatchewan and Calgary in Alberta, still the major population centers in their provinces, are located near the American border. Largely isolated throughout its history, the enigmatic land west of the Rocky Mountains, which would become British Columbia, had been inhabited by numerous First Nations tribes for thousands of years. Initial contact with outsiders mainly occurred on the Western Islands and coast, more accessible via the northwestern United States than from Canada. After the dispute with James Polk over the 5440 latitude territory, the first non-native settlements emerged around modern-day Vancouver in 1862. The accessible seaport provided direct connections to Asia and the northwestern United States. A thriving lumber industry began in 1863, partly driven by American lumberman Sewell Moody from Maine. By 1870, when most of the area was theoretically under Canadian control, regional administrators sent a surveyor to the rapidly expanding lumber settlements. This led to the establishment of the first official town site of Granville, named after Lord Granville. However, the area was more commonly known as Gastown, after John Gassy Jack Dayton, the proprietor of the area's only legal saloon. But back then, gassy didn't mean what it means today. Instead, the phrase was a slang term for an enthusiastic talker. One significant advantage of the town site was its location near the Pacific coast, featuring a natural port and the Fraser River, which followed from the north into the Pacific Ocean. The Canadian Pacific Railway, or CPR, chose this post as its westernmost stop, connecting Vancouver to cities as far away as Toronto. CPR President William Van Horne recommended the name Vancouver after English explorer George Vancouver, officially incorporating the city in the spring of 1886. Van Horne's influence was crucial as the promise of extending the railway from Toronto through the prairies and the Rocky Mountains to British Columbia played a major role in the region joining Canada as a province in 1871. Vancouver's location, just 32 miles from the U.S. border in Blaine, Washington, and with a natural port providing direct access to Asia across the Pacific, contributed to its rapid growth. It quickly became Canada's third major commercial and population center, joining Toronto and Montreal as one of the few Canadian cities widely known to Americans. Vancouver Island, also named after George Vancouver, had a less straightforward history. Most of the largest Gulf Island is within the Canadian border, right across from Vancouver. The southernmost tip, including the city of Victoria, was disputed during Polk's 5440 or Fight campaign. Sir James Douglas, the first governor of British Columbia, declared the island a crown colony in 1849. This meant that the British government was obligated to defend the colony, making Polk more willing to negotiate. Vancouver Island officially joined the rest of British Columbia in 1866, 1 year before Canadian independence and 6 years before British Columbia became a province. The infertile, rocky landscape of the Canadian Shield and challenges in transportation, alongside the cold climate, were significant factors in Canadian population centers' proximity to the U.S. border. But what about Canada's other border with the United States? The oft-forgotten one. You might be surprised to learn that the majority of Canada's population in the far north still lives close to the U.S. border. How, might you ask? It's all thanks to President Dwight D. Eisenhower. Eisenhower was a longtime supporter of statehood for Alaska, the former Russian territory that had been an official possession of the United States since 1867. His primary concerns regarding Alaskan statehood were national security and ownership. Alaska's proximity to the Soviet Union's Asian region during the Cold War made it a particular target for missile strikes.
Following a series of tentative bills, including H.R. 7999, in the summer of 1958, Alaska was officially named the 49th state by the beginning of 1959. This designation created a northern border with Canada, placing the city of Whitehorse, Yukon, less than 100 miles from Skagway, Alaska. Today, Whitehorse, which is in the Yukon Territory capital city, boasts a population of 25,000, more than half of the territory's total population. While the lengthy shared border between Canada and the U.S. offers economic benefits, the border's initial design has also led to some unexpected challenges. An unexpected development in the town of Derbyline, Vermont, established in 1791, the town straddles the border between Vermont and Quebec due to the lapse in border regulations. This is most clearly seen in the Haskell Library and Opera House, the latter boasting a stage that is in Canada and seating which is in the United States. Another peculiar situation arises in Point Roberts, Washington. With a population of 1,100, this town on the Tsawwassen Peninsula in southwestern British Columbia can only be accessed by driving through Canada. The 17-mile journey to the nearest U.S. border crossing at Peace Arc became an issue when the U.S. heightened border security. This action isolated Point Roberts from essential services in Washington, leading to complications such as school buses being turned back to avoid international incidents. Moreover, during the U.S. government's intensified enforcement of immigration policies between 2016 and 2020, a growing number of immigrants sought to reach the U.S. via Canada, intending to cross the border through prairies where fields seamlessly transition from one country to another without border checks. The allure of the vast, unguarded border led to migrants arriving in poor health, often afflicted with frostbite. The situation at the border between Canada and the United States has improved, though not to pre-9/11 levels. In states such as Washington, New York, Michigan, and Vermont, border crossings are relatively easy due to their long history of common economic interests with Canada. Moreover, Canada's native-born population is aging, with an average national age of 41 and a low birth rate, compared to the United States average of 38 in 2020. This demographic trend has resulted in an over-concentration of the population in major cities, leading to a housing crisis due to high demand. As more young people pursue opportunities in economic powerhouses on either coast, the nation grapples with challenges in addressing its uneven population distribution, which is only getting worse and worse. To address the issue of population decline, the government is actively trying to attract new immigrants to the northern regions by offering strong incentives, such as the Northern Allowance added to pay on most jobs. This has led to better facilities and innovative shipping solutions to get supplies to northern communities. So, to sum it all up, Canada's population is mostly concentrated in cities near both the southern and northern borders with the United States, due to a host of factors that include climate, agriculture, shipping opportunities, and of course, their long shared history. The easiest access to the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans and the most fertile farmland of various forms are all available within 100 miles of the American borders, a situation which has led to the United States and Canada having a long and cooperative economic relationship that doesn't show any signs of going away. India. It's the world's second most populous country, with a staggering 1.4 billion citizens and home to 6 cities where populations exceed 10 million. People are everywhere. Yet as you walk around India's largest cities, a surprising revelation emerges: the conspicuous lack of skyscrapers. This striking absence of giant buildings can't help but raise the question, where do all these people live and work? If these densely populated urban centers aren't housing their residents vertically, where is everyone fitting in? The undeniable truth is that India's most populated cities lack distinctive skylines and optimized urban space utilization. Hindered by a rocky path to urbanization and a sluggish legal system, cities like Mumbai, Kolkata, Delhi, and Bangalore have fallen behind in the race to build tall cities. However, new developments and initiatives by Indian urban planners are striving to harness the architectural wisdom of their ancestors, recognizing that many European and Western-inspired buildings don't necessarily align with the region's climate conditions or energy consumption capabilities given the nation's current infrastructure. Since gaining independence from Great Britain in 1958, India's economic power has experienced a series of highs and lows. Now India is on an unstoppable trajectory to become the world's third largest economy by 2030. With a burgeoning population fueling this economic surge, India's business centers anticipate relentless expansion over the next few decades. In comparison to other global cities such as New York or Shanghai, India's urban landscapes appear to be an anomaly in terms of their skyline. What do the unique skylines of Mumbai, Delhi, Bangalore, and Hyderabad reveal about the current state of Indian culture, politics, and commerce? And how are these cities poised to transform in the coming years? Let's uncover the reasons behind India's lack of skyscrapers and why this might be changing sooner than you think. Delving into the roots of India's urban landscape, we must journey back to the 1600s, the era when westernization cast its first transformative ripples across the nation. Granted, this is merely a blink in India's vast historical timeline. But for the purpose of this video, it serves as our stepping stone into the past. Chennai, Mumbai, and Kolkata, formerly known as Madras, Bombay, and Kolkata, emerged as the principal port cities of the British East India Company. To put this in global context, the British East India Company was the largest and most influential trading company of its time, shaping global commerce and geopolitics. Encircled by forts constructed in the 1600s, these cities ingrained segregation into their design, with civil lines keeping the Britons and their Indian neighbors apart. Yet in Bombay, the walls of separation began to crumble as Indian businessmen infiltrated the fort's borders and fueled local economic activity. Trade flourished, and as more Englishmen ventured east, integrated suburbs sprouted in the countryside. A patchwork of architectural styles both accentuated economic disparities and revealed a penchant for style over efficiency. In Kolkata's Charanjeev neighborhood, grand mansions and straw huts stood side by side, painting a picture of stark contrasts. For comparison, European cities like London and Paris were undergoing their own urban transformations during the same period, with more uniform architecture and structured city planning. As one observer in 1768 described, Kolkata was a confusion of very superb and very shabby houses, dead walls, straw huts, warehouses, and I know not what. As British influence spanned centuries, integration became inevitable. Havelis, public squares, and neighborhoods melded Indian and British elements into their designs. During the British Raj, European architects birthed the Indo-Saracenic style, blending Mughal and Rajputana architecture with Victorian Gothic and Baroque. India transformed into a canvas where architects, engineers, and designers fused European and Asian aesthetics. Fast forward to 1857, and India stands divided. There is growing resentment against the British East India Company due to ongoing westernization efforts and the controversial Doctrine of Lapse, which violated a Hindu law stating that a ruler could appoint an unrelated heir to succeed them. Instead, the British East India Company asserted that in instances when a leader had no related heirs, the territory would be annexed by British forces who displaced the Indian aristocracy. Protests against the doctrine resulted in violence breaking out across the country and culminated in the Sepoy Mutiny. So named for Indian troops who led it, the Sepoy Mutiny saw thousands of Indian soldiers, British officers, and innocent civilians massacred in the crossfire. The bloodshed prompted the British Empire to amend the British East India Company's leadership with a more regulated system, the leadership of which took the form of Indian Civil Service, or ICS. The new elite, English-educated ruling class governed regions across India under British supervision. Despite their education, many Indian students found themselves excluded from the ICS and noticed lack of Indian representation in provincial governments. This frustration set the stage for the Indian National Congress in 1885, a nationalist body that would spearhead boycotts of British goods and champion Indian independence. As the seeds of nationalism took root in India, an intriguing development unfolded on the other side of the world. In 1885, the same year as the Indian National Congress, Chicago unveiled the world's first skyscraper, the Home Insurance Building, designed by William Le Baron Ginny. This 10-story marvel stood 138 feet tall, featuring a fireproof steel and metal skeleton reinforced with concrete. This revolutionary design transformed tall building construction and city planning forever. After the Great Chicago Fire of 1871, an ordinance was passed prohibiting wooden buildings, prompting architects and engineers to rethink their materials, and Ginny led the way toward building upwards. The Home Insurance Building was the first ever to incorporate structural steel in its framing, a design element that would influence generations of builders. But a lot more innovation went into construction of the first skyscraper than just one designer suggesting the use of steel. Many engineers and architects had not even considered relying on steel in their designs, as the material was hard to come by and was very expensive at the time. But then, a world-changing innovation by Henry Bessemer in the 1850s revolutionized the industry with his invention of his namesake Bessemer process. The process involved blowing air through molten pig iron in a large, pear-shaped container called a Bessemer converter. The oxygen in the air reacted with impurities such as carbon, silicon, and manganese, creating heat and producing slag. The oxidation removed the impurities and lowered the carbon content, turning pig iron into steel. The molten steel was then poured into molds to solidify and be rolled into various shapes and sizes. The newly developed process enabled unskilled workers to mass-produce steel in an affordable and efficient manner, and the new innovation helped fuel the Industrial Revolution, as steel's hardy, weatherproof qualities made it ideal for building railroad networks, which in turn facilitated the spread of trade and travel, helping the world become more connected and move information a little faster. Meanwhile, Elisha Otis's invention of the safety elevator in the early 19th century allowed for the safe transportation of workers and materials to higher stories of a building without the hassle of pulleys and stairs. While the elevators were significantly slower than the ones we'd recognize today, the Otis Elevator Company's design revolutionized the feasibility of crews working at tall heights and further enabling the skyscraper construction. Without these two essential developments in the form of the Bessemer process and the safety elevator, the Home Insurance Building in Chicago would have been little more than a pipe dream. Chicagoans couldn't help but look up with awe at their city's newly defined skyline, and other cities started taking notice as well. Visitors from all over the world flocked to see this marvel of construction, and soon more tall buildings began popping up all over the U.S. When Chicago hosted the 1893 World's Fair, the city attracted over 27 million visitors, inventors, pioneers, and dreamers to witness the latest innovations in city planning and engineering. The fair debuted the Ferris wheel and saw AC electricity and fluorescent lighting designed by Nikola Tesla light up Chicago's skyscrapers at night. Innovation fundamentally changed how cities looked and consequently how people were living in them. The 11-story Tower Building was built in New York City in 1889, spanning 162 feet, while the Wainwright Building in St. Louis, constructed in 1891, stood 10 stories tall, reaching 147 feet. These structures proved that tall buildings could be designed with both form and function in mind, rather than just being built for utility. In Europe, however, skyscrapers were slower to take hold, with the Royal Liver Building in Liverpool opening in 1911 as Europe's first skyscraper. At 11 stories tall, with a 316 feet clock tower in its center, the building was the tallest in Europe, until the Borentoren Tower in Antwerp claimed the title when it opened in 1932 on the ruins of a building that had been destroyed by bombing in World War I. As a quick aside, while a case could be made that the 16th century city of Shibam in Yemen could be considered the first city to boast a skyscraper with its 7-story mud brick towers, for the sake of this video, we're going to define skyscrapers as buildings that are at least 100 feet tall and have a steel skeleton of some kind. But credit where credit is due, the Hadrami urban architecture that laid out Shibam in a grid block system was the precursor to most modern city planning. While it has the nickname today as the Manhattan of the desert, Shibam was around for centuries before Manhattan had its first skyscraper. In 1916, China unveiled its first skyscraper, number 3 on the Bund, in Shanghai. Standing at a modest 6 stories, it didn't quite match the heights of its Western counterparts. Nevertheless, it set the stage for redefining Asia's urban centers, inspired by innovations from abroad. The Hong Kong-based architectural firm Palmer & Turner crafted number 3 in the Shanghai style, establishing the Bund as the city's new business epicenter. Fast forward to 1941, Singapore's museum planning area welcomed the 16-story Cathay building. The groundbreaking structure introduced the city's first air-conditioned public gathering space, providing respite from average summer temperatures in the mid-80s. The Cathay building inspired a vision of comfortable and accessible urban living through the incorporation of more skyscrapers. In 1959, Chennai, India, saw the construction of the 177-foot-tall Life Insurance Corporation building, LIC, marking India's first skyscraper. In 1961, the 25-story Usha Kiran building in Mumbai surpassed the LIC as India's tallest building at 260 feet. This luxury high-rise, with 2 3,200 square feet apartments per floor, fostered an exclusive community living above the city. The building boasted 5 elevators and an indoor swimming pool. By 1970, the World Trade Center in Mumbai consisted of Center 1 and 2, took the lead, with Center 1 towering at 516 feet and 35 stories. This building held the title as Southeast Asia's tallest for decades, until it was dethroned by the Planet Godrej at 594 feet and then the Imperial at 690 feet. Currently, the 1,050-foot-tall Palais Royal in Mumbai, with its 56 floors, stands as India's tallest skyscraper. Many of those buildings are located in Mumbai, which is home to the highest concentration of skyscrapers in India. With 66 buildings surpassing 650 feet and a total of over 200 skyscrapers. This sounds like an impressive number of tall buildings, but India is the world's second most populous country, yet it ranks only 12th globally in the number of skyscrapers. Several other Asian countries outpace India in skyscraper count, including Thailand, the Philippines, Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, and most notably, China. China, India's northeastern neighbor, boasts a staggering 3,084 buildings taller than 500 feet, 1,035 exceeding 650 feet, and 107 surpassing 1,000 feet. By comparison, India's buildings are both shorter and fewer in number. However, the disparities between China and Indian skyscrapers cannot be easily explained. While many modern cities share similar features, India's rapidly evolving skylines over the past decade have distinguished it from others. To comprehend why India has a comparatively limited number of skyscrapers, we must explore the underlying factors in greater depth. So let's break it down. Why does India have so few skyscrapers? For one, skyscrapers aren't the same as other buildings. Tall cathedrals and temple spires reaching hundreds of feet into the air have existed for centuries, but they don't need to be designed so that people can live and work every 14 or so feet. That means bathrooms, and those require complex systems for water, plumbing, and pressure control, none of which are easy to regulate or manage. And India faces considerable challenges concerning water resources. Despite being home to 20% of the global livestock population and over 1.4 billion people, it possesses only 4% of the world's water resources. That's a lot of crops to grow, mouths to feed, and people to keep hydrated. And it doesn't even take into account the need for fresh water for other agriculture, hydration, and sanitation. Moreover, fresh water is crucial for cooling motors and generators that generate electricity and power. The Ganga, Godavari, Indus, Krishna, and Brahmaputra river basins supply India with most of its replenishable fresh groundwater. With increasing population pressures, industrial growth, and the unprecedented pace of urbanization India is experiencing, the groundwater is getting extracted from lower and lower levels at a much faster rate than rainfall can replenish. This has led to fluoride and nitrates in the country's groundwater becoming more concentrated, which causes the fresh water from wells to suddenly seem a lot less fresh. Despite receiving heavy rainfall during monsoon seasons, India lacks the infrastructure to store and distribute water effectively. This leads to water contamination and wastage, as much of it ends up in brackish lakes or returns to the ocean. To address this issue, desalination plants are being constructed along India's coastlines. However, these facilities are not only expensive to build, but also require significant electrical energy for the filtration process, putting immense strain on India's power grids. According to the World Bank, a majority of urban Indian households only have access to water for a few hours a day, with some even limited to a few days a week. Although recent developments have expanded 24/7 water access in some cities, it's not yet universal. Everyone pays for their consumption, but those willing to pay more often receive a larger share, sometimes at the expense of others. India's population growth means that per capita, water availability may remain stagnant or decrease, while per capita, water usage is expected to rise from 99 liters per day in 2009 to 167 liters per day by 2050. This poses challenges for skyscraper construction, as water and electricity play vital roles. Standard practice involves pumping water to a rooftop reservoir, allowing gravity to maintain high pressure as water descends through the plumbing. Additionally, generators in large buildings require water for cooling purposes. Given the high demand for water and electricity concentrated in a small area, it is understandable why city planners are reluctant to replace low-rise neighborhoods with high-rise towers. Increasing the amount of housing in India's cities is necessary to address severe overpopulation. But this may lead to more people being drawn to urban centers, exacerbating issues such as urban sprawl and traffic congestion. The suburban sprawl of uncontrolled metropolises consumes millions of acres of land that could be utilized for agriculture or water retention. However, the vast footprint of India's cities and their suburbs makes it easier to distribute water to where it's needed and to regulate household access, and balancing these concerns is crucial as India's skylines continue to evolve. But it isn't just dwindling water resources that cast doubt over the feasibility of constructing more skyscrapers. There are also serious questions about cities' infrastructure being able to support a more dense population that raises alarm bells. And it's fair to wonder whether or not vertical cities would be sustainable given the current state of things. India's urban areas are home to nearly 500 million people, or about 35% of the country's total population. That's more than the entire population of the United States, where about 80% of the residents live in urban areas. So while proportionately less Indians live in cities, the sheer number of people who do live in and around them is astonishing. Furthermore, the World Bank estimates that if you include urban sprawl under that umbrella, then 55.3% of India's population lives in or adjacent to cities. With so many people squeezed into the same area for work, housing, and living, resources tend to get overused and then under service. Take, for example, the city of Bengaluru, sometimes described as the Silicon Valley of India. On an average weekday, the Bengaluru Metropolitan Transport Corporation moves 4.8 million people on over 6,100 buses across 2,400 routes. In 2022, this resulted in over 1,000 kilograms of carbon dioxide being emitted into the sky. Imagine a scenario where instead of living in sprawling suburbs necessitating long commutes, workers reside a mere 5 to 10 minutes walk from their offices. Such a shift would significantly alleviate India's air pollution problem, benefiting both individuals and the environment. Shorter commutes translate to fewer early mornings, reduced fuel expenses, and decreased pollution in the skies above India. However, there's a flip side to this coin. If the individuals migrated from suburban residences to city center high-rises and workplaces, several consequences would follow. Firstly, they would likely face soaring rent costs due to the city center's premium location. Secondly, companies would need to pay higher wages to compensate for the increased cost of living associated with the higher demand for limited resources. Thirdly, a community of coworkers living miles away would still exist, as they remain dedicated to high-paying, white-collar jobs that could alleviate their families from poverty to comfort within a generation. Consequently, urban centers would become more attractive than ever, drawing in people eager to work, live, and enjoy the company of successful individuals in a supportive environment. Well, this is what happened, and also not what happened. As India poured resources into urban development, the results were a mixed bag. Overpopulation surged like never before, with people lured by the promise of success reflected in the gleaming glass of newly constructed iconic buildings. They understood that to access these opportunities, they needed to be in close proximity to city centers. However, the lack of affordable housing for middle and lower income individuals led to the expansion of slums. An astounding 108,227 slum blocks sprawl across 2,543 cities. In Mumbai alone, nearly 60% of its 21 million residents reside in slums. The city has one of the lowest per capita floor space ratios, averaging just 2.9 square meters per person, largely due to the impact of slums. While India endeavors to rehouse millions living in these conditions, the challenge is monumental, particularly as new infrastructure must be built on land already occupied by slums. Other issues caused by cities' infrastructure stem from two key pieces of legislation. In 1947, the Rent Control Act was enacted by the government to protect tenants from exploitation and abuse by their landlords, which in theory is great, but the freezing of rents across cities in India disincentivized private companies from creating housing stock for rental purposes. If there's no chance their investment will grow, there's no reason to invest, right? While land prices were inordinately high, the profit margin for owning small parcels of property were not enticing enough to spur a housing boom. Additionally, for people already in great city central locations, there was no incentive to leave. This created a sense of stagnation in the housing and property rental market. Essentially, the private sector was discouraged from investing in residential buildings, and the average homeowner could not find a property available for sale, let alone rent. The second piece of legislation that affected the number of skyscrapers in India today was the 1976 Urban Land Ceiling and Regulation Act. This law, again, was put in place with the best of intentions: lower the price of property in the cities so lower and middle-income individuals were not priced out. The law essentially put a cap on how much land any individual or private company could own. It also allowed the government to take over vacant land plots to construct affordable housing projects. In Delhi and Mumbai, the cap was 500 square meters of land, while in some smaller, less competitive markets, it could be up to 2,000 square meters. This did prevent monopolies from taking over India's urban housing centers. However, it also limited growth outright. In 1999, the law was first partially repealed, since there weren't enough programs in place to support the building of low-income housing. Additionally, people had begun abusing the system, using fake identities to buy multiple plots of land, or simply illegally building, but we'll get into that more later. Without enough housing, slums popped up all over cities, bringing with them concerns about sanitation and safety in the overcrowded neighborhoods of huts and shanties. Initially, the government responded by leveling the slums, but these were real people who needed somewhere to live, so all destroying their homes did was lead to a temporary displacement before they found another unoccupied place to live. There was another problem too. The people living in the slums, who made up as much as half the population of these cities, were the ones providing essential services to those same cities and sustaining the economy. A new attitude was adopted around the issue of slums. Instead of demolishing them and expecting that tens of thousands of people would find apartments to rent and jobs that paid enough for them, slums needed to be rehoused, and rehoused in livable spaces with basic and essential living amenities. Established in 1997, the Slum Redevelopment Authority, SRA, aimed to create a slum-free India through slum rehabilitation housing. However, challenges arose from the repeal of the Urban Land Ceiling and Regulation Act. Allowing private entities to purchase and redevelop slumland meant slim profit margins due to endearing rent control policies. Furthermore, rehousing did not address the socio-economic issues that led to slums in the first place. The height and growth of Indian cities are significantly limited by the quirks of their building codes and the challenges posed by climate change, specifically Floor Space Index or FSI restrictions, and the urban heat island effect play crucial roles in shaping the urban landscape and influencing the affordability of housing. So what is FSI? FSI, also known as floor area ratio, dictates the relationship between a building's horizontal footprint and its allowable vertical space, with a lower FSI meaning lower building volume. And in India, FSIs in cities have been notoriously low. In 1991, Mumbai's standard FSI was a mere 1.3, a stark contrast to Hong Kong's average FSI of 12, New York City's 15, and Tokyo's 20. Modern-day India has seen slight improvements, with FSI allowances ranging from 2 to 5, depending on road width and plot size. However, this remains insufficient to accommodate the rapidly growing population and increasing demand for affordable housing. As a result, horizontal urban sprawl, longer commutes, and heightened pressure on natural resources have emerged as pressing issues. To keep pace with demand, India must invest in better transportation, roads, water, and electricity. Another factor limiting building heights is the urban heat island effect, a phenomenon where concentrated human activity in urban areas results in higher temperatures compared to surrounding rural regions. CO2 emissions, deforestation, and the design of cities all contribute to this effect. Urban canyons formed by tall buildings and streets can trap long-wave radiation, further exacerbating the issue. A Terry research study found that Indian cities have experienced a 2 to 3 degrees Celsius increase in temperature over the last 15 years, with a 5 to 7 degrees Celsius difference between cities and rural areas on summer nights. Tall buildings and narrow streets in Indian cities create an environment where heat is easily trapped and airflow is restricted. Engineers are exploring green cover options to mitigate these effects, while urban developers aim to preserve green spaces at ground level for public gathering. As discussions surrounding the inclusion of skyscrapers in India's cityscapes emerged, architects and urban planners initially advocated for a focus on low-rise buildings. These structures, with their lower construction costs, would cater to the needs of middle-class families. India, a nation founded on principles of justice and protection against exploitation, as enshrined in its constitution, sought to address the challenges faced by a significant portion of its urban population. However, as the reality of widespread poverty and substandard living conditions persisted, it became evident that a new approach to residential development was necessary. The pursuit of alternative solutions and innovative building strategies could pave the way for a brighter future in India's cities, transforming the nation's urban landscape and promoting social equity. Another hindrance to India's skyline development is how illegal construction projects have created setbacks of all kinds. During the 1990s, developers exploited loopholes by using fake names to acquire more property than legally permitted. Another insane example happened in 2022 in the city of Noida, where a pair of skyscrapers were built on what was supposed to be a designated green space within a larger housing society project. The plans for the complex originally consisted of 14 nine-story buildings. However, the plans were repeatedly altered, resulting in 15 11-story buildings, followed by the unauthorized addition of 2 40-story towers known as Cyan and Apex. Neighboring residents objected to the colossal skyscrapers, as the unauthorized changes would increase the local population, prolong exposure to the construction zone, and set dangerous precedent for unscrupulous developers to bypass regulations for profit. The government responded with explosives. 3,500 kilograms of explosives to be precise. more than enough to bring the illegally built towers to the ground. And then, of course, there's the fact that one cause for the scarcity of skyscrapers in India is that, until recently, managing without them simply hasn't been seen as that big of a problem. However, the situation is becoming increasingly dire, with millions of people living in slums, facing heat, malnutrition, dehydration, and disease. By 2030, an additional 250 million people are expected to inhabit India's cities, while the number of cities with over 1 million residents will rise from 42 to 68. By 2050, India is projected to add 416 million people to its urban population, the largest increase worldwide. With increasingly accurate projections, it's clear that the current infrastructure and housing availability cannot support this population growth. Rising temperatures, extreme weather events, water shortages, and air pollution are among the challenges India faces in the coming decades. Addressing the housing crisis is essential for India to achieve economic success, but it isn't as simple as replacing old buildings with new ones. Mumbai's skyline is slowly changing, with more high-rise buildings being constructed, but the process is gradual and affected by various factors. India's skyline is shaped by a combination of political, social, economic, and cultural consideration, as well as by chance. Iconic structures worldwide, such as Toronto's CN Tower or Sydney's Opera House, have emerged from unique sets of circumstances and the innovation of their populations. Comparing India's skyline to those of other countries can be misleading, as the reasons for the low number of skyscrapers are rooted in a complex interplay of history, policies, and events. The assumption that India should have more skyscrapers or is behind its peers may not be accurate. India has a history of adapting ideas to suit its people's needs, and its architects and engineers are well versed in the nation's urban landscape. Studying ancient Indian architecture could provide valuable insights into constructing buildings suited to India's environment. The future of India's cities remains uncertain, but the changing skyline will likely reflect the ongoing developments within this complex nation. As India's cities evolve, keep an eye on the skylines. They'll be an excellent indicator of the country's progress. After years of severe drought, a winter of unprecedented snow and rainfall has left much of California dealing with flooding and other environmental hazards to manage. With a record-breaking snowpack that was 233% greater than a typical year, the impacts of the heavy precipitation on California's ecosystems have been significant and often unpredictable. This was certainly the case for San Joaquin Valley in California, where a massive lake, 4 times the size of Lake Tahoe, that disappeared nearly a century ago has suddenly returned to life. Located roughly halfway between Los Angeles and San Francisco in California, the San Joaquin Valley is known today for producing much of the world's almonds, pistachios, milk, and fruit. There is primarily desert surrounding the farmland in San Joaquin Valley today. However, prior to the 20th century, the region was a lush and biodiverse habitat that was home to trees, wetlands, and a huge lake that created the fertile land that is so conducive to growing the agricultural products that the San Joaquin Valley in California is known for. So why did Americans drain a lake that, at its prime, was comparable in size to the Great Salt Lake in Utah? And how did a lake of that scale disappear in less than half a century? For thousands of years, the San Joaquin Valley was home to Tulare Lake, once the largest body of water west of the Mississippi River. In the late 1800s, humans began to drain Tulare Lake, with the lake completely disappearing by the mid-20th century. Then, in early 2023, following months of severe snow and heavy rainfall, and with the subsequent snowmelt, Central California's Tulare Basin began to once again fill with water, with the lake suddenly reappearing 150 years after the basin had dried up. The magnitude of Tulare Lake's return remains to be seen. Already, the lake has returned to cover an area of 30 square miles. The size could increase to over 200 square miles in the near future, which would largely disrupt the significant farming industry present in the Tulare Basin. During periods of high water in the past,
Tulare Lake was huge and covered an area of up to 600 square miles, sometimes reaching as much as 790 square miles. In comparison, Lake Tahoe spans just 191 square miles, while Los Angeles covers an area of just over 500 square miles, so Lake Tulare was truly enormous. But why did Americans drain the massive lake to begin with? And why, after 100 years of being gone, has Tulare Lake suddenly resurfaced? It all began millions of years ago. Yes, millions. When the Central Valley region was formed by geographical events that shaped an immense basin between the Sierra and Coastal Range mountains. You see, about 65 million years ago, the Pacific Ocean began to intermittently flood the Central Valley of California. As a result of these floods, the area became a bay that opened to the south. However, around 2 million years ago, movement of the coastal ranges along the San Andreas Fault and sediment deposits from flooding of the area are thought to have caused the separation of the Central Valley from the ocean. As a result, the Central Valley area was no longer a bay, and it began to alternate between draining and filling with water. This draining and filling, along with glacial melt in the area, transformed the saltwater remnants of the bay into a massive freshwater lake. The lake's formation took place during the Pleistocene epoch, an era marked by ice ages and the coexistence of saber-toothed cats, longhorn bison, giant ground sloths, birds boasting 25-foot wingspans, and even early humans. Mammoths quenched their thirst at the lake's shores, while Tule elk grazed in the surrounding marshlands. Lake Corcoran, which is sometimes also referred to as Lake Clyde, was the last of what are known as the Central Valley's Great Lakes, and formed nearly 700,000 years ago. The lake covered much of the Central Valley of California, spanning as much as 19,000 square miles of surface area. This is comparable in size to Lake Ontario, one of the Great Lakes on the East Coast and the fifth largest lake in the United States. Lake Corcoran was not only immense, but also instrumental in shaping the geography and ecosystem of Central California and surrounding areas. The lake produced Corcoran clay, which is prevalent in the Central Valley and now forms an aquifer layer that stores groundwater. Additionally, Lake Corcoran influenced sedimentation off the coast of California, a process that involves depositing rocks, clay, and other sediments, giving insights into the area's geological history. Research on clay deposits linked to the lake's sedimentation supports the belief that Lake Corcoran existed for 50,000 to 100,000 years. The lake's size fluctuated with the seasons, filling and draining in cycles. Evaporation from the lake spurred rainfall in nearby mountain ranges, such as the Sierra Nevadas and the Basin and Province Range. Consequently, Lake Corcoran contributed to the formation of numerous large pluvial lakes in Nevada. Pluvial lakes meaning lakes formed by rainfall. Before the lake's outlet to San Francisco Bay emerged 600,000 years ago, it drained into Monterey Bay via the Salinas River. Occasionally, the lake would overflow, spreading its mineral-rich, glacier-fed waters to neighboring regions through rivers and outlets. These overflows and drainage distributed nutrient-rich waters across the Central Valley, fostering fertile soil and diverse habitats, including wetlands, grasslands, and marshes. However, around 400,000 years ago, the Earth's crust shifted, elevating the Central Valley's land and lowering the San Francisco Bay Area. Portions of the lake collided with coastal mountains, causing boulders, rushing water, and other sediments to carve out deep channels and initiate the formation of the San Francisco Bay. Then, Lake Corcoran disappeared, never to return again. Following the vanishing of Lake Corcoran, 3 sizable lakes emerged in the valley: Buena Vista Lake, Kern Lake, and Tulare Lake. Tulare Lake was located in the Tulare Basin, an expansive, predominantly flat and arid area. For millennia after Lake Corcoran's disappearance, these successor lakes sustained life in the Central Valley's grasslands, wetlands, prairies, woodlands, riparian forests, and Tule grass marshes. Tulare Lake fostered a resilient and diverse habitat where birds, plants, fish, and other species thrived together for many years. The lake's name originated from the giant sedge plant known as tule, which grew in the freshwater marshes surrounding the lake. Tule is a native grass that serves as a weather buffer, reduces erosion, and encourages the growth of other plant species. For centuries, the lake functioned as a floodplain for water originating from surrounding mountain ranges, including the Sierra Nevada, Transverse Ranges, and Coast Ranges. Rivers, other lakes, and runoff all contributed water to the immense Tulare Lake. The Kings River supplied the majority of water to the basin, while precipitation and runoff from the Sierra Nevada and other surrounding mountain ranges also added to the lake's vast size. Simultaneously, runoff from the neighboring Kern and Buena Vista lakes followed north into the Buena Vista Slough and then into Tulare Lake through a natural sand ridge. All these sources provided the lake with an ample supply of clean fresh water, enabling the formation and growth of such an expansive lake. In its prime, Tulare Lake spanned a vast expanse of California's Central Valley. With an average depth of 20 to 30 feet, Tulare Lake sometimes covered nearly 800 square miles, and some research indicates that during seasons of heavy rain and snowmelt, the lake's size may have peaked over 1,000 square miles. In 1858, the lake measured an impressive 80 miles in length, which means that had they existed back then, California towns like Corcoran and Stratford would have been submerged 25 feet beneath Tulare Lake's surface. However, this considerable size was maintained only until 1878, and less than 2 decades later, it was gone entirely. For millennia, Tulare Lake was among the largest bodies of water in North America, particularly west of the Mississippi River. But what caused this enormous and biodiverse lake to vanish so abruptly? Approximately 3,000 to 4,000 years ago, the first human inhabitants of the Tulare Lake Basin migrated to the area. These Native Americans settled near the lake, taking advantage of its rich wildlife, water resources, and plant life for sustenance. For millennia, local tribes thrived around the lake and its tributaries, fishing in the foothills and valleys of the nearby mountain, as well as along Southern California's coast. The arrival of the Spanish in the San Joaquin Valley, also known as Valle de los Tulares, or the Valley of the Tule Grass, in the early 19th century profoundly disrupted the local people's ways of life. Diseases brought by the Spanish devastated the native tribes as Lieutenant Gabriel Moraga and his fellow Spanish army officers sought locations to evangelize the indigenous population in California around 1808. During this mission, Moraga discovered a small creek which he named San Joaquin, after Jesus' father and Mary's father in the Bible, as well as in honor of his own father who had previously explored the region. Eventually, the entire area became known as the San Joaquin Valley. Soon after Moraga's evangelizing mission began, the Spanish presence expanded in North America, spanning from present-day Mexico to the United States. This growth, driven primarily by violence and conquest, saw a significant increase in the Spanish population. The Mexican-American War from 1846 to 1848 resulted in the annexation of present-day United States territories. In 1848, the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo granted the United States, California, and Mexico's other northern states for $10 million, equivalent to over $350 million today when adjusted for inflation. For much of Tulare Lake's existence under colonial forces, the region experienced alternating periods of drought and flooding. Periods of flooding would turn the whole landscape of Central Valley into expansive water, with wetlands bordered by an otherwise arid landscape. The flooding provided nutrients and minerals to the soil, creating fertile farmland for farmers. At the same time, the seemingly endless supply of clean fresh water was valued for its potential for agriculture and irrigation. Little did they know that supply would soon be depleted by the selfish and careless actions of a small group of farmers. As recently as 150 years ago, Tulare Lake was home to abundant wildlife that coexisted with fishermen, tourists, turtle hunters, and others who came to its shores. Boats, including reed rafts, barges, and sailboats, sailed its shallow waters. These boats carried hogs and cattle, oil pipes, goods for trade, and fishermen,
along with others visiting the lake. However, increased development and agriculture in the area began to place extreme pressure on the lake, taking a toll that would forever change Tulare Lake in the San Joaquin Valley. During the mid-1800s, the complex water system of the Tulare Basin started to be converted into what is sometimes called a lake and slough wetland, or shallow, swampy wetland area filled with backwater and vegetation. From 1854 to 1872, first-hand accounts report the lake changed very little. However, around the start of the 1870s, European settlers began building canals, dams, and reservoirs, and diverting water upstream from the lake toward their farmlands in order to irrigate their crops. By diverting water for irrigation upstream from Tulare Lake, a booming agricultural industry cut off Tulare Lake from its source waters, or the rivers and other water systems that fed the lake, which caused the lake to shrink. Within less than 50 years of the start of the widespread irrigation in the Central Valley, Tulare Lake totally dried up for the first time in its long history. As Tulare Lake started to diminish, European settlers staked claim on the newly emerged farmland within the Tulare Basin, constructing infrastructure and altering waterways to better manage flooding and water flow in and around the lake. The lake's size rapidly decreased as the lake bed was transformed into farmland through the erection of levees, embankments designed to prevent water overflows. With the expansion of farming and agriculture in the Tulare Basin as the lake receded, the region gained a reputation for its plentiful crops. Today, the area is renowned for producing tomatoes, grains, fruits, nuts, milk, cotton, safflower, and other agricultural products. Tulare Lake's disappearance was visible and quick, occurring in less than half a century. The lake's boundaries steadily shrank, which experts of the era observed to have accelerated after the initial 3 years of irrigation farming in the San Joaquin Valley. By 1875, the southern end of the lake had significantly contracted to a mere mile in width. In the subsequent 5 years from 1875 to 1880, the lake continued to diminish in size. By 1888, Tulare Lake had become almost entirely circular, having shrunk to around 220 square miles despite once being 3 or 4 times larger, covering an area of 600 to 800 square miles. By 1895, Tulare Lake had vanished completely. In the mid-19th century, for the first time in millennia, the ancient lakes of California's Central Valley ceased to exist entirely. Approximately 95% of the valley's wetlands disappeared due to the demands of farming irrigation during the 19th and 20th centuries. Now these once biodiverse wetlands have transformed into semi-arid deserts in many areas. The San Joaquin River watershed, previously connected to the Tulare Lake Basin, covers between 2/3 and 3/4 of Northern California's land, but only collects 1/4 to 1/3 of the region's precipitation, as irrigation technologies divert water for agricultural use. In the past, Tulare Lake sometimes overflowed into the river during filling periods, providing abundant water flow. The Central Valley's agricultural history has involved major exports of crops associated with Mediterranean and Middle Eastern cuisine, which thrive year-round in the region. Additionally, a thriving ranching and dairy industry exists in the area. However, the farmland that was once home to Tulare Lake is now being encroached upon as urban sprawl contributes to the region's water demand. Between 1990 and 2004, the Central Valley lost over 70,000 acres of farmland as a result of development related to urban sprawl. And this competition over groundwater has put a massive strain on the ecological and water systems in the San Joaquin Valley region. In 1947, the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers initiated the construction of Pine Flat Dam, which was completed in 1954. Although Pine Flat Dam offered improved flood control, irrigation opportunities, and crop diversification, its impact on local wetland habitats and the aquifer storing groundwater was disastrous. The dam significantly contributed to the loss of wetlands and the aquifer in the San Joaquin Valley, further exacerbating the water system's issues in the Tulare Basin. At the same time, the intense demand for groundwater for both irrigation and drinking water in the Central Valley has begun to take a severe toll on the natural environment that extends far beyond the disappearance of Tulare Lake. For one, studies show that some land in the San Joaquin Valley of California has been shrinking at a rate as much as a foot a year as a result of the overuse of groundwater in the region. For centuries, farmers and inhabitants of the region have overpumped the aquifer layer under the earth that is called Corcoran clay. The Corcoran clay was left behind by Lake Corcoran hundreds of thousands of years ago. As a result, the clay becomes unable to withstand the weight of the land above it and is compacted, which makes it incapable of storing water ever again. In other words, the careless extraction of water in the Central Valley region not only caused Tulare Lake to disappear, but also is literally causing the earth to sink and is preventing water from ever sustainably being stored in the region ever again. Meanwhile, especially during the early 20th century, the Sacramento-San Joaquin River Delta suffered from salinity intrusion, which means that saltwater from the San Francisco Bay would flow into the delta and the Suisun Bay during high tide. Salinity intrusion meant that fresh water in the associated water systems could be contaminated with salt water from the ocean, making the water unusable for crops and agricultural purposes, as well as drinking water. The Tulare Lakebed remained dry for most of the 20th century, but in recent months, Tulare Lake has made an unexpected return. Over the years, since the lake's disappearance, the Tulare Basin has occasionally flooded during extremely wet years and during periods of abundant snowpack on the Sierra Nevada mountains. Prior to 2023, the Tulare Lakebed last flooded in 1969, 1983, and 1997. In 1983, the flooding brought the waters of a returned Tulare Lake all the way to the city limits of Corcoran. Back then, there was a 1 million acre-foot of water that flowed into the Tulare Basin. For reference, 1 acre-foot is equivalent to a foot of water over an acre of land. As a result of such a massive quantity of snowmelt and precipitation, the flooding in 1983 caused 82,000 acres to be submerged in water, and researchers expect to see similar rates of flooding this year. Normally, any influx of water in the Tulare Basin is managed through evaporation ponds, pumps, and levees, but the sheer volume of runoff and precipitation is pushing the capacity of these systems. Because there's so much snow in the Sierras, it's expected to take a very long time to fully melt and reach the Tulare Basin. Already, levees have begun to break, which has flooded much farmland and has left many farmers to take flood control and protection of their crops into their own hands. It is expected that levees will continue to break, and there is already sustained high water that is pushing against the already saturated levees. The San Joaquin Valley experienced a severe drought for almost a decade, making this year's heavy rain and snow a surprise. Consequently, an ecosystem unprepared to absorb significant precipitation has faced substantial runoff and flooding. The sinking land and diminished aquifers hindered the storage of water as groundwater, creating impermeable surfaces susceptible to standing water and flooding. With Tulare Lake's disappearance, there's no natural runoff drainage, and relocating the water is challenging. Moreover, the Kings River's unpredictability may exacerbate the lakebed flooding, with warmer weather approaching. As of March 2023, over 10 atmospheric rivers have occurred in the San Joaquin Valley in recent months, demonstrating the relentless precipitation in the region this winter. But these atmospheric rivers and a winter of heavy precipitation have contributed to flooding and thus the return of Tulare Lake in San Joaquin Valley. At present, Tulare Lake's return has posed a massive threat to thousands of people and a way of life in San Joaquin Valley that first emerged after the lake's disappearance. Already the lake is larger than all but one of California's reservoirs and could remain that size for at least 2 years. The flooding is expected to cause billions of dollars worth of economic damage and displace thousands of local residents and farm workers, many of whom will be undocumented immigrants who are unable to obtain unemployment or government support in response to the floods. Estimates suggest that the flooding of Tulare Basin will likely be a massive blow to the $2 billion agricultural industry in Kings County, which has a population of 152,000. In early 2023, the San Joaquin Valley experienced flooding as snowmelt and heavy precipitation throughout the winter filled the Tulare Basin, leaving California officials uncertain about the extent of flooding and the appropriate response. In the neighboring mountains, a more than 50-foot deep snowpack, the largest snowpack in 75 years, awaited warmer weather that would eventually lead to melting and runoff in the Tulare Basin. The question remained of how fast the snowpack would melt, so the state of California geared up to address the flooding with over 700 people assigned to help with the emergency response in Tulare County alone. In Tulare County, the flooding has damaged more than 900 structures so far. Continued flooding poses a serious risk for farmers and farmhands, as well as members of rural communities that line the basin. Teams from the California Department of Forestry and Fire Prevention have also been on site to prepare for potential disasters. Currently, there have already been many communities that have been evacuated, and hundreds of homes and farms have been devastated. At the same time, cattle raised for dairy have been moved to elevated grounds by the tens of thousands, while farmers have to decide whether to relocate or slaughter millions of chickens. Looking ahead, collaboration between the state of California, local towns, and residents aims to protect homes, farms, and communities. However, preventing the return of Tulare Lake is difficult, if not impossible. The lake serves as a stark example of how nature's focus and climate change can have disastrous effects in areas where human intervention has mismanaged natural environments. Decisions made centuries ago continue to impact people today, and these consequences will likely persist until humans prioritize the protection and cultivation of land over its depletion and exploitation. A century and a half ago, a group of self-serving settlers disrupted a thriving ecosystem that had existed for millennia, leading to the disappearance of Tulare Lake. In the process, they displaced and decimated local indigenous populations, while also annihilating much of the lake's rich biodiversity. By severing the connection between the lake and its source waters, these early inhabitants of the San Joaquin Valley set in motion the lake's eventual disappearance and its destructive resurgence, with repercussions still felt today. Tulare Lake, once the largest lake west of the Mississippi River, is now returning, engulfing the very farms that contributed to its decline long ago. The future of the lake remains uncertain, but the economic and infrastructural devastation resulting from heavy rainfall and snowmelt in the San Joaquin Valley is unmistakable. As communities reconstruct and adjust to the lake's return, it is essential to learn from and never forget the lessons imparted by Tulare Lake's dynamic past.